Chapter 1, Reborn, starting at my aunt's house. In a dim room. The air was filled with all kinds of strange smells. The cell phone rang and the caller ID showed, Umbrella H. Yi-bai opened his eyes, pushed the two women away, stood up, walked to the table, picked up the phone and answered it. As the person on the other end of the phone spoke, his expression became more serious. I'll leave right away. I have a way to sneak into Myanmar. Don't worry, even if I get caught, I won't implicate you. After hanging up the phone, Yi-bai lit a cigarette and opened the curtains. The sunlight shone in, and his figure was reflected in the mirror by the window. This is a quite strong body, but it is covered with black and blue tattoos, and underneath the tattoos are scars. Knife wounds, burns, and even gunshot wounds. The tattoos and scars intertwined together look particularly hideous and impactful. Yi-bai looked up, looking at the scar that ran across his entire left face. Have I reached this point now? He grinned, the scar on his cheek twisting like a centipede. After a moment, the cigarette burned out. He opened his backpack, took out 2 stacks of banknotes and threw them on the bed, then limped away. After exiting the hotel elevator, Yi-bai had already put on a mask and a hat. This kind of attire might be considered suspicious a few years ago, but it is no longer surprising nowadays. When he reached the intersection, Yi-bai stopped. Opposite him, 2 men in suits looked at him quietly. Yi-bai was a little hesitant. The 2 men in suits looked familiar and seemed to be Umbrella H's men. But how did they get here? Was he sent by H to take me away, or to silence me? Suddenly, there was a noise behind me. Yi-bai turned around suddenly and saw a huge monster roaring and rushing towards him, with the words "Good luck" written on its forehead. He flew up and then fell heavily to the ground. In his blurred vision, 2 men in suits came up to him, picked up his phone and backpack, nodded to the driver who got off the car, and then quickly left the scene. At the last moment before falling into darkness, Yi-bai felt a trace of regret. If there is an afterlife, I will never get involved in society again. In a dim room. Yi-bai suddenly opened his eyes and jumped up from the bed, looking frightened. Were you dreaming just now? No. It's not a dream, the sisters are gone. Turn on the light. He found himself in a bright and simple bedroom, which looked very familiar. Here it is? Wait, my leg isn't lame anymore. Yi-bai lowered his head and found that not only was his leg no longer lame, but the tattoos and scars on his body had also disappeared, replaced by a fair and lean body. An incredible thought came into his mind. I went to the window and looked down, and sure enough, this was Aunt Chin-yu's home. Aunt Chin-yu is my mother's friend, and Yi-bai lived in her house when he went to school in the city. I picked up the Nokia on the table and saw that the time on it was April 30th, 2013. Turning on the front camera of his phone and looking at the young yet handsome face in it, Yi-bai finally confirmed that he was reborn. And he was reborn into his student days. Today is Thursday, shouldn't I be in school? Why am I sleeping in my aunt's house? Yi-bai was puzzled, and as he recalled, scenes from the past came to his mind. It turns out that I was reborn to the time when I was just expelled from school. A few days ago, Yi-bai's goddess Shin Mengyao was bullied by a rich second-generation kid in school. In a rage, he took his brothers and beat the rich second-generation kid up. The rich second-generation's family was quite powerful, and after some operations, they directly fired Yi-bai. In my previous life, I endured for more than 10 years and finally got into college, but was expelled from school. No. I want to go back to school. Yi-bai's biggest regret was that he did not graduate from college in his previous life, which led to his later rise and his special love for college students. Shin Mengyao. She was Yi-bai's white moonlight during his student days. At school, Yi-bai followed her like a dog, holding her and licking her. After being expelled, Yi-bai still did not give up. While Shan Mengyao was in college, he rented a house near the school, delivered takeout during the day, and worked as a waiter in a KTV at night. He worked 2 jobs a day and used all the money he earned to buy various gifts for Shin Mengyao. He also gave her money for her food, drink, and entertainment. More than half a year later, Shin Mengyao found Yi-bai with a bruised face and nose, saying that she was bullied by a female gangster at school. How could Yi-bai tolerate seeing the goddess whom he usually held in his hands being beaten into a pig's head? He rushed into the school and beat the woman into the hospital. The other party called the police, and Yi-bai took on everything. His family paid a lot of money in compensation, and he also spent half a year in prison. After being released from prison, he could no longer contact Shin Mengyao, and all contact information was blocked. Later he found out that Shin Mengyao was dating a rich second-generation guy in the university, and the girl who was beaten by Yi Bai and hospitalized was the rich second-generation guy's ex-girlfriend. The reason why Shin Mengyao was taught a lesson by the girls was because the rich second generation cheated on her. Yi Bai finally realized that he was just a complete clown. From then on, Yi Bai turned evil. With a group of brothers, he officially embarked on the road of crime, from collecting protection fees in KTVs, to opening casinos and lending money at high interest rates, and finally opening hotels and bathing centers, step by step heading towards the abyss. When he first entered society, he was called Little Hanan because of his handsome face. A few years later, he was stabbed in the face due to a head-on conflict with another force, and his nickname became Scar Brother. A year later, he was ambushed by a group of green hands who had just entered society and were looking to advance their careers. Although he survived, one of his legs was permanently lame. His nickname also became Brother Jean Kuan, because Jean Kuan is independent. In the end, he was silenced by the protector behind him while on the run, ending his tragic and sinful life. Now that I have everything to start over again, I will never make the same mistake again. In this life, I must do things uprightly and live a clean life. All the regrets of the previous life must be made up. The first thing to do is to ask the school to revoke its decision and go back to school. You must go to college. The same goes for college students. If Yi Bai remembered correctly, the rich second generation who bullied Shin Mengyao was called Yang Wenbin. Yang Wenbin's family is in real estate business, and I heard that one of his uncles is a senior figure in the education system. Yi Bai was expelled from school, and it was 100% Yang Wenbin's fault. Therefore, it is impossible to go back to school to find the counselor or principal and ask them to revoke their decision. On one side are peasant families, and on the other side are wealthy people and high-ranking officials. Any normal person would know how to choose. Just as Yi Bai was thinking about how to break the impasse, there was a knock on the bedroom door. "Xiao Bai, are you up?" Aunt Qin Yu's voice came from outside the door. Her voice is gentle and intellectual, and she sounds like she's acting coquettish when she speaks, making people feel itchy. "Wake up, Auntie." Yi Bai opened the door. Then he saw a beautiful woman standing at the door. When she saw him come out, she smiled and her charming big eyes curved into crescents. She was wearing a loose silk nightgown, but her proud figure could not be concealed at all. She brought out the charm of a mature woman to the fullest, and her every move was full of charm. My mother's friend, Aunt Qin Yu. This book has been put into the black box. The whole text has been revised several times, and the background has been changed from about to graduate from high school to college. If you find any omissions later, please help correct them. Thank you very much. Chapter 2, Aunt Qin Yu. Lunch is ready, let's eat first. After Aunt Qin Yu finished speaking, she turned and went to the restaurant, her willow-like waist swaying as her plump peaches swayed from side to side. Yi Bai was amazed. The aunt's waist-to-hip ratio was too perfect. In his previous life, after he had been in society, he had naturally met countless people, but it was really rare to see someone with such an exquisite figure as your aunt's. To put it in slightly vulgar terms, this figure is a perfect X-frame. If she were to shoot some borderline videos, she would definitely become a million-level internet celebrity. The two sat down at the dining table to eat lunch. Qin Yu placed the prepared rice in front of Yi Bai and smiled dotingly. "I made your favorite braised prawns, eat more." Aunt Qin Yu was a friend of Yi Bai's mother. Yi Bai's parents planted an orchard in the countryside. Due to the poor educational conditions in the countryside, Yi Bai was sent to study in the city 5 years ago. He lived with Aunt Qin Yu until he went to college. Although Qin Yu is in her 30s, her face is full of collagen, combining the cuteness of a girl and the sexiness of a young woman. When she encounters problems she doesn't understand, she will show a confused look, just like a girl who is ignorant of the world. This may be related to the fact that she has never worked and has always been a full-time housewife at home. Many years ago, after Qin Yu's husband died suddenly in an accident, she inherited her late husband's estate, owned 3 buildings, and became a landlady. Qin Yu also has a daughter who studies at Taojian University like Yi Bai. Different from Yi Bai's ignorance, Li Shiyan is a model student and a good girl. Good students always look down on bad students, and Li Shiyan is no exception. Moreover, Li Shiyan particularly despised Yi Bai's dog-licking behavior of using his parents' hard-earned money to buy gifts for Shin Mengyao. Although the two lived under the same roof, they usually didn't even talk to each other. Fortunately, she was still in school at the moment, otherwise the atmosphere at lunch would have been a bit unharmonious. "Xiao Bai, are you really not going to continue your studies?" I have a friend who is the dean of a vocational school. I consulted with her and she can arrange for you to transfer there in the second half of the year. Aunt Chin Yu's eyes revealed concern and worry. Yi Bai felt warm in his heart. He recalled that at this time in his previous life, his aunt also said these words at lunch. But how could he, who was in his rebellious period, listen to it? He impatiently threw down his bowl and chopsticks and went out. Later, when Li Shurian called and scolded him, Yi Bai realized that his aunt was extremely sad and had cried for the entire afternoon. Her peach blossom eyes were swollen from crying so much water. Feeling his aunt's genuine concern, Yi Bai silently swore in his heart that he would take good care of his aunt in this life and never let her be sad again. Yi Bai looked into Chin Yu's eyes and said seriously, "Auntie, I figured it out. I want to continue studying. It's hard to make a living in this society without a degree. I plan to go back to school to find a counselor this afternoon." Chin Yu was stunned. How come Xiao Bai, who was so stubborn last night, suddenly became like a different person? Suddenly became sensible and mature. Chin Yu smiled with relief. "That's good. If the teacher doesn't agree, Auntie will help you transfer to another school." After spending these few years together, Chin Yu had already regarded Yi Bai as half a son, and was genuinely worried about his future. Seeing his changes at this time, I was very happy. In her joy, she wanted to drink some red wine, so she stood up and went to the wine cabinet, standing on tiptoe to get some wine. The red wine was placed on the top and it was a bit out of her reach, so she tried to jump up to get it. "Auntie, let me help you." Yi Bai stood up to help. "Okay, I want to drink that bottle of dry red wine. It has a softer taste." Chin Yu looked back and smiled, stood on tiptoe, and pointed at the bottle of red wine above. Yi Bai came behind Chin Yu. He was about 1.80 meters tall and got it easily. "Xiao Bai is still the best." Chin Yu praised her, and her feet felt a little sore from standing on tiptoe. She lost her balance and fell backwards with a scream. "Ah ah!" Chin Yu was startled and couldn't help but exclaimed. Yi Bai was afraid that she would fall, so he quickly hugged her tightly. Chin Yu's brain seemed to have crashed and she froze in place. After a long while, she hummed and struggled out of Yi Bai's arms. Xiao Bai, I hope Auntie didn't hurt you." Chin Yu's dignified and pretty face was filled with blush, and she realized that Xiao Bai had really grown up. He was no longer the little kid who was shy even when peeking at his big bear. Chin Yu felt flustered and confused. She lowered her head slightly, not daring to look Yi Bai in the eye. She was obviously a beautiful woman with a charming demeanor, but she gave people the feeling of a beautiful girl who had done something wrong. Yi Bai felt a little regretful. It would be great if time could stop at that moment. With the birth of this idea, the world seemed to have undergone miraculous changes. At some point, the wind outside the window stopped and the noisy cicadas disappeared. Aunt Chin Yu seemed to have turned into a wooden figure, standing there motionless with her eyes frozen. Yi Bai was stunned. "This is?" He hurried to the window and looked down. Pedestrians were frozen in their tracks, car exhaust fumes were floating motionlessly in the air, and sparrows were hovering in mid-air with their wings spread. The whole world seemed to have been paused. Time paused? Yi Bai suddenly turned around and looked at his aunt involuntarily. Chapter 3 Time stands still. Yi Bai came to Aunt Chin Yu who was standing still. Although he had been with Chin Yu for many years in his previous life, he was still a pure little virgin at that time. He would blush and his heart would beat fast when he stole a glance at Da Xiong, and he didn't dare to look at him anymore. He had never realized that his aunt was so beautiful. Yi Bai couldn't control his hands. But when he was about to touch it, he paused. If I really did this, what would be the difference between me and those wretched men in the porn movies? Besides, Auntie treated me sincerely, but I took the opportunity to molest her. Wouldn't that make me a heartless beast? Yi Bai admitted that he was attracted to Aunt Chin Yu, but he had done all kinds of bad things in his previous life, but he had never forced anyone on a woman. After being reborn and deciding to live a clean life, how could I molest my aunt while she was unconscious? Yi Bai suppressed his impulse and withdrew his hand. Suddenly, his mind went into a daze, and he felt as if he had overdrawn his energy by staying up late. The next second, the world returned to normal. It seems that my ability also has limitations. Yi Bai was thoughtful. Next, he experimented and summarized the rules for using supernatural powers. Each time you activate your superpower, time will pause for about 3 minutes, and you will have to rest for an hour before you can use your superpower again. Although 3 minutes is a long time. But it's still not enough for me. Yi Baidian was born with strong physique and could chase and beat up 7 or 8 people by himself since he was a child. After becoming a big brother in society, his peak record was defeating 7 female generals alone. One of the female generals is also a university president and has a special hobby, which is taking selfies. Wait. I know how to go back to school again. A flash of lightning flashed through my mind. Yi Bai suddenly thought of a romantic scandal in his previous life. Not long after he was expelled, the principal was involved in an extramarital affair. The video of the principal and an art teacher was sent to the school work group by his wife. This incident seemed to have become a hot topic on Weibo. If we get the principal's selfie video, we can take control of him. With the solution in mind, Yi Bai immediately said goodbye to his aunt and prepared to go to school. Xiao Bai, how about your aunt accompany you to school? Xinya straightened Yi Bai's collar, her eyes filled with worry. Don't worry, auntie. I can handle it myself. Just stay at home and wait for my good news. Yi Bai didn't realize that his comforting tone sounded like he was coaxing his girlfriend. As he said this, he hugged Xinyu and patted her from behind. How could his former nephew dare to do such a bold thing? Xinyu's brain crashed again and he froze in place. Xinyu comforted himself in his heart. It was normal for a nephew to hug his aunt. Auntie, I'm going out. Yi Bai let go of Xinyu, his eyes clear and his face as if nothing had happened. Watching Yi Bai leave, she couldn't help but sigh. Xiao Bai has really grown up. She was talking about personality. Xiao Bai suddenly became very mature. He didn't look like a little boy who had just reached adulthood. Instead, he looked like a mature man of the same age as her. However, he seemed to be taking advantage of me on purpose. I am his aunt. Although we are not related by blood, I am also Xiao Bai's elder and a friend of his mother. How could he do that? On the bus, Yi Bai received a call. The caller ID is Mom. Hello, Mom. Yi Bai was a little dazed. He couldn't remember how long it had been since he last called her that. Xiao Bai. Your father and I will come to the city tomorrow. We will kneel down and kowtow to the principal and teachers, begging them not to expel you. In today's society, you can't live without a degree. Motherly Qin was chattering on the other end of the phone. Listening to his mother's voice, Yi Bai's eyes became a little moist. In his previous life, he would never listen to anything his parents said. He was confident that even without an academic degree, he would be able to make a name for himself in the future. His indifferent attitude made his mother so anxious that she cried, but he didn't feel any sympathy at all. Instead, he thought his mother was noisy and turned off his phone after hanging up. His parents came to the city overnight and wanted to take him to the school to plead for mercy, but they couldn't find him. They were so anxious that they almost searched all the internet cafes in the city. While searching, the mother was in a car accident, becoming disabled for life and losing an arm. But Yi Bai still seemed to be bewitched by the devil and didn't know how to wake up. Later, he helped Shin Mengyao and beat the man into the hospital. His parents had to pay compensation for him, and not only did he lose everything he had, he also owed a lot of debts. While Yi Bai was serving his sentence, his mother dragged her broken body to the mountains to dig herbs in order to pay off her debts. As a result, she had an accident and fell off a cliff and lost her life. After Yi Bai was released from prison, his father broke off relations with him and died of depression not long after. The loss of his parents was also one of the reasons why Yi Bai turned evil and embarked on the path of crime. Thinking of this, Yi Bai slapped himself hard. In my previous life, I was such a bastard. Mom! Yi Bai choked up and said, Don't worry, Mom. The principal just called me and said I can go back to school. I'm on my way to school now. Really? Xiao Bai? You didn't lie to me, did you? Really, Mom? You and Dad should just wait for my good news at home. I will go back to school later and ask the counselor to call you. Yi Bai swore solemnly. After hanging up the phone, the bus arrived at the station. Yi Bai got out of the car and walked into the school, but was stopped at the door by the security guard on duty. As a school bully and the leader of Taojian University, how could the security guards not know him? Yi Bai, you have been expelled from school. You are not a student of our school now, so you cannot come in. Yi Bai raised his eyebrows and slowly looked up. But before he could say anything, the slightly older security guard in the booth saw this, hurried out, kicked the young security guard on the butt, and pulled him behind him. Then he showed Yi Bai a kind smile. Classmate, are you late today? Come in quickly. After saying that, he opened the electronic door remotely and let Yi Bai pass. Brother Lu, the principal has ordered. The older security guard covered the younger security guard's mouth and stopped him from saying anything. He waited until Yi Bai walked away before letting go. Brother Lu. Why did you let him in? The principal specifically ordered that Yi Bai was expelled and he could not be allowed into the school. The young security guard looked indignant. The principal is nothing. The older security guard said with disdain, have you not heard of the saying that is circulating among students, whether Tao University is in chaos or not, Yi Bai has the final say. The principal knows that Yi Bai has entered the school. At most, he will scold us for our mistakes. But if you dare to go against Yi Bai, you might be put over your head with a sack and beaten half to death tonight. This little thug doesn't know his place, he could kill you by accident. You only earn a few hundred yuan a month, why would you risk your life? Chapter 4. What does Yi Bai's situation have to do with Meng Yao? Yi Bai walked through the teaching building and headed towards the teacher's office building, attracting attention along the way. Yi Bai is, after all, a campus celebrity, the boss of Taojiang University, and a lapdog of the campus beautician Meng Yao. Seeing the expelled school bully return to campus, the whole school was in an uproar. The sound of rumbling footsteps was heard. Many students ran downstairs. In a flash, dozens of students gathered around Yi Bai. These people are all brothers who hang out with Yi Bai in school. Brother Bai, why are you here? Brother Bai, are you here to see us? The sound of Brother Bai came one after another. Looking at the passionate eyes of his brothers, Yi Bai felt filled with emotion. In his previous life, many of these brothers became strangers after he left school and they never had any contact again. But after Yi Bai was released from prison, many brothers followed him into society. Among his younger brothers in his previous life, there were many traitors, undercover agents, and informants, but the brothers who followed Yi Bai since school were all the most loyal. Some people took the blame for him and went to jail, some became disabled for taking the blame for him, and some even died in a fire to save him. Brother Bai, I can't stay in this school anymore without you. I might as well drop out and follow you into society. A little brother with a bowl-cut haircut and slanted bangs covering his right eye shouted. He has dark skin and is nearly 1.9 meters tall. His thick fat covers his body with strong muscles, making him look imposing and ferocious. This person was none other than Song Dongfeng, Yi Bai's brother who died in a sea of fire while trying to save him in his previous life. He is also the most powerful fighter in the Yi Bai group, and in the Young and Dangerous movies he is the man with 2 flowers and a red stick. Even Yi Bai's unarmed combat ability is inferior to Song Dongfeng. Patting Song Dongfeng on the shoulder, Yi Bai's eyes turned red, and he swore in his heart, "Good brother, I will never let you down again in this life." Seeing this, Song Dongfeng thought Yi Bai agreed, and immediately shouted excitedly, "Brother Bai, we can collect protection fees from the school first, and then go to the place to cover the game hall, KTV, internet cafe, and so on near the school as our territory. With the school as the base, it will spread outward, first dominate the city, then the province, and finally the country. Just like the Wendong Club in the novel." After hearing what Song Dongfeng said, many brothers also began to look forward to it. "Brother Bai, I'm going to drop out of school and join you in society. I don't want to go to this crappy school anymore. Brother Bai, let's dominate Taojiang City together, make a lot of money, drive a Mercedes, live in a villa, and sleep with beautiful women. So what's the name of our gang?" Hearing this, Song Dongfeng, who had a plan in place, asked with a shameless face, "Brother Bai, what if our gang is called Baifeng? Why don't you call it Vitiligo?" Yi Bai was speechless. If it were his previous life, he would definitely be full of passion at this moment, and would share the same aspirations with his brothers and then lead them into society. But having witnessed the tragic end of his brothers and himself in his previous life, how could he not understand that living in society would not lead to a good end and would not have good results? Even if you clean up your mess later, there is still a risk of being liquidated. Therefore, in this life, I must never get involved in gangs and must lead my brothers on the right path. Vitiligo? Song Dongfeng was stunned, then his eyes lit up. This name is also good, it sounds crazy, and it fits the temperament of our gang. Bang! Yi Bai couldn't help but give Song Dongfeng a chestnut. What future do you have in society? None of you are allowed to be involved in society. Then what else can we do if we don't get involved in society? Song Dongfeng touched the back of his head and smiled awkwardly. Go to school first and get your college diploma. I came back this time to continue my studies. Ah? Song Dongfeng was stunned. He felt that his grand ambitions were about to be shattered before they even began to be realized. What? You don't want to listen to your brother? Yi Bai glared. Listen. Song Dongfeng nodded with a bitter face. Although he was tall and strong and looked extremely fierce, in front of Yi Bai, he was like a well-behaved kitten. He obeyed Yi Bai's words and was loyal to him. You two, study hard first. If anyone dares to drop out of school, I won't forgive him. Do you hear me? Yi Bai looked around. The brothers all nodded like chicks pecking at rice, without any objection. Just like in the previous life, in the Yi Bai group, there is only one voice, and that is Yi Bai's voice. Brother Bai, you were expelled because of Yang Wenbin's grandson. He got his connections in the Education Bureau. I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to come back and continue your studies. A skinny boy spoke. His name was Zhang Lingnan, nicknamed Shigo. He was the brother who took the blame for Yi Bai and went to jail in his previous life. Brother Bai, I have a solution. A short and fat boy who was less than 1.6 meters tall and had acne all over his face spoke up. His name is Ni Xian. In his previous life, he helped Yi Bai block a knife and his right hand was cut off at the wrist. He was later taken to the Provincial People's Hospital, but his body was broken and he could no longer use his right hand. Ni Xian was quite clever, his green bean-like eyes sparkled as he spoke. Brother Bai, after you enter the principal's office, sit on the windowsill and pretend to jump off the building, he will definitely give in. You are really smart, kid. Yi Bai nodded in praise. Ni Xian also made an indispensable contribution to the development of the group in the previous life. He always had some clever ideas at critical moments. This rogue method is indeed effective. However, Yi Bai is a hero after all. He pretended to jump off the building in order to return to school. Doesn't he have any face? Since I'm here at school, I can find a way to solve it. Let's all go. Yi Bai waved his hand and walked towards the office building. The brothers stayed where they were, mumbling something, and then a group of people followed them. Sophomore, Class 2, Electronic Information Engineering. A pretty girl with glasses and a few freckles on her face ran in excitedly. Meng Yao. Yi Bai has come to school, and he is now going to the principal's office with a group of his followers. What do you think he wants to do? Does he want to beat up the principal, or does he want to continue to go to school? A pretty girl with a bun raised her head and saw that all her classmates were looking at her. She frowned but didn't say anything. Bang! There was a loud noise. Shen Mengyao's desk mate suddenly stood up and slapped the table. She was a huge tank weighing at least 180 kilograms, and her fat palms almost cracked the table. What Yi Bai wants to do has nothing to do with us, Mengyao. Aren't you guys annoying all day long? Whenever Yi Bai makes a small move, you come to Mengyao to report. The big tank stared with his big eyes like copper bells, his face full of impatience. The girl with glasses was startled by her, and when she came to her senses, she felt a little embarrassed. She blushed and retorted, wasn't it because Yi Bai stood up for Meng Yao and beat up Yang Wenbin that he was expelled from school? It's really easy to spread rumors, but it takes a lot of effort to refute them. Please stop spreading rumors. Big Tank rolled his eyes. Meng Yao just complained that Yang Wenbin was annoying, and Yi Bai rushed into the classroom and beat her up. He was obviously jealous of Yang Wenbin's family because they were rich, and he also said that he was expelled because he stood up for Meng Yao. He tried to blackmail Meng Yao into being his girlfriend. The girl with glasses was full of questions, but she knew the whole story very well. It was obvious that Yang Wenbin wanted to ask Shen Mengyao to go to the movies in the evening. After being rejected, he became angry and pushed Shen Mengyao, calling her a bitch who was pretending to be something, and said that she had received so many gifts but was not even willing to watch a movie with him. As a result, 10 minutes later, Yi Bai rushed into the classroom and beat Yang Wenbin in public. If this isn't helping Shen Mengyao, then what is? The girl with glasses was about to open her mouth to refute, but she saw Big Tank rolling up his sleeves with a fierce look in his eyes. The girl with glasses looked down at her frail body and suddenly became much more sober. She returned to her seat in a sullen manner. As for Shen Mengyao, she just sat there with a calm and indifferent look throughout the whole process, not saying a word, as if she agreed with everything her deskmate said. Chapter 5. Yi Bai is just a dog. After the classmates around her withdrew their gazes, Shen Mengyao lowered her head and continued reading, looking as if she was living a peaceful and tranquil life. To be honest, Shen Mengyao prides herself on being clear-headed, having great ambitions and a bright future, so she simply looks down on a gangster like Yi Bai. He was from a poor family and had no education. Now he was expelled from school and became an illiterate without even a college diploma. What future does this kind of person have? From now on, they will either work on construction sites or in factories, and fall to the bottom of society. The reason why Yi-bai was kept in suspense before was just because of his status as the school bully. With a bootlicker like Yi-bai, no one else dares to bully her, and those girls who dislike her can only endure it. Now that Yi-bai has been fired and is of no use to him, how could Shin Mengyao be willing to have anything to do with him? The door of the principal's office was open. The principal sat behind his desk with a gloomy face, staring coldly at the door. He had already received news that Yi-bai had returned to school and came to his office. Yi-bai neither knocked on the door nor shouted, he just walked in and sat down in front of him. "Brother Bai. The brothers are all waiting outside, just shout if there's anything going on." Song Dongfeng was shouting loudly at the door, glancing at the principal with a cold look, as if as long as Yi-bai gave the order, he would rush in with a knife and stab the principal with 3 blows. The principal was so angry that he was shaking. Was he a student or a gangster? Did he still respect him as the head of the school? "Principal Wang, let's be frank. I want to come back to continue my studies. Please approve my application," Yi-bai said calmly. "Impossible." Principal Wang rejected it outright, his voice strong and powerful. "Your behavior has caused a very bad influence. Our school will not accept a black sheep like you." "Yeah?" Yi-bai touched his trouser pocket, but only pulled out an empty cigarette box. He tilted his head and held up 2 fingers, "Dongzi." Song Dongfeng and Zhang Lingnan walked in immediately after hearing this. One of them took out a cigarette and handed it to Yi-bai's mouth, while the other took out a lighter and lit it. Yi-bai took a deep breath, and after the smoke passed through his lungs, he slowly exhaled towards the principal. The principal's heart suddenly skipped a beat. At that moment, he felt that the person he was facing was not an uneducated punk, but a gangster boss. But how is this possible? When Yi-bai was expelled a few days ago, he was still a rebellious, unruly, and bad student. How could such earth-shaking changes occur in just a few days? Zhang Lingnan and Song Dongfeng didn't notice any of this. They just felt that Brother Bai was too stylish and even more handsome than Chen Haonan and young and dangerous. Soon, Principal Wang came to his senses and became a little angry and embarrassed. "I was actually fooled by a poor student." Bang! Principal Wang slammed the table and stood up, shouting, "What do you think this place is? Get out of here, Yi-bai. If you don't leave, I'll call the police." "Call the police? I happen to have something and want to give feedback to the sheriff." Yi-bai smiled. "What feedback?" Principal Wang was stunned, but seeing that Yi-bai just smiled mysteriously and didn't reply, he thought he was just being mysterious, so he took out his cell phone and pretended to call the police. "Pa!" Yi-bai snapped his fingers lightly. Time is paused. Suddenly, the whole world stopped, even the dust was suspended in the air. Principal Wang's angry and confused expression was frozen in time, looking particularly funny and ridiculous. "It's only 3 minutes, but it's enough." It is said that his wife seemed to have found those videos in his photo album. He took the mobile phone from Principal Wang, opened the photo album and flipped through it. The album is very clean, with nothing in it except a few photos of daily life. Yi-bai was not in a hurry either. He knew that this phone was just launched by Huawei this year and had the function of hiding photo albums. You can click on the upper right corner to open the hidden album, and it's actually empty. Could the rumor be false? Did his wife find it on a computer or camera? There is a laptop on the principal's desk, but it has just entered standby mode, and a password is required to wake it up. Suddenly, Yi-bai had an idea. He opened the principal's WeChat, searched the teacher's name, and checked the chat history. TSK, that art teacher looks serious, but he's actually so flirty behind the scenes. Click on the pictures and videos again, and suddenly, many eye-catching photos and videos come into view. There is only 1 minute left. Yi-bai calmly copied the photos and videos to his mobile phone, then returned to his original seat and sat down. Wow! The world returns to normal. Why don't you get out of here? The principal roared. Yi-bai ignored him and smiled at Song Dongfeng. "Dongzi, let me show you an interesting video." Click play, and the art teacher's voice comes from the phone. "Principal Wang, you are so great. I've told you so many times not to address others by their titles at a time like this." This time Yi-bai did not use time pause. But Principal Wang's angry expression was still frozen on his face. He didn't understand why the video he had taken with his art teacher last week appeared in Yi-bai's phone. This is clearly a little secret between the two of them. Song Dongfeng's eyes almost popped out when he saw such an explosive video. Fuck. Isn't this a teacher from the art department? Brother Bai, how did you get it? Send me a copy. She called me Principal Wang. Could it be that the big-bellied man in the video is you, the principal? Zhang Lingnan's face was also full of excitement. He winked and gave the principal a thumbs up, showing an expression that all men understand. When the brothers who were guarding outside the door heard this, they couldn't hold back any longer and swarmed in, crowding behind Yi Bai to watch and comment. The netizens on Tieba were right. Fat people are small. What's wrong with being small? Being small is also cute, right? How could a group of hot-blooded young men watch such a video? They were all extremely excited. That's enough. Stop arguing. Yi Bai put his phone back in his pocket and patted the table. The brothers suddenly became quiet, and the office, which had been as noisy as a vegetable market before, became so noisy that you could hear a pin drop. You all should go back to class first. I have something to discuss with the principal. Looking at the blushing principal, Yi Bai added, the contents of the video are to be kept secret for the time being. Once you leave this door, you are not allowed to discuss it or tell anyone. Do you understand? I understand, Brother Bai. The brothers answered in unison, and then retreated like a tide. Song Dongfeng walked at the end and closed the door considerately. Now he understood why Brother Bai was so confident that he could return to school. With this video, the little punk principal would be easily controlled by them vitiligo. From now on, Taojiang University is completely their world. Song Dongfeng was full of confidence for a while, fantasizing about his grand ambitions starting from school. Chapter 6, The Last Day of April, The Withered Jailing Flower. Yi Bai smiled and said, Lao Wang, you don't want your wife to see this video, right? Where did you get it? Did that bitch show you give it to you? This has nothing to do with you. Yi Bai flicked the ash from his cigarette. Now I want to go back to school. Do you have any objection? Principal Wang lowered his head dejectedly. He was able to become the principal because of his father-in-law's connections. Once the video with the art teacher was leaked, his life would be ruined. After a while, he replied in a muffled voice, I have no objection, the video. I won't send it to anyone. So many students saw it just now. If they spread it. Don't worry, I will take good care of my brothers. That's it, Lao Wang. I'll rely on you from now on. Yi Bai stood up, put out his cigarette in the ashtray, patted the principal on the shoulder, and stood up to leave. Principal Wang pulled his hair in pain. He hasn't sent the video to anyone, so there must be something wrong with the art teacher. He couldn't figure it out. If the video was leaked, he would be doomed, but his art teacher wouldn't be much better off. After all, she also had a husband. Why did she do that? Could it be that she and Yi Bai? Sophomore, Class 2, Electronic Information Engineering. Counselor Li Daon led Yi Bai into the classroom. Find a seat yourself. Li Daon looked as if his mother had died. He felt extremely upset. Yi Bai is the biggest troublemaker in the class, causing trouble all the time. This kind of person is the scum of the garbage and a stain on his educational career. When Yi Bai was expelled, he was so happy that he almost went to the school gate to set off firecrackers. Who would have thought that just a few days later, the principal would revoke his decision? Teacher Li, the principal asked me to tell you to call my parents and let them know that I'm back at school. Yi Bai instructed. Got it. Li Daong waved his hand impatiently and left in a depressed mood. Yi Bai didn't care about his attitude and returned to his seat in the last row reserved for school bullies. Fearing that Li Daong would not do anything, he sent another text message to his family, saying that he had returned to school and that they could call the counselor to verify. After doing all this, Yi Bai breathed a sigh of relief. If I had gone back to school, my mother wouldn't have come to the city, and she wouldn't have been in a car accident and become disabled for life. I won't become disabled, and I won't fall off a cliff and die accidentally. If nothing had happened to my mother, I would have lived a clean life, not gone to jail or been involved in gangs, and my father would not have died of depression. Everything will be fine. Buzz. The phone vibrated. Yi Bai opened it and saw that it was a message from Shen Mengyao. Yi Bai, are you back to school? Looking back, he sent dozens of messages to Shen Mengyao after he was fired, but she didn't reply to any of them. This green tea bitch. Yi Bai was disdainful. Knowing that you are back and useful, you start fishing again? Yi Bai had already seen through this woman's true face, so naturally he would not pay any attention to her anymore. The lecturer started the lecture. The student at the next table was sleeping, so Yi Bai simply borrowed his textbook. After being reborn, I will study hard and become a top student. Yi Bai sat upright and began to listen to the class attentively. 10 minutes later, he fell asleep on the table seriously. After a long time, the bell for the end of get out of class rang and Yi Bai woke up. It seems that even if I am reborn, I am still not good at studying. Those who can barely get into college are those who sat behind a top student during the college entrance examination and were good at copying. Let's figure out how to make money first. Since we are reborn, of course we want to become rich. But there is a problem. Everyone knows that after rebirth, investing in real estate and Bitcoin can be very profitable. But the question is, how to earn the initial capital? Yi Bai began to recall his past life and the rebirth novels he had read in his spare time. Bet on football? But Yi Bai usually doesn't watch football, he just likes to play football. This road passes. Lottery tickets are not an option either, as they are exclusively for internal leaders and their families. Stocks are even worse for him. As a man who has been involved in society, he knows nothing about finance. If he opened a casino and lent money at high interest rates, Yi Bai would be confident that he could make $1 million within a month. But if that happens, wouldn't we be returning to the old path of crime? If we stop time and empty the money truck? No. I have to live a clean life in this life and not do such illegal and criminal things. After a long period of thinking, Yi Bai still couldn't think of any way to make money quickly and legally until school was over. Taojiang University is the best university in the local area, so most of the students studying here are locals, and most of them do not live in the dormitory. As soon as school is over, a group of brothers came to the classroom door and surrounded Yi Bai as they walked out of the school. Brother Bai, I have an idea that can make 200,000 in a week. Song Dongfeng said excitedly. Oh? Tell me about it. Yi Bai didn't believe that this rough guy's brain could be better than his own. Now the principal is one of our vitiligo people. The whole school is ours. We can collect protection fees in the school. There are more than 10,000 students in the school. If each student charges 50, how much money can we collect? This plan was very good. Yi Bai was very happy and rewarded Song Dongfeng with a big chestnut. I'll say this one last time. I won't lead you into society. There's no future in society. I'm going to lead you down the right path. If anyone goes to society, I, Yi Bai, will treat him as if I don't have a brother. Yi Bai had a gloomy face. Song Dongfeng touched his head awkwardly. No, we will listen to Brother Bai. Brother Bai looked to the southeast. And Ai Shen suddenly shouted in a low voice, his small green bean-like eyes shining brightly, "It's Cao Chen, I feel a little dizzy when I see him." Yi Bai turned his head and his eyes were also dazzled. Then I saw a beautiful girl walking out of the school. Amazing, coupled with the slender waist, it gives people the feeling of a thin branch with rich fruits hanging on it. If you walk a little faster, the visual impact will be too deadly. It's Cao Chen, Chen Sini. She has an extremely pure face, like a delicate little white flower, but she also has a devilish figure. A combination of a devil and an angel. Shen Mengyao was elevated to a deity because of the favoritism of the school bully Yi Bai, and was called the school belle by many students. But Chen Sini is the real campus belle of Taojiang University, a goddess-like figure who can beat Shen Mengyao in every aspect. When he was a student, Chen Sini was the kind of goddess that Yi Bai could not reach. Although he was the legendary school bully, he still felt inferior in front of such a gifted girl. He only dared to fantasize about her in his heart and did not have the courage to approach her at all. Yi Bai was able to go to Taojiang University because he was good at cheating in exams, while Chen Sini studied at Taojiang University just because it was close to home. She is not only a top student, but also proficient in piano. She has participated in various piano competitions since elementary school and won numerous awards. But such a gifted child did not shine in her previous life. The last time Yi Bai heard of her was the news of her death. The last day of April. Chen Sini went home after finishing her professional classes as usual, and was then targeted by a wanted criminal. The wanted criminal followed her home and brutally murdered her. Zhou Kachang, known as Headshot Brother in the underworld, has committed dozens of crimes with guns in 4 provinces of Jiangsu, Hunan, Zhongqing and Shanxi over a period of 9 years, killing 26 people and injuring dozens of others. The local police have issued a reward of up to 500,000. Zhou Kachang is the wanted criminal who killed Chen Sini. Yi Bai is very familiar with this person. Because of this person, he was caught by the police 3 years later and was Yi Bai's cellmate for a short time. Then he was executed by lethal injection. Zhou Kechang once vividly described his experience of kidnapping Chen Sini. "That is the most beautiful woman I have ever seen in my life. Even the actresses in the movies can't compare to her. Unfortunately, she refused to obey and even tried to escape. I accidentally beat her to death. What a pity. I didn't want to kill the corpse, so I missed it." Yi Bai's eyes were cold. He finally figured out how to make his first pot of gold. He is here in this life. Chen Sini, this flower on the high mountain, will never wither. Chapter 7. Yi Bai, I won't like you. As long as you arrest Zhou Kechang and hand him over to the police, you will receive a reward of 500,000 renminbi. The last day of April. April 30th. Isn't it today? Everything seemed to be destined. The day of Yi Bai's rebirth was actually the anniversary of Chen Sini's death in his previous life. Seeing Chen Sini and her bestie leaving hand in hand, Yi Bai was about to follow them, but suddenly it occurred to him that maybe Zhou Kechang had already set his sights on Chen Sini by now? Is he watching from the shadows? If he were there, I would definitely be discovered if I followed Chen Sini. After all, Zhou Kechang was an extremely vicious gangster who had been wanted by the police for many years, but he was able to travel around 4 provinces, committing many crimes and killing dozens of people. This kind of person has extremely strong investigative abilities. Although Yi Bai had experience in escape, he was found and killed by his protector in less than 3 months. In terms of investigative capabilities, he can't even catch up with Zhou Kechang. He thought for a moment and came up with an idea. "Dongzi, go buy me a bunch of flowers." Although Yi Bai has a mature soul, he still looks young, a handsome man of 185 centimeters tall. In Zhou Kechang's eyes, college students pose no threat at all. Even if he spotted me, he would just think I was a little boy who was in love with Chen Sini and was secretly following her. Yi Bai did not hide himself. Holding flowers in his hand, he followed Chen Sini not far behind. It didn't take long for the girl in front to notice him. "Sini, why is Yi Bai following us all the time? I'm a little scared." The girl with bangs turned around and glanced at Yi Bai. "Oh my god. It's true." He was holding flowers in his hand. Could it be that he failed in his licking of Shen Mengyao and is now changing his target and trying to pursue his ideal? Said a girl with a ponytail. "I think it's probably true. I just noticed at the school gate that Yi Bai was staring at Sini with lustful eyes." The girl with bangs agreed. "Don't talk nonsense. Chen Sini's pretty cheeks flushed, maybe he just walked with us." Yi Bai was speechless. What was going on? When did he look at Chen Sini with lustful eyes? Is Yi Bai that kind of lustful man? Etc. Yi Bai suddenly realized something was wrong. He was more than 10 meters away from them and the surrounding environment was very noisy. Why could he hear their whispers? Moreover, the building in the distance was several kilometers away, so why could I clearly see a man and a woman in front of the French window? Is this also the benefit of rebirth? It has enhanced my senses and given me the hearing of a cat and the vision of an eagle. Suddenly, Yi Bai felt like a thorn in his back. It was as if I was being stared at by some ferocious beast. He did not look back, but continued walking forward calmly. When he passed by a shop window, he pretended to look in the mirror and adjust his clothes. He glanced inadvertently and saw a thin man in a hat following not far behind him. Yi Bai recognized at a glance that this person was Zhou Kechang. If he uses time pause now, he can catch Zhou Kechang, but his superpowers will be exposed under surveillance. When time is paused, everything is prohibited, including surveillance. But when time is paused to subdue Zhou Kechang under surveillance, a strange scene will appear. Yi Bai was walking on the side of the road in the previous second, and in the next second he teleported to Zhou Liqiang and subdued him. Yi Bai gave up the idea of arresting him now, pretended not to notice anything, and continued walking forward. Soon, all of Chen Sini's friends left, leaving her alone walking in front. Suddenly, Chen Sini stopped and stood still. Yi Bai, who was following behind, also stopped. Zhou Kechang, who was at the back, also stood there and took out his cell phone to pretend to send a message. Chen Sini turned around and stared at Yi Bai with her big watery eyes. "Yi Bai, why are you following me all the time?" Yi Bai was afraid of alerting the enemy, so he held up the flowers and shouted loudly, "Chen Sini, I want you to be my girlfriend." Chen Sini showed an expression of as expected, her delicate eyebrows raised, and said seriously, "Yi Bai, I don't like bad students, I won't like you, just give up." I'm home, don't follow me anymore. After Chen Sini finished speaking, she turned around and trotted into the neighborhood next door. Yi Bai sighed, his face showing 3 parts of regret, 3 parts of shame and anger, 3 parts of pain, and 1 part of acting skills. Anyone who sees him would think he is a male college student who just broke up with his love. Sure enough, Zhou Kachang behind him relaxed his vigilance, brushed past him, and walked into the community. Yi Bai followed quietly. Now he doesn't need to follow Chen Sini anymore, he just needs to keep an eye on this walking 500,000. As he walked, he called the police. Hello, this is the Jianya District Branch of Taojiang City. Uncle Police, my name is Yi Bai, a sophomore at Taojiang University. I want to call the police. I found the wanted criminal Zhou Kachang. Yes, the fugitive who shot and killed dozens of people. I found him in Jixian Yayuan community on Jikingman Street. He followed my classmates into Unit 1, Building 5. Student Ji Bai, are you sure that the person you saw was Zhou Kachang? The police's voice was very serious. No doubt about it. I saw the wanted poster for Zhou Kachang yesterday. He looks exactly like this guy. Moreover, I noticed that he had a pistol on his waist. Student Ji Bai, please find a safe place to hide. Zhou Kachang is a vicious gangster. You must pay attention to your own safety. Please hurry up, Zhou Kachang has targeted my classmate, and I'm very worried about her. No, I have to go save her. I can't let Chen Sini get into trouble. Yi Bai's voice was trembling and he looked very scared. Student Ji Bai, don't be impulsive. Hey! Hey! Beep beep. Yi Bai hung up the phone expressionlessly and quickly followed. 2nd floor, 3rd floor, 4th floor, she lives on the 4th floor. With her cat-like hearing, she could clearly hear the sound of Chen Sini going upstairs and opening the door. Yi Bai was about to enter the building when he suddenly realized that he only heard the sound of Chen Sini going upstairs, but not Zhou Kachang. Yi Bai stood at the door, his breathing slowed down, and he did not move. At the same time, inside the door, in the stairwell, Zhou Kachang leaned against the wall, looking quietly at the door, while listening with his ears tilted, counting the sounds of Chen Sini going upstairs. After confirming which floor she lived on, Zhou Kachang was not in a hurry to go up. He still tilted his head and stared at the door like a wooden man. Outside the door, inside the door. Separated by a wall. Both men stood still. Chapter 8, Simple and Rough, Knocking into Her Heart. A strange scene happened. The 2 men, separated by a wall, stood still, staring at the door without blinking. After a long time, Zhou Kachang confirmed that no one was following him, then he lowered his footsteps and slowly went upstairs. Hearing the noise of him going upstairs, Yi Bai took out a baseball bat from his bag and followed him upstairs. He originally planned to use time pause to subdue Zhou Kachang in the stairwell, but strangely, there were surveillance cameras here as well. Why is there surveillance cameras everywhere in this community? Who is an important person living here? Yi Bai was puzzled. If time is paused in the corridor, the surveillance will be exposed and there is a risk of discovering your superpowers. Yi Bai thought about it and decided to subdue the gangster at Chen Sini's house. Upstairs, Zhou Kachang came to room 401 and knocked on the door gently. Who is it? Chen Sini's clear voice came from inside the door. Is Mr. Chen Zhangbin home? There is a package for you. Chen Zhangbin is the real name of Chen Sini's father. When Chen Sini heard Zhou Kachang say her father's name, she did not doubt it and opened the security door. As soon as the door opened a crack, Zhou Kachang stretched out his right foot and placed it in the gap. Chen Sini was stunned, but she reacted quickly and tried to close the door immediately, while kicking the foot out hard. But it was too late. Zhou Kachang forced the door open, squeezed in instantly, and closed the security door in the process. You, who are you and what do you want to do? Chen Sini's face was full of vigilance. She slowly backed away. Just as she was about to escape into the bedroom, Zhou Kachang grabbed her hair and threw her to the ground. Chen Sini screamed for help and struggled desperately, but as a weak woman, she could not compare to the desperate criminal in terms of strength. Zhou Kachang quickly took out the tape to seal Chen Sini's mouth, and then tied her hands and feet. After returning home, Chen Sini changed into a set of home clothes, a tight vest and a white miniskirt. Looking at the beautiful girl full of youthful vitality, Zhou Kachang swallowed. He walked over and reached out to pull Chen Sini's short skirt. Chen Sini's face was filled with fear and she struggled even more violently. Zhou Kachang was somewhat dissatisfied and slapped Chen Sini hard in the face. Pa! Bang! Bang! Pa! Pa, pa. After being slapped more than 10 times in a row, his palms were numb. Chinsini fell limply to the ground, her hair disheveled, her cheeks swollen, blood oozing from her mouth and nose, her eyes blurry, and her head dizzy. Seeing that she had stopped struggling, Zhou Kachang smiled grimly and continued to reach out to pull her skirt. But the next second, Chinsini began to struggle again. The fear of being raped overcame the physical pain, and she had only one thought in her mind: she must not let the bad guys succeed. Damn it! There was a ruthless look in Zhou Kachang's eyes. He picked up the vase on the table, aimed it at Chinsini's head and smashed it hard. Ugh! Chinsini closed her eyes in horror, her heart filled with despair. Hearing the sound of the security door closing, Yi Bai's heart skipped a beat and he hurried up. When he got outside and carefully examined the door lock, he breathed a sigh of relief, took out the keychain from his pocket, straightened the iron ring of the key, and poked it into the door lock. He put his ear close to the door and listened to the movement in the keyhole. Fortunately, it's not a smart door lock, otherwise I would have wasted the time I paused time on violently smashing the door. Yi Bai learned the lock-picking skills from one of his subordinates in his previous life. Give him a wire and he can poke open any door with a hole in it. With his super hearing, he can clearly hear the movement of the lock core, and his lock-picking ability has reached a higher level than in his previous life. Soon, there was a crisp sound. The door opened. Yi Bai raised his leg and kicked hard. Bang! There was a loud bang. The security door was kicked open from the outside, and then a loud shout came from the door: Zhou Kachang. Put down your weapon, you are under arrest. Zhou Kachang raised the vase but hadn't smashed it yet when he heard the noise and was startled and turned back subconsciously. Seeing that it was the student who had just confessed to Chinsini, he couldn't help but reveal a contemptuous smile, another one who was seeking death. There is a road to heaven but you don't take it, there is no door to hell but you come by yourself. Zhou Kachang shook his head and pulled out a gun from his waist. Wow! The world suddenly stopped. Zhou Kachang had a cruel smile on his face, Chinsini's pupils contracted, and her face showed a bit of surprise and worry. They all seemed like characters in a movie with the pause button pressed. As Yi Bai walked towards Zhou Kachang, he took out a pair of gloves from his pocket. I don't know if it's an occupational disease, but when Yi Bai came back to life, he found that he had the ability to stop time. The first thing he did was to find a pair of gloves and put them on. Wearing white gloves, he walked up to Zhou Kachang and pulled the gun out of his hand. Holding the gun in his right hand and quickly loading the chamber with his left hand, Yi Bai subconsciously commented, "The spring needs to be increased by 2 pounds." Then, Yi Bai took out all the bullets in the magazine and put them into Zhou Kachang's pocket, leaving only one loaded. Then he put the gun back in his hand, pointed the muzzle at his kneecap, and pulled his index finger. No! It's not safe enough. Even if Zhou Kachang loses one leg, he still has the ability to fight back. Yi Bai was well aware of Zhou Kachang's cruelty. Although he had rich fighting experience, his current physical fitness was not as good as the one he had been tempered with in his previous life. Therefore, he was not completely sure that he could subdue Zhou Kachang. Although the opponent had lost a leg, wild beasts often become more ferocious after being injured. Yi Bai picked up the baseball bat, aimed it at Zhou Kachang's right elbow joint, and hit it hard. Next came the left elbow, and finally the other kneecap. Under the time ban, the propagation of sound stopped, so everything happened silently. Now it's okay. Yi Bai nodded with satisfaction. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. 3 minutes were almost up. Yi Bai returned to his original position and resumed his righteous expression. Wow! The world returns to normal. There was a loud bang, followed by the sound of a bullet piercing a human body. This was followed by 3 muffled sounds and a shrill scream. Zhou Kachang staggered and fell to the ground, looking a little confused in pain. What's going on? Is it haunted? He clearly wanted to raise his gun to shoot the guy, so how could he shoot through his own knee? Also, why do my elbows and other leg hurt so much? It was as if someone had hit him hard with a hammer. All his bones seemed to be broken and he couldn't muster any strength. But before he could think more, Yi Bai had already pounced on him and hit him on the head with a baseball bat. Bang! 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 Along with the sound of a baseball bat hitting flesh, Chinsini, who was lying on the side with her little head tilted back, had a strange light in her eyes. She felt Yi Bai was so handsome, and his whole body seemed to be glowing. As the most dazzling girl in Taojian University, Chinsini has always looked down on uneducated hooligans like Yi Bai, thinking they are childish and stupid. I think girls who like this kind of gangster are idiots. But at this moment, she realized Yi Bai's handsomeness for the first time. She even said that she had never seen such a handsome boy in her life. The sound of the baseball bat hitting her heart seemed to hit her every time. Chapter 9: Subduing the Wanted Criminal. Yi Bai swung the baseball bat and hit Zhou Kachang all over the body, using all his strength every time. Soon, Zhou Kachang turned into a puddle of mud, and no one knew how many bones were broken in his body. Since Zhou Kachang's elbows and knees were broken when time was paused, Yi Bai was afraid of leaving any flaws, so he could only hammer him all over. After a while, Yi Bai threw down the blood-stained baseball bat, walked to Chen, and tore off the tape on her mouth. "Are you okay?" Chen shook her head weakly, her shining eyes staring at Yi Bai's cheek without blinking. Yi Bai didn't notice her abnormality. He untied the tape that bound her hands and feet. Just as he helped her up, she couldn't hold on any longer and fell down. Yi Bai hugged Chen, picked her up by the waist and put her on the sofa. "He looks like this even when lying flat. He must be blessed by God." Yi Bai retracted his gaze, not daring to look any further. The sound of sirens came from far away downstairs. Yi Bai looked around to make sure there were no loopholes left, then walked to the door and raised his hands high. "Uncle Police, I'm a good man. I was the one who called the police. I have already subdued the criminal Zhou Kachang." Taojiang City Jianya District Branch. Interrogation Room. A detective with a wise look was taking Yi Bai's statement. "You said that after Zhou Kachang saw you coming in, for some reason he pulled out a gun and shot himself in the thigh?" "Yes, it should be that the gun went off accidentally." Yi Bai's face still had the fear of surviving a disaster. "How did you open the security door?" "Use this," Yi Bai said as he placed the straightened keychain on the table. There was a surveillance camera in the stairwell, and the scene of opening the door must have been captured on camera, so there was no need for him to lie. "How come you, a college student, have such lock-picking skills?" The criminal police frowned. The victim's family was quite special. The anti-theft door was specially made. It was not easy for ordinary locksmiths to open it, but this guy opened it easily within a few minutes. "I learned this from a neighbor who had a limp when I was a kid. His nickname was Erlangzi." Yi Bai replied that there was indeed such a person in Taojiang City, and he was a well-known thief in the underworld in the 1990s. Although Erlangzi didn't know Yi Bai at all, he had died a few years ago. There was no evidence and the police had no way to investigate. It turns out to be him, no wonder. The old detective suddenly realized and obviously knew this person. "I will register it later. I hope you don't use this ability for evil purposes." The two of them were asking and answering questions, and as they were talking, the door of the interrogation room was pushed open. A policeman in his 40s walked in with a middle-aged man in an executive jacket. "Chief." The old detective stood up quickly. "Xiao Lu, please come out for a moment. This is the victim's family member. They want to consult this brave young man about something." The chief said this and called the old detective to go out. "My name is Qin Zhengbin, and I'm Chen Sini's father." The middle-aged man looked dignified, his eyes full of righteousness. "Hello, uncle." Yi Bai stood up. "Don't be shy, sit down." Chen Zhengbin patted Yi Bai's shoulder. "Student Yi Bai, you are a boy with a strong sense of justice. Uncle also admires your courage." Chen Zhengbin's face was full of admiration and gratitude. "You saved my daughter. If it weren't for you, Sini might have already. No matter how much I say, I can't express my gratitude. Uncle promises to agree to your 3 requests, but the premise is that they cannot violate laws and regulations, and cannot go against basic principles. As long as it is within my ability, I will do my best." Chen Zhengbin looked serious. "Uncle, you are too kind. I believe anyone would do the same in that situation." Yi Bai looked at Chen Zhengbin's face and felt that he looked very familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere. "Wait. Chen Zhengbin, secretary of the Taojiang Municipal Party Committee." Yi Bai finally remembered who the person in front of him was. Originally, Yi Bai thought that this person was only good at talking and saying some words of thanks, but he didn't even give any substantial rewards. But only after knowing his identity did I realize how heavy these 3 promises were. In fact, Yi Bai had never dealt with Chen Zhengbin in his previous life, he had only heard of his deeds. By the time he was rising to become a social leader, the city's top leader had already been replaced. If I remember correctly, this top leader was investigated for work style and discipline issues a year later, and then he committed suicide out of fear of punishment for unknown reasons. The water here is very deep, Yi Bai didn't dare to think about it too much. But if he remembered correctly, this top leader had a very good reputation among the people and did not seem like a corrupt official. Uncle Chen, I heard Zhou Keqiang say your name when he tricked Chen Sini into opening the door. I feel like he didn't commit the crime randomly, but had it planned. Chen Jingbin's eyes narrowed, as if he had thought of something, and his expression became serious. Student Yi Bai, thank you for your reminder. Uncle suddenly remembered that there is something else that needs to be dealt with. Come to my house for dinner another day. Let's leave contact information first. Chen Zhangbin stood up. Uncle's 3 promises are valid forever. After Chen Zhangbin left, the director came in with a few policemen. My dear little brother, you are so cruel. I just got the news from the hospital that Zhou Keqiang is finally out of danger. He almost died. The director smiled and gave a thumbs up. Uncle Police, I was so scared at that time. He was a wanted criminal who had killed dozens of people and had a gun in his hand. Yi Bai smiled bitterly. I understand. I'm not looking for trouble with you. Although you hit me a little too hard, it happened for a reason and it's understandable. It's a case of bravery and self-defense. The director was still smiling. You should know about the bounty issued by the police for Zhou Keqiang. There is a reward of 500,000 yuan. In addition, the bureau has decided to give you an additional reward of 80,000 yuan. Leave your bank card number later, and we will go through the process as soon as possible. If it's fast, the reward will be credited to your account within 3 working days. Thank you, police officer. Yi Bai's spirits lifted. After working so hard for so long, isn't it just for this first pot of gold? I didn't expect there would be a pleasant surprise and I could get an extra 80,000. By the way, little brother, according to the rules, we should notify the school and let the school commend you. However, the identity of the victim is rather special, so this matter cannot be made public, you understand? Said the director. Clear. Yi Bai nodded. He didn't care about the school's commendation. Moreover, if this matter were to be spread, it would indeed be bad for the girl's reputation. Although she was successfully rescued, there would definitely be people who would make malicious speculations, and her innocence would be gone. After a lot of trouble, the police finally let Yi Bai go. When he returned home, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. Aunt Xinyu hadn't gone to bed yet and was sitting on the small sofa in the living room. It's round there, like a millstone, and a small sofa can hardly fit in it. Xiaobai, why did you come home just now? The phone couldn't be reached. What's going on? Did the school revoke the decision? Xinyu looked at Yi Bai nervously. The principal agreed to let me go back to school. Yi Bai replied with a smile. Great. Xinyu waved her fist excitedly. You must be hungry. Auntie will go and heat up some food for you. As she spoke, Xinyu stood up and walked towards the kitchen. She was wearing a tight nightgown that was tight all over and swayed left and right as she walked. Ding ding ding. There was a noise coming from Xinyu's bedroom, the sound of the washing machine. Xiaobai, go help Auntie hang up the clothes. Good. Yi Bai agreed, went to the balcony of his aunt's bedroom, turned on the washing machine and hung the clothes. When I lowered my head, I saw a stepmother's skirt in the dirty clothes basket next to the washing machine. It's Xinyu's clothes. A very charming purple. Suddenly, Yi Bai focused his eyes and found that there was actually a bee resting on it. Chapter 10 Aunt's Misunderstanding. Why didn't you close the window screen? All the mosquitoes flew in. Yi Bai picked up his stepmother's skirt, opened the window, and shook the bees out. A moment ago, Xinyu told Yi Bai to hang up the clothes while he stayed in the kitchen to continue heating up the meal. Etc. I haven't had time to wash the skirt I took off. How embarrassing for Xiaobai to see this. Thinking of this, Xinyu quickly turned off the fire and went to his bedroom. Xiaobai, I'll hang the clothes myself, you go. Xinyu's voice stopped abruptly, and then her charming eyes widened and her rosy mouth opened slightly. A look of astonishment. Yi Bai was standing on the balcony, holding. Noob. You. I. Xinyu spoke incoherently, and a blush appeared on her dignified and beautiful face. What is Xiaobai doing? He actually stole. Auntie, there was a bee up there just now. I was afraid you would get stung, so I helped you shake the bee out. Yi Bai remained calm and gestured for her to look at the bee still hovering on the window screen. Put it down quickly. I'll hang the clothes myself. Xiao Bai, go to the living room and wait. Xinyu didn't believe Yi Bai's words at all. Her dignified and pretty face turned red and she didn't dare to look into Yi Bai's eyes. Although the situation was a bit awkward, Yi Bai had lived 2 lives and had rich experience. He had a thicker face than a city wall and didn't think it was a big deal. After letting it go, he walked out with a natural look. After he went out, Xinyu hurriedly put away his clothes. Stinky little white. You actually want to steal someone else's. Xinyu was ashamed and angry, and waved her pink fist at the air, as if she was hitting Yi Bai. At this moment, Xinyu didn't look like a woman in her 30s at all, but more like a shy girl. After adjusting his mood, Xinyu walked out of the room and went to the kitchen to heat up the meal. Soon, the meal was heated up, but Xinyu still felt embarrassed. He asked Yi Bai to finish eating and clean up himself, then hurried back to the bedroom and closed the door. Yi Bai felt a little amused. After he entered society in his previous life, he never had any contact with Xinyu again, and his impression of her gradually faded. After spending time with her today, he discovered that this aunt, who was already 32 years old, did not seem to be very mature mentally. It actually gives people a childish and cute feeling. It's probably because Auntie has never had any experience in society. After inheriting her late husband's estate, Xinyu became a landlord's wife, owning 3 buildings. She had no worries about food and clothing and did not need to struggle for a living, so it was understandable that she had such a personality. Wait. Isn't Li Shiyan already an adult? Yi Bai suddenly thought of a question. Auntie is 32 years old this year, her daughter Li Shiyan is 18 years old, so what about the child she gave birth to when she was 14? Giving birth at 14, pregnant at 13? If this is true, then Xinyu's late husband probably would not have died accidentally, but would still be in prison. Li Shiyan is probably not my aunt's biological daughter, or she is my aunt's adopted child. Or, Li Shiyan is the child of my aunt's late husband, and my aunt is her stepmother. Yi Bai carefully recalled the details of how his aunt and Li Shiyan interacted. Although Li Shiyan called his aunt mom, the way they interacted in daily life did not act like mother and daughter at all. Li Shiyan has a stern face all day long, is very precocious, and sometimes even disciplines Xinyu. When the latter was being educated, he just kept his head down, like a child who had done something wrong and didn't dare to talk back. One is clearly over 30 years old, but still acts like a child. One is still a girl, but looks very mature. This mother and daughter are so interesting. After eating and washing up, Yi Bai lay on the bed, thinking about how to use money to make more money after getting his first pot of gold. If I remember correctly, Bitcoin will see its first crazy rise at the end of this year. It started at $13 at the beginning of the year and exceeded $1,000 by the end of the year. The overall market value will also exceed $1 billion for the first time. An increase of nearly 100 times, this is a huge opportunity. Let's set a goal first. Make 10 million before summer vacation. Then use the money to invest in Bitcoin and make a killing. When Yi Bai was worrying about how to make 10 million, Xinyu was also very worried. Thinking about what Yi Bai had just stolen from him, Xinyu blushed and his heart started beating fast. Xiao Bai has really grown up. Recalling Yi Bai's actions at home at noon, Xinyu felt a little worried. What if one day he insisted on having sex with her like in the movies? What should she do then? Xiao Bai is so strong, I definitely can't resist him. If he really did that to me, how would I ever face Sister Qin in the future? I don't know why, but while Xinyu was worried, he seemed to feel a little. No. We can't do this. I'm Xiao Bai's aunt and a friend of his mother. After all these years together, I have already considered Xiao Bai as half my son. Xinyu shook his head and threw those messy images out of his mind. After thinking for a moment, she turned on the computer and searched on the browser. My nephew stole my, what should I do? Xinyu didn't expect that there were actually quite a few people encountering this problem, and many people were consulting about this issue on the internet. But after looking for a long time, I couldn't find any reliable ones. Got it. Go ask Xinyu. Xinyu is Qinyu's college classmate and best friend. Xinyu, like Qinyu, is also a sexy beauty, and both have countless suitors in college. Different from Qinyu, who is ignorant of the world, Xinu is a very realistic and smart woman. Not only did she treat those suitors coldly, she also acted as an older sister and protected Qinyu very well. Xinyu has long legs and is tall. After graduating from university, she entered the modeling circle. However, without a strong background and unable to accept the unspoken rules, she wasted several years without making any progress. But I heard that she has changed her career and become a host. She is quite famous on the internet and is one of the big hosts with millions of followers. Chapter 11, Auntie's Friend's Assistance. Shinyu called her best friend and told her the situation. 185 centimeters tall handsome man? Male dog waist little wolf dog, sister, what are you still hesitating about? Just obey him. You two are not related by blood anyway, so what if he's your friend's son? Wouldn't that be more exciting? Sinyu's voice is nice, but her voice is loud, and she has a straightforward personality, so she has received unanimous praise from fans. She is beautiful, has a sexy figure, and her legs are longer than her life, but it's a pity that she has a mouth. Ah. Shinyu was dumbfounded. Really? Of course I'm just kidding, but why do I have the feeling that you are actually looking forward to something happening between you and your handsome nephew? Shinyu teased. No. Shinyu blushed and waved his hands. I'm asking for your advice seriously, what should I do now? Xinu pondered for a moment and said, I think it is better to relieve the pressure than to block it. If we keep blocking it, big problems will arise sooner or later. In order to avoid that happening, I suggest that we relieve the pressure on him. Okay, I know what to do. Thank you, Yu. I love you. Shinyu groaned and hung up the phone, her pretty face full of determination. Sinyu on the other end of the phone was a little confused. She hadn't even finished speaking, so how did you understand? What do you understand? Sinyu originally wanted to tell her that she could give her nephew a safety and health education, find him a movie to watch, and let him play by himself. Will this silly girl misunderstand what I mean? She shouldn't go into battle herself. That shouldn't be the case. She's already a 32-year-old woman. How could she be so stupid? Yi Bai was still thinking about his next plan to make money when there was a knock on the door. Xiao Bai, are you asleep? Aunt Xinyu's voice came from outside the door. Not yet, come in, Auntie. Xinyu opened the door and walked in. She pretended to be calm, with no extra expression on her face, but her rolling eyes still revealed her inner nervousness. Xiao Bai, Auntie has something to tell you. Go ahead, Auntie. It's, that. Xinyu hesitated for a long time, finally took a deep breath, and finally mustered up the courage to speak out. Auntie knows that you have grown up and are no longer the child you once were. It is normal for you to be curious about and yearn for women. Auntie can understand. Auntie understands your inner restlessness. Actually, I'm not angry about you stealing that, but clothes that have just been taken off are dirty. Xinyu said as he placed something on the bedside. This is clean. If you want to use it, use this. Xinyu said everything he wanted to say in one breath, then pretended to be calm and walked out of Yi Bai's room, closed the door, and ran back to his bedroom. What am I doing? How shameful. Xinyu blushed so much that water was about to drip out of her face. She felt embarrassed and shy, but inexplicably, she felt. Yi Bai looked at the things left by his aunt and was a little speechless. What's going on? What do you mean, Auntie? You want me to use this? Yi Bai was a little bit unbelievable. I, Yi Bai, am a great hero after all. How could I do such a vulgar thing? What's more, he had seen countless people in his previous life and had seen all kinds of women, so how could he possibly use this? But then again, people as exquisite as Auntie were really rare in my previous life. To be honest, Yi Bai is quite greedy for his aunt. Wait. What's that noise? Yi Bai's eyes focused, and suddenly a faint voice came to his ears. With super hearing activated, the sound suddenly became clear. No way, Auntie is actually. Yi Bai was a little shocked. The usually dignified and beautiful aunt, late at night. But if you think about it carefully, it is understandable. After her husband passed away, Xinyu has been alone. After a long time, it is inevitable that she will feel lonely. Do you want to help Auntie? Yi Bai recalled the plot he had watched before. After hesitating for a moment, I gave up the idea. Although he had feelings for Xinyu, the timing was not right yet. Going in now would scare her and she would be very resistant. Yi Bai can't do anything to force others. What he wants is a mutual consent between him and his aunt. Yi Bai also has full confidence that he can conquer Xinyu with his personal charm in the future. But this movement. It makes people want to see with their own eyes what the aunt is doing now. As he was thinking, Yi Bai felt his eyes suddenly itchy and uncomfortable. After rubbing for a while and putting in eye drops, the discomfort slowly disappeared. Yi Bai raised his head, blinked, and then was stunned. What did he see? A perfect picture unfolds before your eyes. Heart-pounding images. Wait. My eyes can actually see through two walls. Yi Bai was shocked. He actually gained a new superpower, the ability to see through things. A flash of lightning flashed through my mind. Yi Bai suddenly had a plan for making money next. Chapter 12: A Combination of Angel and Devil. Yi Bai thought of his next plan to make money, that is gambling. X-ray vision is the superpower that all gamblers dream of. With this skill, you can dominate the casino. You can go to Macau during the summer vacation. Before that, after the bounty is paid, we will go to Juxiu Villa to gamble and earn a few million. Juxiu Villa is located in Jinan District, Taojiang City, which has the largest underground casino in Taojiang City. The owner of the casino, Xiao Hongyu, is also an old acquaintance of Yi Bai. In his previous life, after Yi Bai rose to power, he had a conflict with Xiao Hongyu over a construction project. Xiao Hongyu was afraid that Yi Bai would do something shady, so he took action in advance and sent his men to kill Yi Bai. Enai Xian's arm was also cut off when he helped Yi Bai block the knife during that conflict, which caused him to become disabled and eventually retire from the world. In order to avenge Enai Xian, Yi Bai used his beauty to incite Xiao Hongyu's partner to rebel. Finally, at the lakeside of Juxiu Villa, he personally sent Xiao Hongyu off, stuffed him into an iron pipe, filled it with cement, and sank it to the bottom of the lake. Xiao Hongyu, I hope you can be more sensible in this life. Otherwise, I don't mind sending you away again. Yi Bai swore that he would live a clean life and would never get involved in the underworld again. But one must also have a flexible bottom line. Strike when the time is right. No words were spoken that night. When Yi Bai woke up in the morning, his aunt had already prepared breakfast. Xiao Bai, have wolfberry and black chicken soup for breakfast. This is fresh food that Auntie bought at the market at 5 in the morning. Qin, you looked radiant. Mom, do you want to eat something so greasy so early in the morning? Li Shiyan came out of the bathroom. She had just gotten up and washed. She was still wearing shorts, and her pair of long, round legs were particularly eye-catching. She sat down at the dining table expressionlessly, ignoring Yi Bai and treating him as heir. You are still developing your bodies, so there is no harm in eating more nutritious food. Yi Bai felt that his height of 185 centimeters was enough, so he smiled and asked, Auntie, does my body still need to grow? Yi Bai was talking about height, but Qinyu misunderstood what he said as something else. Qinyu's cheeks flushed slightly, and his eyes moved. You bastard is getting bolder and bolder. You dared to tease me in front of Shiyan. Qinyu was angry and glared at Yi Bai fiercely. But her eyes were too charming, and there was a little too much water in them. Although she was a little angry and glared at people, it felt like she was acting like a spoiled child. After the two children finished breakfast and went to school, Qinyu cleaned up the kitchen and went to Yi Bai's room as soon as possible. Why isn't it in the trash can? Qinyu was puzzled and looked under the quilt and the bed, but found nothing. The one given to Yi Bai last night seemed to have been placed on the table without being touched. That shouldn't be the case. Why did things develop differently than I imagined? No. If this continues, Xiao Bai might really not be able to resist and have sex with me one day. We must relieve his stress. He won't have those thoughts. Recalling the scene on the balcony, Qinyu was a little confused. Could it be that Xiao Bai likes that? After struggling for a while, Qinyu finally made up his mind with a red face. When Xiao Bai came back, he would give him a. This brat is really hard to please. Yi Bai and Song Dongfeng walked into the classroom together. As soon as they sat down in the last row, Shen Mangyao best friend, the super tank, came over and knocked on the table. Yi Bai, Mangyao has a stomachache. Go to the supermarket to buy him some brown sugar, and find a place to make a cup of ginger sugar water and send it over. Big Tank said in an imperative tone. Yi Bai didn't even raise his eyes. Get lost. Big Tank was startled. What did you say? I told you to get away from me. What does Shen Mengyao's stomachache have to do with me? Yi Bai was a little impatient. Yi Bai, why are you so stingy? Mengyao just forgot to reply your message, you. Yi Bai interrupted her. I have no relationship with Shen Mengyao and I have no obligation to do anything for her, so don't bother me about her anymore. You, what's your attitude? Do you still want to be Mengyao's boyfriend? I used to pursue Shen Mengyao, but I don't have any feelings for her now, so please, don't bother me anymore. After Yi Bai finished speaking, he saw that the big tank wanted to continue to pester him, so he slapped the table and shouted, "Dongzi! Here comes Brother Bai." Song Dongfeng couldn't hold back any longer and walked over eagerly after receiving the order. "Get this fat pig away and stop bothering me." "Receive." Song Dongfeng looked down at the big tank, his eyes as big as copper bells. "You heard what my elder brother said. If you dare to bother him again, I will beat you every time I see you. Get out of here right now." Big Tank was so angry that she was shaking and her face turned red, but looking at Song Dongfeng, who was over 1.9 meters tall and as strong as a gorilla, she didn't dare to say a word and walked away in shame. "Mengyao, you heard it. Yi Bai has gone too far. You should stop paying attention to him." Big Tank sat down next to Shen Mengyao and complained to her. Shen Mengyao nodded. She heard everything Yi Bai said, but Shen Mengyao didn't feel anything. Not only was she not angry, she even found it a little ridiculous. Yi Bai thought he couldn't tell. Was he playing hard to get? Pretend to not like yourself anymore, have no feelings for yourself, keep a distance from yourself, and even act as if you hate yourself. Then what? Do you think you will realize his importance? Do you think you will find out that you already have him in your heart? How childish. How could such a simple-minded gangster understand that he was just a tool in his eyes? Shen Mengyao smiled contemptuously. At this moment, the originally noisy classroom suddenly became quiet. Shen Mengyao raised her head and looked towards the door, and saw a girl standing at the door of the classroom. She has a face that is extremely pure, and looks delicate and fragile, making people feel pity for her. But he has a super big bear that makes all women jealous. The face of an angel, the body of a devil. It's Chen Xinyi. Shen Mengyao was stunned. What was she doing here? Then Chen Xinyi started to speak, her voice clear and crisp, like pearls falling on a jade plate. "Hello, classmate, can you help me call Yi Bai?" Chapter 13, Agreement with Chen Xinyi. With the appearance of Chen Xinyi, the noisy classroom suddenly became quiet. Except for Yi Bai, who was lying on the table, ready to sleep, everyone else was staring at her blankly. Chen Xinyi said to the boy in the first row at the door, "Hello, classmate, can you help me call Yi Bai?" The boy was a rather wretched bespectacled fellow who was secretly reading a pornographic book whose protagonist was a young woman named Bai. Just when he was unable to stop watching, a super beautiful girl suddenly appeared in front of him and burned up his CPU. Seeing the boy staring at her like a moron without saying anything, Chen Xinyi frowned slightly and knocked on the table. "Classmate?" "Ah. Oh." The boy woke up with a shudder. His face turned red and his heart beat fast. He didn't dare to look directly at Chen Xinyi. The school beauty has such big breasts. He turned around and shouted, his voice distorted, like an old sister-in-law, "Yi Bai, Chen Xinyi is looking for you." When Yi Bai walked out of the classroom and left with Chen Xinyi, the boy excitedly grabbed his deskmate's neck and shook him. "Fuck it. Did you see that? Chen Xinyi talked to me. She is so pure and beautiful, but why does her face look a little purple, like it's swollen? And she's really big. No wonder she's called Cao-chan, the pressure is so strong. I'm almost suffocating." I don't know if he was suffocated, but his deskmate who was being strangled by him started rolling his eyes. The quiet classroom became lively, and the students were talking excitedly. Why did Chen Xinyi come to find Yi Bai? When did Yi Bai hook up with this campus beauty? One is a gifted girl from a wealthy family who has won numerous awards in piano competitions. One of them is said to be the school boss, but in fact he is just an uneducated gangster who only knows how to fight all day long. Neither of them is a very graphic character. Belonging to two different worlds. Now they are together, nothing can be more exciting than this. But you know what, when the two of them walk together, the man is handsome and the woman is beautiful, they are quite a match. No wonder Brother Bai changed his usual behavior today and was so cold to Shen Mengyao. It turns out that he secretly replaced our sister-in-law. Song Dongfeng looked excited. He had disliked Shen Mengyao for a long time. That woman was too pretentious, a green tea bitch. No matter how good Brother Bai was to her, she accepted it calmly, as if that was how it should be. It was as if she was a rich lady and Bai Gu was a servant serving her. Song Dongfeng couldn't understand why there were so many smart young girls who liked Brother Bai and wanted to be Brother Bai's woman, but Brother Bai seemed to be possessed by a ghost and had to be with Shen Mengyao, the green tea bitch. Although he hated her, as a younger brother he didn't dare to interfere in his elder brother's family affairs, so Song Dongfeng could only work hard and serve Shen Mengyao without complaint. Now, Brother Bai has finally come to his senses. Chen Xinyi is great. She's not pretentious, she's not snobbish, and she's always gentle and polite to everyone she speaks to. A woman like this is qualified to be our sister-in-law. Be the hostess of Vitiligo. Shen Mengyao and her best friend De Tank were also a little dumbfounded. Chen Sini and Yi Bai are in love? Big Tank looked incredulous. Impossible. Shen Mengyao objected inwardly. How could a girl like Chen Sini, who was blessed by heaven, fall in love with a gangster like Yi Bai? The two of them are in heaven and hell. Although Shen Mengyao hated Chen Sini, she had to admit that she was very outstanding. And I heard that her father is a high-ranking official in the city. On the other hand, Yi Bai's parents are farmers in the countryside. He has no money or background, and he himself is uneducated and only knows how to be violent all day long. Even she herself looked down on Yi Bai deep down in her heart, so how could Chen Sini like such a man? But why did Chen Sini come to find Yi Bai? She had never been so close to a boy. Shen Mengyao frowned, and couldn't understand it no matter how hard she tried. Yi Bai followed Chen Sini to the small garden behind the school. Chen Sini turned around, looked at Yi Bai's face and thanked him sincerely. Yi Bai, thank you for saving me. Chen Sini will never forget that in her most desperate and darkest moment of life, Yi Bai broke in like a ray of light and saved her. She couldn't imagine what would have happened to her if Yi Bai hadn't followed her home yesterday and hadn't discovered the wanted criminal who was following her. Even if he had not been harmed by the criminals, he would probably have lost his life. Actually, you don't need to come to me specifically to thank me. Your father has already paid the reward for you, and the government will also reward me with a bounty of 580,000 yuan. Yi Bai said indifferently. Chen Sini looked at Yi Bai deeply and said, if what I said yesterday hurt you, I apologize for what I said. After a pause, she added seriously, I found out that I was wrong. Although I hate bad students, I don't hate you. To be honest, I think you are quite handsome and very safe. Well, I think I have a good impression of you. Chen Sini is not like ordinary little girls. She would be shy and blush when saying such things. As she spoke, she still looked directly into Yi Bai's eyes, looking very calm and confident. Yi Bai was a little surprised. What does this mean? Chen Sini fell in love with me? Is this a confession to yourself? Yi Bai, let's make an agreement. You say. My family doesn't allow me to date during college, but as long as you study hard, I will be your girlfriend after graduation. Chen Sini said as she handed the cloth bag she had been holding to Yi Bai. This is a bracelet I made before. I was thinking that if I liked a boy in the future, I would give it to him. Now, I'll give it to you. Yi Bai didn't say anything. He felt that the bracelet in the cloth bag was the girl's heavy love. Looking at the girl who was serious yet a little stubborn, Yi Bai couldn't say no. Should I tell her that, in fact, I don't like you at all, and I only saved you for the reward? Just kidding, who doesn't like this kind of super big beautiful girl? In his previous life, before he got into society, he was a bootlicker for others, and after he got into society, most of the women who threw themselves at him were not sincere. Yi Bai has never had a serious and sweet love experience. The breeze blew on his face, and the warm morning sun sprinkled on his body, and Yi Bai's silent heart also began to ripple. Good. He took the small bag. Then we have a deal. Chen Sini nodded, turned and left, her steps seemed to be lighter. Chapter 14. The first pot of gold arrived, 580,000. After Yi Bai returned to the classroom, Song Dongfeng immediately came over with an expectant look on his face. Brother Bai, has Chen Sini become our new sister-in-law? No. Yi Bai shook his head. Ah. Song Dongfeng was greatly disappointed. He almost thought he was going to escape from the sea of suffering. Yi Bai added, not yet, but if nothing unexpected happens, it will be after I graduate from university. Song Dongfeng was stunned for a moment, then his face was filled with joy. Great. Then Brother Bai, will you stop being Shen Mengyao? No, will you stop pursuing Shen Mengyao? Okay, I've thought it through. I won't pursue her anymore. She doesn't deserve her. Yi Bai nodded. Okay. Song Dongfeng said yes 3 times in a row, and quickly opened QQ on his mobile phone to announce the good news to his brothers in the Vitiligo Association group. Sure enough, nearly 100 people in the group cheered together, and there was a feeling of universal celebration, which was even more lively than the Chinese New Year. To be honest, everyone has seen what happened between Brother Bai and Shen Mengyao in recent years, and no one likes that pretentious green tea bitch. Not only did she enjoy Brother Bai's kindness to her, she also flirted with Yang Wenbin. Last time, Brother Bai was even expelled from school. Is a bitch like this worthy of being Brother Bai's woman? She is a world away from her new sister-in-law Chen. In fact, many of the brothers have a crush on Chen. Now that they know that the goddess they secretly love is together with their eldest brother, they don't know whether they should be relieved or sad for a moment. Bite. Yi Bai received a message from the thin dog Zhang Lingnan. Brother Bai, be nicer to Chen. Her favorite color is blue, she likes to eat puffs, can't eat hot peppers, doesn't chase stars, but likes to watch movies. Her favorite movie is The Legend of 1900, and she appreciates talented people of the opposite sex. Brother Bai, don't get me wrong, I heard all this from Chen Sini's best friend. Brother Bai, although Chen Sini looks very strong, she is actually in great pain. Promise me, Brother Bai, that you will be gentler next time, okay? Brother Bai, don't worry. I have cut off everything. From now on, she will only be my sister-in-law in my eyes. Yi Bai was speechless. He really didn't expect that Chen Sini was actually Shigo's white moonlight. He had never heard him mention it in his previous life. But if you think about it carefully, the girlfriends that Shigo had in his previous life all seemed to have the shadow of Chen Sini, all of them were Big Bear girls. On the other side, Big Tank was stunned when he saw Yi Bai and Chen Sini went out and came back with a cloth bag in their hands. Yi Baijin and Chen Sini are in love? And it was Chen Sini who took the initiative and gave him gifts? Big Tank even suspected that he was dreaming. Mengyao, no wonder Yi Bai suddenly became so cold to you, it turns out that he really hooked up with that bitch. As Shin Mengyao's best friend, Big Tank is well aware of her jealousy and disgust towards Chen Sini. Shin Mengyao didn't say anything, her brows furrowed. Chen Sini is really not picky about food. She even eats the garbage that you, Mengyao, look down upon. Normally, seeing her arrogant look, I thought she would have a good taste. Big Tank said sarcastically. When Shin Mengyao heard this, she immediately felt relieved. Yes. Yi Bai is just his own bootlicker. Chen Sini is so ridiculous. She actually likes someone she doesn't like. She is nothing more than that. When Yi Bai was sleeping soundly, the Nokia on the table vibrated. A text message came. The sender is Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. 580,000 yuan was received and the balance is 580,076.3. There is no tax on rewards and bounties for bravery, and the full amount of 580,000 renminbi will be credited to your account. Yi Bai's deskmate was a fair and tender little chubby boy. He noticed his cell phone vibrating and subconsciously took a look. Wait. I'm dazzled, how many zeros? The little fat boy leaned closer and took a closer look, and was immediately stunned. Oh my god. He couldn't help but exclaimed, attracting the attention of the whole class. Shen Mengyao also frowned and turned around, and saw the little fat boy leaning in front of Yi Bai's phone with a look of disbelief on his face. What did he see? What secret of Yi Bai did you discover? Xiaoya, please help me ask him what he saw on Yi Bai's phone. Shen Mengyao instructed her deskmate D Tank. Big Tank nodded, took out his cell phone from under the desk and sent a QQ message to the little fat boy. What did you see on Yi Bai's phone that surprised you? Did Chen Sini say something ambiguous to Yi Bai? The little fat man quickly replied, no, it's a text message. What text message? ICBC's SMS message of account arrival. Oh, then why are you making such a fuss? Yi Bai's parents should have given him living expenses in the countryside. Your family gives you 580,000 yuan for living expenses? What? 580,000? Are you sure you are not seeing things? Nonsense. I counted several times, and it's 580,000. Yi Bai's phone screen is still on. If you don't believe me, come and see for yourself. Without saying a word, Big Tank stood up immediately, ran to the little fat boy's seat, pretended to ask him to borrow a textbook, then tilted his head to take a look, and his jaw dropped to the ground. Big Tank returned to his seat, his face trembling with shock. Mengyao, 580,000 yuan just arrived in Yi Bai's bank card. Shen Mengyao was stunned. No way? It's true. I just went over and saw it with my own eyes. Chapter 15. Brother Bai is indeed a born bad guy. Shen Mengyao couldn't keep calm anymore. She found that she couldn't understand Yi Bai. He suddenly seemed like a different person. A few days ago, he was still concerned about me and sent me QQ messages asking if I wanted to eat barbecue or go to the ice rink. But today he announced in public that he had nothing to do with me, no longer like me, and inexplicably became ambiguous with Chen Sini. This is actually fine, at most Chen Sini is just picking up the junk that she despises. But he still had 580,000 yuan in his bank card. What does 580,000 mean? Now it is 2013, the average price of newly developed properties in Taojiang City is 6,000 yuan, and you can even buy a house with 580,000 yuan in full. Where did he earn 580,000 yuan? Shen Mengyao couldn't help but imagine how many luxury goods she could buy if Yi Bai spent all the 580,000 yuan on herself. Louis Vuitton, Coach, Hermes, Chanel. You can even travel abroad, take some beautiful photos, and post them on QQ Space in moments. Shen Mengyao had already forked the fish that Yi Bai had taken out of the pond and didn't intend to pay any more attention to him. But thinking of this, he took out his cell phone and sent a message to Yi Bai. Yi Bai, let's make peace. I allow you to continue pursuing me. I don't want to fall in love before graduation. After graduation, I will give priority to you. Shen Mengyao originally thought that after she sent these two messages, Yi Bai would run to her and act like a lapdog just like he did in the past. But she waited for a long time and there was no reply from Yi Bai. Shen Mengyao was a little unhappy. As your goddess, she condescended to say such words. What's your attitude? She sent another message to Yi Bai. What do you mean? Then she saw a bright red exclamation mark. The most painful thing is to be treated like a worn-out shoe by your former bootlicker. Shen Mengyao was dumbfounded, and then became extremely angry. Usually she deletes and blocks the bootlickers. When will it be the bootlicker's turn to block her? Oh, it turns out that men become bad when they have some money. He said before that he only loved me and that I was the only one he loved, but now he has changed his mind after pursuing me for 2.5 years. Isn't it just 580,000 yuan? What's so great about that? What are you pulling for? Shen Mengyao gradually calmed down. She thought carefully, with her looks, after graduation and entering the society, what kind of high-quality boyfriend would she not be able to find? Not to mention 580,000, 5.8 million, or even a boyfriend with assets of 58 million can be caught. It's really ridiculous that a loser like Yi Bai got so lucky that he became so arrogant after earning 580,000 yuan. That's how his life will be. Looking at the bank's deposit message, Yi Bai narrowed his eyes and decided to implement the second step of his money-making plan tonight. He called several brothers to the back garden and gave them detailed instructions. When the brothers received the order, they didn't ask any questions and just took a shortcut, climbed over the wall and went out to do their work. Soon, the afternoon class ended. Yi Bai took the rest of his brothers to the secret base, an unfinished building behind the school. Dongzi, let the brothers find all the stuff. Yes, Brother Bai. Song Dongfeng agreed and waved his hand. Several of his younger brothers immediately ran upstairs. A moment later, one of them came downstairs carrying a large travel bag. The guys threw the bag on the ground, unzipped it, and suddenly, all kinds of weapons were revealed. Batons, baseball bats, steel pipes, and many controlled knives. Brother Bai, there hasn't been an event for a while. Who are we going to deal with today? Or is someone paying us to mess up the place again? Song Dongfeng was so excited that his two fists as big as sandbags were clenched so hard that they made crackling sounds. Sure enough, Brother Bai was born to be a bad guy in society. He said he would never mess around again, but he didn't let his brothers mess around. In the end, he retired yesterday and kicked the bucket today. Neither. Yi Bai shook his head and continued to wait. Not long after, Zhang Lingnan came back with a black backpack. His face flushed with excitement. Brother Bai, the money is here, 230,000, not a penny more or less. As he said that, he handed the bank card and bag to Yi Bai. Yi Bai nodded, took the bank card, and let Zhang Lingnan continue to carry the bag. When Song Dongfeng heard that there were 230,000 yuan in the bag, his eyes widened. After asking Yi Bai for permission, he ran to Zhang Lingnan, unzipped the backpack, and then gasped. 230,000. He had never seen so much cash in his life. Brother Bai, where did you get the money? Song Dongfeng couldn't help but ask. Earned through legal means. Yi Bai replied calmly. Seeing that Yi Bai obviously didn't want to talk, Song Dongfeng didn't dare to ask more questions. He felt uncomfortable in his heart as if it was being scratched by a cat's claws. But his admiration for Yi Bai became even stronger. As expected of him being the leader of Vitiligo and Song Dongfeng's good elder brother, he managed to make so much money without making any noise. In one word, awesome. As expected, my vision is so accurate. Following Brother Bai, there is a bright future ahead. After a while, N.I. Xian also came back. He waved at the door and heard a loud roar outside. A convoy of cars drove into the compound of the unfinished building. Leading the way was a Mercedes-Benz, followed by 5 Autos, 6 BMWs, and finally a dozen motorcycles. "Brother Bai, the car rental is ready." Yi Bai nodded, then looked around and said, "When you have time, go get your driver's license. I'll pay for it." The brothers all nodded like chicks pecking at rice. Many people felt a little ashamed in their hearts that they couldn't even drive a car, and today they had to do something important, and they made their eldest brother spend money to hire a driver to drive. Yi Bai took out 3 wads of cash from his bag and threw them to an Aishan, "Take the brothers out for dinner, and go to the nearby mall to buy some clothes. Dress up a little more maturely, at least don't let people see that you are a college student at first glance. Once you are done, go to the foot of Xioping Mountain and wait there. Go up the mountain immediately when you receive my order. Dongzi, Nanzi, you two follow me." After giving the instructions, Yi Bai took Song Dongfeng and Zhang Lingnan onto the Hutuban. He hailed the driver, and the car drove towards its destination Juxiu Villa on the top of Xioping Mountain in Jinan District, Taojiang City. He was an old rival of the owner of the underground casino in Juxiu Villa and the one who sent him away. Yi Bai knew Xiao Hongyu's character very well. He was cruel, vindictive, and valued money more than his life. If someone wins more than 1 million in cash from Xiao Hongyu's place at one time, he will definitely not be able to leave the mountain if he does not have any identity or background. At the very least, you may lose money, and at worst, you may lose both your wealth and your life. If it was in his previous life, when Yi Bai won millions in the casino after he became powerful, Xiao Hongyu would never have said a word. But his current identity is an ordinary college student. Carrying millions down the mountain is like a child carrying gold through the market. Even if Xiao Hongyu doesn't have any evil intentions, there will be others who will do it. Therefore, before going to an underground casino, you must make full preparations in advance. The tree wants to be still, but the wind does not stop. A strong wind is coming. Chapter 16: Sexy Dealer Deals Cards Online. When passing by SEG Shopping Mall, Yi Bai asked the driver to stop the car and changed clothes for Song Dongfeng and Zhang Lingnan. "I picked out a business-style outfit for Song Dongfeng, a black shirt, suit pants, and big-toed leather shoes." Song Dongfeng is about 1.9 meters tall, with a strong body of muscles covered with a thick layer of fat. Putting on this outfit, he looks very oppressive, a bit like Ma Dong-suk, but taller and more muscular than Ma Dong-suk. Zhang Lingnan has a skinny body and can't support a suit, so Yi Bai picked out a youthful and sporty suit for him. Wide leg jeans, black short sleeves and light sun protection clothing. As soon as he changed his clothes, that energetic young man vibe disappeared almost entirely. Yi Bai also picked out a new set of clothes for himself. White shirt, black trousers, and big leather shoes. Not to mention, Yi Bai is handsome and has a good figure, and with the bossy temperament he developed in his previous life, he looks good in anything he wears. Anyone who sees him will have to praise his elegance. Walking in front of Song Dongfeng and Zhang Lingnan, he looked like a gangster traveling with bodyguards and followers. When the 3 people got into the car, the driver was stunned and couldn't help looking at the rearview mirror. They looked like thugs before they entered the mall, but they looked completely different when they came out. Especially the handsome guy in the lead, he looked calm and composed, as if even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, his expression would not change. His face looks a little immature, but his temperament is simply invincible. Soon, we arrived at Xioping Mountain. The road up the mountain is very wide, but it is winding and takes more than a dozen turns before reaching the top of the mountain. Juxiu Villa Hotel is located on the top of the mountain. After instructing the driver to wait in the parking lot, Yi Bai took the 2 of them into the hotel, through the lobby, out of the back door of the hotel, and to the backyard. The place is covered with lawns and surrounded by tall trees. Yi Bai walked across the lawn, into the woods, and stopped in front of a 5-story building. A man turned out from the shadows. "Hello, this is the hotel warehouse, please stop." Yi Bai pointed to the sky and said, "It's too sunny outside. I want to go in and cool off. Please give me some convenience." Song Dongfeng was confused. Where did the sun come from in the middle of the night? What was Brother Bai talking about? But the man made way for her when he heard her say, "Come in." Song Dongfeng. Yi Bai walked in first. What he just said was the jargon of this underground casino. Only when a stranger came here and said these words could he prove his identity and prove that he was an invited gambler. Otherwise, even if you bring hundreds of millions or even tens of millions in cash, you will not be allowed in if the words don't match. There is a corridor as soon as you enter the door, with 3 forks at the end. Yi Bai was quite familiar with this place. After all, it was the territory of his old rival in his previous life. Zhang Lingnan and Song Dongfeng had killed people here in their previous lives. After taking the two of them through many twists and turns, they arrived at the end, where there was a closed door. Yi Bai knocked on the door and the camera above his head turned around. This is the second checkpoint. Yi Bai stretched out his hand and gave the camera a middle finger. Snap! The electric door opened, revealing a passage leading down. That's right, giving the middle finger to the surveillance camera is the secret code for the second level. This is also Xiao Honyu's bad taste. Go all the way down and there is a second door at the end. There are two little brothers guarding the door, but the way is unobstructed here. The younger brother slowly opened the door. Various sounds came from inside. The sound of dice rolling, the sound of paigao colliding, the sound of shuffling cards, the shouts of gamblers. It was brightly lit inside. Unlike the magnificent Macau casino, the underground casino here was converted from an underground garage. The walls are painted snow white and the ceiling is covered with incandescent lamps. Yi Bai came to the chip exchange counter at the door. This room is built a bit like a bank, with only one window for guests to exchange chips and cash. Exchange for 200,000 chips, 10 with a denomination of 10,000, 90 with a denomination of 1,000, and 100 with a denomination of 100. Yi Bai put the bag on. 200,000 in cash was the minimum entry requirement for this underground casino, which was why Yi Bai asked An Aishian to go to the bank to withdraw 230,000 in cash. 200,000 is the gambling money, and 30,000 is for the brothers to change their outfits. The money detector made a swish sound, and when the dealer had counted the chips and completed the money verification, the two looked at each other, the money inspector nodded slightly, and the dealer pushed the chips out. Nanzi, bring your chips. Yi Bai gave an order and walked inside first. The hall is divided into different areas, including poker, bullfighting, betting on size, pushing strips, Texas Hold'em, etc. Yi Bai made his fortune in his previous life by opening a casino and lending money at high interest rates, so he was naturally familiar with these things. But his favorite game is still poker. This game is simple and crude, and it involves a lot of luck as well as a certain amount of psychological gaming. Arriving at the poker area, Yi Bai found a table for 6 and sat down. Everyone, do you mind adding me? Chapter 17 Psychological Game, 400,000 yuan in hand. There are already 5 people playing at the table. On the left-hand side is a fat man with a fat head and big ears, several big gold teeth and a gold chain around his neck. Next to him was a woman wearing a cheongsam. She had a good figure and was pretty, with a bit of the temperament of a mistress. Opposite him was a young man with heavy dark circles under his eyes, dressed in branded clothes. He was undoubtedly a rich second generation and a drug addict. Next to the rich second generation was a skinny middle-aged man with high cheekbones. He looked even thinner than Zhang Lingnan and looked like an old gambler, commonly known as a gambling bastard. On Yi Bai's right was a well-mannered old man who exuded a strong institutional aura and looked like a retired director or something like that. The wealth of such people is usually difficult to estimate, and those who understand will understand. The base bet for this poker table is 1,000. Before the cards start being dealt, each person gets 1,000 chips. The dealer starts dealing the cards. Yi Bai activated his superpower of perspective and saw at a glance that his whole cards were 2 A's and a 3. This is already considered a big name in the game of fried golden flour. But when he looked around, he found that Dejina also had a pair of A's, but his was a pair of A's with a J, which was bigger than Yi Bai's card. Yi Bai followed for a few rounds and then gave up. Sure enough, after a few rounds, Big Gold Teeth won tens of thousands of dollars and threw a chip to the dealer with a smile on his face. At the beginning of the second game, Yi Bai had a point card, which was the last in terms of hand type. He played for a few rounds and then gave up. The third game started, and this time Yi Bai still had the point cards. However, everyone had point cards, and his was the biggest. AK-7. Fuck it, I just don't believe it. You never give me good cards. I'm going to cheat to the end. Yi Bai pretended to be annoyed and slammed the table. The other gamblers all shook their heads secretly, labeling him as a greenhorn. Everyone was quite strong in this game. After more than 10 rounds, the amount of money on the table had reached 80,000 or 90,000. The big but young woman was the first to lose her patience and look at her cards. Her cards were 8 points, which were very small points. She didn't even have the courage to make a move, so she just gave up. Skinny was the second one to look at his cards. His K was a big point, which was not small among the point cards. He had a chance of winning, so he chose to continue following and doubled his chips on the exposed cards. The old man with glasses was the third one to look at his cards. His card was a big J, which the previous player had already figured out. There were still 5 players on the field, so the chance of winning was too small to continue playing, so he folded. The rich second generation with dark circles under his eyes was the fourth to look at his cards. He had AQJ, the second highest hand in the field, and he continued to follow suit. The 2 players in front of him followed the lead, so there was no reason for Big Gold Tooth not to look at his cards. His hand was the third best in the field, a 73. He also chose to follow. I bet you're all blowing up. I'll keep following. Yibai showed off his acting skills, gritting his teeth and looking fierce, and then continued to criticize. If someone still has black hands, the one with the exposed cards must go through 3 more rounds before they can compare the size of the cards. At this point, the amount of money on the table has exceeded $100,000, and no one wants to give up, so the 3 with the exposed cards continue to follow suit. After 3 rounds, Skinny Guy couldn't hold his temper anymore. Wisely, he chose to compete with Gold Tooth in cards. The result was naturally that Gold Teeth won and Skinny Guy folded. Big Gold Teeth was very proud of himself, as if he had won a great victory. The rich second generation with dark circles under his eyes was indeed fooled. Although he had the second highest hand in the field, he thought that Big Gold Teeth should have a pair or above, so he folded. Only Yibai and Degenia were left on the scene. After Degenia understood the 2,000 yuan, he said with a smile, "Little brother, it's your turn." I still don't believe it. I bet that you and that big brother didn't have good cards, and you just won by luck. Yibai stood up, picked up 5 chips worth 10,000 and threw them up. I've lost a few games in a row. I'm sure I'll get a flush this time. I'll win 50,000. Big Gold Teeth's smile faded. If he steals 50,000, he must show 100,000. To gamble or not to gamble? Big Gold Teeth frowned and thought. He has an A card, and this guy is black, so the chances of winning are still very high. Let us bet. I'll follow. Big Gold Teeth threw 100,000 chips in, then snorted coldly, "But I choose not to open my cards, it's your turn." "No. I'll add another 100,000, and I'll make 200,000. Big Gold Teeth threw in another 100,000 chips, and asked with a fake smile, "Young man, it's your turn, do you want to follow?" At this time, there are only 2 companies left, and they can choose to open their cards to compare the size, but Degenia chooses not to open his cards, and even adds chips, which is playing a psychological game. He pretended to be very confident, forcing Yibai to not dare to follow black 100,000 and choose to fold. Or Yibai looks at the cards and finds that his cards are neither big nor small, and he is in a dilemma. If he opens the Big Gold Teeth, he will get 200,000. So at this time, many people will be fooled and unwilling to gamble 200,000, so they just give up. Because Big Gold Teeth did not hesitate when adding money, it gave people the feeling that his cards were indeed very big. This is the charm of fried golden flour. Psychological game. But Yibai had already seen through the cards and was not panicking at all. "You're trying to scare me, right? I'm going to give you 100,000 black coins. I won't open it." Yibai threw the chips up, looking like he was determined to fight him to the end. Big Gold Teeth had a blank expression on his face. After a moment, he slowly nodded, "Good boy, you have guts. I'll fire you once. 200,000, open it." Yibai was obviously stubborn. If Degenia was a big name, he would have fought to the end, but he was just a trick card, there was no need for him to fight Yibai openly or secretly. He threw in 200,000 chips. Select open cards. At this time, the chips on the table had exceeded 650,000, approaching 700,000. Yibai himself only invested less than 200,000. He won the game and made a net profit of more than 400,000. "You're doomed to fail. I definitely have the flush." Yibai rubbed his hands and began to look at the cards, and then the smile on his face disappeared little by little. Degenia felt that he was sure to win. Yibai's expression clearly showed that he had a weak hand. "You win, I don't have a flush." Yibai threw the cards on the table in frustration. "Damn, AK7, why did the last card change color?" Thanks. Big Gold Teeth was very proud of himself, with his arms folded and stretched out, ready to collect the chips. Suddenly, his expression froze on his face. "You are AK7? Damn, Bid is so lucky." Big Gold Teeth threw his cards on the table angrily. A 73. He lost. Chapter 18, $5 million in hand, the woman with the dragon tattoo. Big Gold Tooth looked as if he had failed the defense. He lost the bet. This kid's cards are indeed not big, and they are the lowest grade point cards, but the points are higher than his. AK7 is larger than A73. Fuck. Yibai started to show off his acting skills, his face full of surprise. I thought you at least had a pair. You dare to play like this with an ace. Thank you, brother. Yibai said this, standing up happily, collecting all the chips, and then handing a $1,000 bill to the dealer. The dealer will take a commission of $1,000 for each round, no matter how much money is accumulated in that round. Of course, there are also casinos that take a commission based on the percentage of the gambling money, but those kinds of casinos usually don't last long. Damn it. Keep dealing the cards, kid, if you dare, play this game with me to the end. Dejinja got a little carried away and took the initiative to provoke Yibai, trying to get back at him. Yibai smiled and ignored him. The game continues and the dealer deals the cards. Yibai found that his hand was the second to last, so he decisively folded after losing a few rounds. After several rounds, Yibai was finally dealt a big hand, J45 Polonia. This time, he played it black again, but unfortunately, Dejinja was fooled once and learned to be cautious. As soon as Yibai raised the price, he decisively folded his cards. Time passes slowly. The chips in Yibai's hand amounted to 2 million. Excluding the original capital of 200,000, he made a net profit of 1.8 million. The gamblers at this table also noticed that Yibai's luck was a bit outrageous. Every time when the cards were bad, he would give up after a few rounds. Every time I win, the cards are good and I can win a lot of money. They all suspected that this kid had X-ray vision. Another round of cards was dealt. This time, Big Gold Teeth looked at the cards first and then angrily threw them on the table. Damn it. I'm so unlucky today. I don't want to play anymore. After cursing, he got up and left. Then the old man with glasses also left. Next is the young man with dark circles under his eyes. The card game, which could have lasted until at least the second half of the night, was broken up by Yibai in less than 2 hours. The big butt woman in Cheongsam stood up but did not leave. She came over and hugged Yibai's arm in a familiar manner. Little handsome boy, you are so awesome, come and play with your sister. As he spoke, he was still rubbing Yibai's arm. Yibai was unmoved. To be honest, he had seen many women like this when he ran a casino in his previous life. When they are unlucky and lose a lot, they will gather around people who are lucky, hoping to get some good luck and gamble with them to see if they can win back their money. Sorry, I want to play by myself. Yibai refused. Don't be so cold, handsome boy. Come play with me. I'll be with you tonight. I'm awesome. I promise to serve you well. The woman's breath was as sweet as orchid and her eyes were as sharp as silk. Dongzi. Yibai turned his head and shook it. Song Dongfang immediately understood what he meant and approached him, his burly figure like a silverback gorilla giving off an oppressive feeling. Madam, please. Humph. You have no sense of romance. You are so handsome, but you won't accept my offer even though I'm here. Big Butt Cheongsam angrily shook off Yibai's arm, rolled her eyes and walked away angrily. Song Dongfang and Zhang Lingnan both looked at Yibai with admiration. He is worthy of being their good brother. Not to mention you can easily make millions in just over an hour. Don't be polite to this kind of female fairy who comes to your door. If I were to let them do it, let alone taking her to play with them, I would even give myself to her to play with. There was no way to play poker, as this table was the biggest in this area, and the other tables were too small. Yibai estimated that even if he used all his skills, he could only win a few $100,000 in one night on this kind of card game. After thinking for a moment, Yibai brought the two to the dice playing area. This is commonly known as betting on the size of the bet. The dealer was a young woman in her 20s, quite pretty in appearance, with a professional smile always on her face. She shook the dice cup for a moment and then placed it on the table. Please place your bets and bet on them. Yibai activated the Eye of Perspective. Ha! She's wearing a thong, she's pretty sultry. Ah! You used too much force. Yibai swore that he definitely did not reveal the dealer's trick on purpose. This happens if you are not proficient enough in controlling your supernatural powers, and you may accidentally reveal the wrong things. His eyes moved to the dice cup. 134, 8 o'clock. This time it was right. There are rules for playing sick bow in this casino. The minimum bet is 1,000 and the maximum cannot exceed 1 million. Yi Bai didn't hesitate and directly bet 1 million. Bite. The dealer rang a bell and opened the dice cup. 1, 3, 4, 8 o'clock. Then, the two staff members started to distribute the prizes together. All the losing chips are taken away, and the winning chips are paid out in proportion. The payout multiple for buying points is the highest, but that would be too conspicuous and Yi Bai doesn't want to be in the spotlight. Little brother, you are so courageous. You bet 1 million at a time. I was nervous for you, but I didn't expect you to win. An uncle next to him gave Yi Bai a thumbs up. Just good luck. Yi Bai smiled and looked at the dice cup. This time it was 356, 14 points high. But Yi Bai took out 100,000 chips and bet on the small one. As expected, he lost. If he kept winning, people would definitely suspect him of cheating, so Yi Bai decided to use the method of losing small and winning big. Soon, Yi Bai won more than 3 million in the bet. Including the winnings from playing poker, the chips reached more than 5 million. When playing poker just now, the dealer noticed this handsome young man who had good luck. But the money Yi Bai wins in poker is from the gamblers, and the casino only makes the commission. When betting on the size of a ball, the dealer is a casino staff member, and all the money Yi Bai wins is the casino's money. At this point, the casino management was targeting him. That unfamiliar-looking pretty boy was very lucky and won more than 5 million tonight. I feel like there's something wrong. Is he a professional gambler? Or is he sent by a rival casino to clean up the place? Pay special attention to this and have Shuizi replace Xiao Li. Just like in the movies, a true gambling master can tell the number of points on the dice by the sound of the dice shaking and colliding. Such people usually have absolute pitch. The casino suspected that Yi Bai was also such a person and decided to temporarily replace the dealer. Sorry everyone, I'm off work. My colleague will serve you next. After the stuffy dealer in a thong finished speaking, she bowed respectfully to the dealer who replaced her and then left. The new dealer was a very cold woman, wearing a Chanel-style jacket and without the slightest smile on her face. She came to the gambling table, took off her coat, threw it casually, and hung it accurately on the hook on the wall behind her. There were several gasps from the crowd. The woman was wearing a cool kimono that was bulging in front, and there was a large tattoo on her bare left shoulder. There is a green dragon lurking there. Chapter 19, Cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Ishihara Yukiko. The cool face, sexy figure, snow-white skin, and the somewhat ferocious blue dragon tattoo give people a strong impact and a unique kind of beauty and temptation. And there was something exotic about her. That kind of charm that is unique to women from island countries makes people want to conquer her. The men present were all well informed, but without exception, they all stared with their eyes wide open. Yi Bai also sighed that she was still as dazzling as in her previous life. No matter where she appears, she can become the focus of the crowd. That's right, Yi Bai knew this woman, and he was very familiar with her. Yukiko Ishihara. Xiao Hongyu, the boss of the underground casino, invited a master of cheating from an island country. At the same time, she is also Xiao Hongyu's woman in public. In his previous life, Ni Xian had his arm chopped off while trying to block a knife for Yi Bai during a conflict with Xiao Hongyu. Later, Yi Bai avenged Ni Xian by using his beauty to incite Xiao Hongyu's bedmate to rebel, and it was the cold and beautiful woman in front of him. So Yi Bai knew very well that beneath her cold and beautiful appearance, she had a very passionate heart. This is a woman who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Once you conquer her body and mind, she may even give her life for you. After inciting Shuizi to rebel, Yi Bai also discovered Xiao Hongyu's secret. He is actually an old glass, and he is not good at that place, so he can only be a zero. Although Yukiko is his woman on the surface, she has been enduring unspeakable loneliness and solitude behind his back. This is also the main reason why Yi Bai was able to successfully incite her to rebel. In his previous life, after Xiao Hongyu was killed by Yi Bai, his boyfriend found Shuizi and forced her to tell him about Yi Bai's whereabouts. Yukiko refused to say a word and eventually drowned in the swimming pool. Shuizi seemed to be born unable to smile, and Yi Bai had only seen a smile on her face once. By that time, she was already a cold corpse. Crash! Yukiko Ishihara picked up the dice cup and started rolling the dice. She used a special technique that made a loud clattering sound when shaking the machine. Even a master of cheating with absolute pitch would not be able to tell the points from the sound. After all, this is the largest casino in the entire province, and Yukiko, as the master of cheating here, is quite capable. But unfortunately, Yi-Bai didn't rely on listening at all. He turned on the perspective plugin. After a moment, Yukiko put the dice cup on the table, looked straight ahead, and said nothing. The staff member next to him shouted, "Please place your bets, and bet on them." The gamblers around finally came to their senses and started placing their bets. 2:16, 9 o'clock. Yi-Bai took out 1 million chips and bet on Xiao without hesitation. Shuizi looked over, Yi-Bai looked at her and smiled slightly. Yukiko still had no expression on her face, and her eyes were calm. Yi-Bai laughed secretly in his heart. In her previous life, Yukiko once said that I was her type and she had a liking for me the first time they met. Yi-Bai's clothes at this time were the same as when he first met Shuizi in his previous life. Pretend, try your best to pretend. Shuizi is still as stuffy as ever. Bite. Yukiko pressed the bell and opened the dice cup. The staff member shouted loudly, 2:16, 9 o'clock. Yi-Bai won another million, and the chips in his hand reached 6 million. The staff member came up to Yukiko and whispered something to her, and Yukiko nodded slowly. She knew why the casino asked her to come forward. I thought he was just a minor character, but I didn't expect him to have some skills and could even crack special dice shaking techniques. Moreover, he is so handsome and charming. The look in his eyes when he looked at me was not full of desire like that of other men, but clear. He is definitely a gentleman and a very good person. Although Shuizi had a good impression of Yi-Bai, she knew that she must not bring personal emotions into work, so she had to make him lose all his money here. Sorry, handsome sir. Yukiko looked solemn and picked up the dice cup. Next, Yukiko changed the way she shook the dice. The sound she made was very regular. After she put the dice cup on the table, the 3 dice inside were actually scattered inside, rotating separately and silently. It stopped after a while. If it shakes to this extent, even the god of gamblers won't be able to tell the points. Yukiko's cheating skills are indeed amazing, but unfortunately, she met a cheater. 4:56, 15 big. Yi-Bai bet 1 million without hesitation. After the dice cup was opened, he won another million, and his chips reached 7 million. Shuizi's face was as gloomy as water. She felt that she had met a strong opponent and was under tremendous pressure. She decided to use her ultimate move. This time, she shook the dice cup casually and placed it on the table. 2:35, 10 o'clock. Yi-Bai vaguely guessed what Shuizi was going to do, but he did not hesitate and still bet 1 million on Xiao. Please place your bets and make sure you win. The staff shouted. Gamblers placed their bets one after another. At this time, many people around had noticed Yi-Bai and found that he would definitely win every time he bet 1 million chips, like a professional gambler. Many gamblers followed Yi-Bai's lead, but they were afraid that Yi-Bai was a spy for the casino, so they tentatively placed small bets. Bite. Yukiko pressed the bell, held the dice cup, and prepared to open it. Here we go. Yi-Bai's eyes fixed. Sure enough, the moment the dice cup was opened, Yukiko used a trick to make the dice cup vibrate at a frequency invisible to the naked eye, causing the dice to jump and change the number of points to 336, 12 points higher. This super vibration trick is the secret of the Ishihara family. In his previous life, after Yi-Bai captured Shuizi, he used a lot of coaxing and persuasion and managed to learn a few tricks from Shuizi. Although he was not as skilled as her, Yi-Bai was able to draw inferences from her experience and applied this secret technique to other situations. Yukiko's cheating skills are truly unparalleled in the world. Even with X-ray vision, there is nothing you can do to her. But unfortunately, Yi-Bai can still use another kind of cheat. Bang! Yi-Bai snapped his fingers lightly. Time paused. Everything around me was still. A man was just yelling open, open, open. And saliva could be seen spurting out of his mouth and hanging in the air. Yi-Bai walked around him with disgust, came to Shuizi, and reached out to touch her flawless white face. It's warm. Shuizi, I will never let you down again in this life. Yi-Bai said silently in his heart. Not only will he save Yukiko from loneliness and solitude, but he will also give her a happy ending. Chapter 20, 8 million in hand, black silk stockings in Cheongsam. Shuizi, I feel sorry for you. But I still have to win this time. Sorry. Yi-Bai held Shuizi's hand, raised the dice cup, and changed the points from 336 back to 235. He had a clear plan in mind. By letting Yukiko loose to him and breaking her undefeated myth, the casino would doubt Yukiko's ability or suspect that she was colluding with outsiders to defraud the casino's money. Once there is a gap between Yukiko and the casino, he can appear as the savior. save Yukiko and make her no longer lonely. After adjusting everything, Yibai returned to his original position. Wow! The world comes alive again. Yukiko's hand paused for a moment as she opened the dice cup. She had an illusion that her cheek and the back of her hand were being caressed by a big, warm hand. Shuizi laughed at herself in her heart. No one was approaching her, but she still had this illusion. She must have been lonely for too long. 2:35, 10 o'clock. The staff member announced the points loudly and looked at Yukiko with some disbelief. Yukiko looked confused. This is impossible. She remembered that she had shaken the dice cup to make the dice bounce, changing the number to 336. Why was it still 235 after opening it? Through Yukiko's earphones, she heard the management's angry questioning, "Sister-in-law, why don't you use the trick?" "I used some tricks, but for some reason, nothing happened after I opened the dice cup," Yukiko explained. "Did you make a mistake?" "Impossible. My current cheating skills have surpassed those of the head of the Ishihara family. I won't make a mistake even if I try 10,000 times," Yukiko retorted subconsciously. That is to say, there is a possibility of error. Maybe that 1 in 10,000 chance has occurred this time. "Sister-in-law, please don't make mistakes again next time. You must catch this kid." "Okay, I will definitely win the next round." Yukiko looked determined. After the staff had dealt out the prizes, she picked up the dice cup and started shaking it again. At this time, the chips in Yibai's hand have reached more than 8 million. Seeing that he won again, the gamblers around were excited. Only then did they realize that this was a real thigh. Many gamblers regretted that they had bet too little when they followed Yibai in placing bets. Everyone's eyes were focused on Yibai, waiting for him to follow suit after he finished betting. When Shuizi put the dice cup on the table, the staff said loudly, "This table has a limited betting limit. The maximum single bet limit is 10 million. Please place your bets and bet on them." The gamblers around all looked at each other strangely. It is obvious that the casino and this handsome guy have just started to get serious. The casino wants to take him down in the next round and recover its losses. Of course, it is also possible that the casino loses to him again. There is something interesting to watch. Yibai raised his eyes and found Shuizi looking at him with a hint of provocation in her eyes. He smiled and turned away. "Are you kidding? I even used the last trump card to stop the time. Now I'm just asking for trouble if I'm still betting with Yukiko. I made 8 million tonight, that's about enough." Although Yibai could also wait for the time to cool down, continue fighting, bet 8 million at a time, and then leave with 16 million. But if that happens, I'm afraid Xiao Hongyu will go completely crazy. Yibai just wanted to create a rift between Shuizi and the Xiao Hongyu group, not to kill her. She had won the King of Gambling contest and her cheating skills were among the best in Asia, but she lost repeatedly to an unknown young man. Anyone would suspect that she colluded with outsiders to embezzle money from the casino. Yibai heard clearly the conversation between Shuizi and the casino management just now. "So leaving now is good for both myself and Yukiko." Seeing Yibai leave, Shuizi and the casino staff were dumbfounded. But they were helpless. If the gambler doesn't want to gamble anymore, they can't force him to come back and continue in public. Go upstairs to find the boss and report this to him. Even the sister-in-law lost the game. This matter was so weird that the casino management could no longer cover it up. Xiao Hongyu was in the VIP room upstairs, playing Texas Hold'em with a few VIPs who cannot be seen in public. After receiving the report, he first asked, "Is it sent by the enemy to cause trouble?" "No, if they were sent by the enemy, they would definitely accept the challenge and fight with my sister-in-law to the end." "Is he someone with a certain background? A new face? His real identity has not been found out yet." "That's a professional gambler who came from another place. Take the money back and chop off his hands." Xiao Hongyu snorted coldly. If the tiger doesn't show its power, any cat or dog will dare to come to his place to make money. If it were 5 years ago, he would never have let this little jerk see the sun tomorrow. It was because the situation was tense recently that this little jerk had a chance to survive. Seating area. Yibai and the other two lay on the massage bed, enjoying the massage from the bunny girl in black stockings. If it were usual, Zhang Lingnan, who was in a weak body, would have recovered long ago after being touched by the sexy and powerful big sister in black stockings. But today, his mind was full of the thrilling scene just now, and no matter how the young lady rubbed him, he didn't react. Brother Bai, I still feel like I'm dreaming. Song Dongfeng's face was full of disbelief. Although he knew that his boss was very powerful, he didn't expect him to be this powerful. Just now, he was just like the god of gamblers in the movie, killing everyone. So cool. Yi Bai didn't say anything. He was waiting for the cooldown of time pause to end. There may be a fierce battle later, so we must be fully prepared. Brother Bai, will we be in danger later? Zhang Lingnan asked in a low voice. He had already guessed that the 8 million won from the casino might not be brought down the mountain safely, so Brother Bai made those arrangements today. Yes. Yi Bai opened his eyes. Tell the brothers that we can go up the mountain. It's about time. Zhang Lingnan and Song Dongfeng looked at each other. They did not feel any fear, but were slightly excited, and their blood began to boil. I heard that this is the territory of a gangster boss in Taojiang City, and he is a well-known figure in the entire province. But so what? As long as Brother Bai is here, they dare to stab him even if the King of Heaven comes. On the other side, the Chongsam woman who had been rejected by Yi Bai before walked around the casino and found Dejinyan in the Paigao playing area. Brother Ya. The woman let out a coquettish cry, then sat directly into Dejinya's arms, hugging his neck and acting coquettishly. Bitch. Did you lose all your money again? Do you think of your brother yet every time you lose all your money? Big gold teeth slapped the woman's big butt hard. Brother Ya, you are so annoying. Am I that kind of woman? Big Butt Chipa refused to give in, and then leaned over to Big Gold Tooth's ear and whispered, Brother Ya, the pretty boy who played with us just now won 6 million in a bet, and now he has at least 8 million in his hand. What? Big Gold Tooth was shocked, and a hint of greed flashed in his eyes. Should we rob this pretty boy like we did last time? The woman asked in a low voice. Big Gold Teeth was a little hesitant. The pretty boy looked no simple man, and he had a little brother as strong as a brown bear. He is not of the same level as the gangster they robbed before, and robbing him might cause serious consequences. Brother Ya, your KTV only makes a few dollars a year in profit. If you rob this guy, it will be equivalent to several years of your work. Big Butt Chongsam continued to seduce. Dejinya's expression changed for a while, and after a long time, he gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Okay. Let's do it. I'll contact Hu Zi and the others, you keep an eye on that pretty boy, and I'll give you 30% when the time comes. Don't worry, Brother Ya, leave it to me. The Chongsam woman sneered at Dejinya's face, then came to the rest area and stared at Yi Bai in the dark with a sneer on her face. You don't know what's good for you. You like to act noble, and you think I'm dirty? I can't kill you today. Chapter 21, The Social Gangster Style, the Chongsam hip-wrapped girl peed. In the parking lot of Jushio Villa, a dozen men in black wearing hats and masks and holding weapons squatted behind the car, waiting quietly. People are coming, get ready to take action. The order came from the earphone of the leading man in black. Receive. Swish. The man in black pulled out a dagger flashing with cold light from his waist. Wait. Someone is targeting them. Let them fight each other first, and we will do the same. Yes. Upon hearing this, the man in black retracted his dagger, quietly raised half of his head in the darkness, and observed quietly. The cooldown period of time standing still has finally passed. During this period, Zhang Lingnan and Song Dongfeng counted the chips together. A total of 8,405,000. After giving the scattered chips to the black-stocking bunny girl who had worked hard to massage them, the three of them went to the exchange office at the entrance of the casino and exchanged the chips for cash. After all, this is an underground casino and cannot be seen in public, so money cannot be transferred here. With so many guests in one night, the turnover is probably tens of millions. If we rob this place. Yi Bai had evil thoughts. But after thinking about it, I gave up the idea. Robbery can't make money as quickly as gambling. When Yukiko leaves the casino and is short of money, he can come here to purchase goods at any time. After a long time, the dealer finally counted the chips and exchanged the cash. Several strong men opened the security door from inside and carried out 4 large bags. The total number of chips is 8.4 million. All of them have been converted into cash for you. Welcome to visit us next time. The dealer had a professional fake smile on his face and his eyes flickered with an unclear meaning, seeming to be mocking, but also seemed to be pity. Grateful. Yi Bai nodded, picked up a bag, and let Song Dongfeng and Zhang Lingnan carry the rest. The three of them walked out of the casino together. Yi Bai didn't feel anything. After all, he was a big shot in society who started his business by opening a casino in his previous life. Let alone 8 million, he wouldn't even blink if hundreds of millions of cash were placed in front of him. But Song Dongfang and Zhang Lingnan were still students who had just reached adulthood after all. Carrying so much cash, they felt a little dizzy when they walked, and they always felt like they were living in a dream. The three of them walked out of the underground casino and then out of the Juxiu Villa Hotel. It was already late at night, and this was a sparsely populated mountaintop. It was quiet all around, with not even a ghost in sight. When Yi Bai arrived outside the parking lot, before he could step in, a burst of engine sound suddenly sounded, and a van came out from the darkness and stopped beside him. After the car door opened, 7 or 8 masked men came out, each holding a weapon in their hands. The leader was a fat man. He walked over with a swagger, with the machete in his hand making cuts. "Boy, you won a lot of money. Hand over the money and I will spare your life." The fat leader spoke in a pinched voice. Yi Bai looked the group up and down, feeling somewhat puzzled. Is this the thug Xiao Hongyu sent to rob him? Is this the level of Xiao Hongyu in 2013? Where are the 4 great warriors under him? Why didn't any of them come? Xiao Hongyu has 4 powerful men under his command, known as the 4 King Kongs. And Ai Xian's arm was chopped off by the King Kong nicknamed Black Boy. Yeah. Hey, big brother, why waste your time talking to them? Just chop them a few times and they will behave themselves. A female voice came from behind. Yi Bai turned around and saw a masked woman standing not far behind him. It seemed that she had followed him out from the casino. Although the woman was disguised, Yi Bai recognized her at a glance by her Cheongsam and iconic big butt. She was the woman who wanted him to take her with him before. Turning back, I looked at the big gold chain hanging around the fat leader's neck and his belly that was almost about to burst his shirt. Yi Bai recognized him. Isn't this the guy with big gold tooth who played poker with him before? It turns out they are just a bunch of punks. Yi Bai sneered inwardly. That's fine. We can use them as an example to frighten Xiao Hongyu and make him afraid to act rashly. It's not fully developed yet, and we need to avoid conflicts with Xiao Hongyu. Yi Bai raised his right hand and made a gesture. What? Are you raising your hands to surrender? Big Gold Teeth laughed triumphantly. You are smart, put down all your money, and squat on the ground with your hands on your head. Bang! Suddenly, a car's high beam came over. Then came the second, third, and fourth. High beams were shining from all directions, illuminating the entire place. Then, the roar of engines could be heard from all directions. Dejinha was shocked and raised his hand to block the light. He squinted through his fingers and saw a dozen cars and dozens of motorcycles forming a circle and slowly driving towards them. After the encirclement was narrowed, all cars stopped and turned off their engines. There was a loud noise of a door opening. Countless men got out of the cars and walked towards us in unison, giving people a feeling of a dark cloud looming over the city, ready to destroy it. They were all dressed in the same uniform, black suits, and white shirts, and each of them was holding a weapon, including axes, batons, baseball bats, and machetes. In the front was a short man with acne all over his face. When he walked, his clothes lifted up, revealing a Glock pistol on his waist. The expressions on their faces varied, some cruel, some playful, some excited, like a group of wolves surrounding a lamb. Brother Bai. Nearly 100 people bent over at the same time, shouting to the sky. Big Gold Tooth's legs were shaking like a sieve and his teeth were chattering. Then, he slid down and knelt in front of Yi Bai. Brother! It's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. We recognized the wrong person. When the 6 or 7 younger brothers behind Big Gold Tooth saw their big brother kneel down so quickly, they raised their weapons without hesitation and threw them aside. Then they all knelt down in unison. What a joke, there is a huge crowd of people on the opposite side, probably hundreds of them. Not only are they all carrying weapons, some of them even have guns on their waists. It gives people the feeling of the highly disciplined underworld in the movies. To describe it in one word, it's professional. It feels like the Axe Gang in Kung Fu. What can they use to fight against each other? The last word is to kneel down and beg for mercy. If you really dare to fight with the other party, you will probably be broken into hundreds of pieces. Brother, just treat us like shit and let us go. Dejinha wanted to hug Yi Bai's legs and beg for mercy, but he didn't dare. He could only kneel on the ground and pull his trouser legs, looking very cautious. Yi Bai kicked Dejinha to the ground and gave a look. Song Dongfeng understood what he meant and immediately stepped forward to take off his hood. Sure enough, Big Gold Teeth's fat face appeared. He was fawning and his eyes were panic-stricken, just like a clown. So it's this old bastard. When you were playing Golden Flower, I knew he was not a good guy. Sure enough. Song Dongfeng spat on Degenia's face. The latter smiled awkwardly, not daring to wipe it off, and could only beg for mercy. Brother Bai, how should we deal with them? Xian walked forward, lifted his clothes, revealing the Glock pistol at his waist, made a gesture, and asked whether to shoot them directly. Yi Bai. Degenia was so scared that his nose and tears were running, and his head banged loudly on the ground. After a moment of silence, Yi Bai spoke up, kill them all. Chapter 22. Don't be silly, sister-in-law, I don't hit women. Xian was stunned. He was just joking to scare these bastards, but Brother Bai actually wanted to kill them. But Xian grew up watching Young and Dangerous, and he knew very well that the underworld was a road of no return. If he followed Brother Bai to mix in society, he would see blood on his hands sooner or later, so he was mentally prepared to a certain extent. Gritting his teeth, Xian made up his mind. Then kill them all. And he has to do it himself. Maybe this is a test from Brother Bai himself? Rat, give me the knife. Xian took a machete from the younger brother beside him, took out a red scarf from his pocket, and wrapped the handle of the knife around his palm. This was the experience he learned from movies. When chopping someone, the blood would get slippery on your hands. If the knife fell, there was a risk of being killed. There was a gleam of ruthlessness in Xian's small eyes, a firm look appeared at the corners of his mouth, and his heart began to pound. Forget it. Yi Bai said, their crimes don't deserve death, so just break their legs. Ah. Xian was stunned, and he didn't know whether he felt relieved or a little regretful. Bang! Bang! The sound of steel hitting bones was heard, and a few screams just came out and then stopped abruptly, followed by a humming sound. Brother Bai, what about that woman? Zhang Lingnan pointed at the Chongsam woman behind him. Her legs were shaking constantly, and a bright yellow liquid flowed down her thighs and onto the ground. Bai, Brother Bai, I know I was wrong, please let me go. As long as you are willing to let me go, I will do anything for you. The woman begged for mercy in a crying voice. Yi Bai was too lazy to pay attention to her. He waved his hand and signaled Xian to deal with it. She didn't know she was wrong, she just knew she was scared. Xian lit a cigarette, took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Don't be silly, sister-in-law, I don't hit women, you can go. Big But Chongsam burst into tears when she heard this and became even more frightened. What are you walking for? Who would dare to leave after hearing such words? You think I haven't watched Kung Fu, right? She could imagine that as soon as she turned around, the dwarf would pull out a shotgun, point it at her back, and send her flying. Not leaving? Fine, then don't leave. Xian snatched the baseball bat from a younger brother, rushed over, and hit the woman's leg hard. Accompanied by crisp knocking sounds, the woman screamed and fainted from the pain. Don't think I won't spank you just because you have a big, sexy butt. Xian spit. He didn't know what it meant to be gentle and considerate to women. He only knew that Brother Bai had just said that if he broke her legs, the woman would naturally not be able to escape. And just now she instigated that fat man with gold teeth to chop Brother Bai. This vicious woman deserves to be chopped to death. Let's go. Yi Bai waved his hand, and his brothers immediately filed into the car, ready to leave. Yi Bai gave Song Dongfeng a few instructions. Although he was a little confused, he still shouted towards the dark parking lot. Still looking? Come out and clean the floor. The parking lot remained silent. Song Dongfeng scratched his head, got in the car, and the convoy roared away. After a long time, a group of people walked out of the darkness of the parking lot. The leading man looked confused and uncertain. Who is the other party? Moreover, they clearly didn't make any noise, so how did they find out? Brother Haiwa, what should we do with these people? A younger brother pointed at Degenia and his group and asked. Take him back. He dared to rob customers in our place. Of course, we can't let him go easily. Haiwa said calmly, as if he had forgotten that their purpose tonight was to rob Yi Bai and chop off his 2 hands. They came well prepared. There were nearly 100 of them, driving more than a dozen cars, all Mercedes-Benz, Audi and BMW, and dozens of motorcycles. Everyone was armed, and many had pistols on their waists. They were outnumbered, and most of the brothers were in the casino at the time. I took about 10 people out, but I didn't dare to take action. These people all wore black suits and were extremely disciplined, just like the gangs in the movies. And the license plates were all covered up, so you couldn't tell where it was from. When Xiao Hongyu heard the report from his subordinates, his brows furrowed. Where did this dragon from? It is obviously a very powerful criminal organization. The other gangsters in Taojiang City don't have such style. Why are they making such a big fuss? Just to win those millions? Impossible. With so many of them and plenty of pistols, they can wipe out the casino. Xiao Hongyu racked his brains but couldn't figure it out. Could it be that an organization from other cities wants to establish a presence in Taojiang City and is here to show off its strength? Haiwa looked hesitant. It's very likely. Xiao Hongyu nodded seriously. Maybe they are targeting us and want to attack us. This time it's just a declaration of war, next time it will be a real fight. Give the order to all the brothers outside to come back and prepare to meet the challenge. Yes. Haiwa agreed and walked out. Xiao Hongyu came to the French window, picked up the wine glass and took a big gulp. The storm is coming. The opponent seems very strong. But so what? Xiao Hongyu has been in society for more than a decade and has been active in Taojiang City. The word fear does not exist in his dictionary. Secret base, unfinished building. Except for the Mercedes-Benz that was loaded with money, all other rented cars were returned and the drivers were paid and dismissed. And Aishan looked worried all the way, and couldn't help asking, Brother Bai, did you really intend to let me kill them just now? You seem to be having a lot of fun, so I'm just playing a joke with you. We are law-abiding citizens, so how could we possibly kill someone? Yi Bai explained. Besides, how could one kill someone in front of so many people? Remember, everything we did today was just to protect ourselves. Breaking their legs was also legitimate defense and it was to give the bad guys the punishment they deserved. Yi Bai said seriously, I said I won't bring you into society. I'm not kidding. Do you understand? Understood. The brothers all nodded. Now everyone knows what Brother Bai means. No matter what he leads us to do, we will never admit that we are gangsters, even if we are beaten to death. Social scoundrels are so low. We are all organized and disciplined, and we are members of the Vitiligo Association. Xiao Xuanzi, why do you have a gun on your waist? Where did it come from? Zhang Lingnan asked. Hey, I bought it at a toy store for $5. I think it goes well with this black suit. Tell me if it looks cool or not. And Aishan proudly showed off his toy gun. Brother Nan, I bought one too, hee. Me too. Many brothers lifted up their clothes to reveal their guns. Chapter 23. Auntie is anxious. Yi Bai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was pitch dark in the dark and if you didn't look carefully, who could tell that it was a toy gun? I guess Xiao Hongyu was so scared at this moment, thinking that he had provoked some powerful force. Everyone has worked hard tonight. Dongzi, give each of the brothers 10,000 yuan, and each of you three will take 20,000 yuan. Yi Bai gave the order, and Song Dongfeng immediately took out a bag, unzipped it, and revealed stacks of red banknotes inside. The brothers all held their breath and looked at Yi Bai with awe. Zhang Lingnan has already described in vivid detail everything that happened tonight. Everyone knows that Brother Bai turned into a gambling god tonight, killing everyone in the casino and winning more than 8 million. He is worthy of being their good brother, awesome. Moreover, we all just followed them around tonight and didn't do anything, but Brother Bai actually gave us some money. He is so generous. Where in the world can we find such a good brother? Brother Bai is mighty. Sure enough, following Brother Bai will give you meat to eat. Brother Bai, I have a younger sister who will graduate from the 3rd grade soon. Get lost, minors are not allowed to date. Brother Bai, I have a sister, but she's so old. Brother Bai, I have a sister-in-law who is very. Brother Bai, my mother just got divorced. If you don't abandon me. Brother Bai, I can wear a skirt. The brothers were laughing and joking, and for a moment the air was filled with a happy atmosphere. After dividing the money among his brothers, Yi Bai drove his Mercedes-Benz and went home with the remaining money. 8.4 million, there was still 7.53 million left after dividing the money, plus the 350,000 left in the bank card. Yi's current total net worth is 7.88 million. As expected, cheating makes money faster. The goal of earning 10 million before September will soon be achieved. Forget it, let's change it to earning enough money as a small goal. Yi Bai made a new plan. He had a rough idea of what to do next, and he could go for a field investigation at the weekend. Soon, the car drove to the private garage downstairs of my aunt's house. Yi-bai felt a little distressed when he saw the trunk full of cash. It's not safe to leave so much money in the car, but it would be too conspicuous to bring these big bags back, and I wouldn't be able to explain it to my aunt. How about we go buy a suite this weekend? Yi-bai was thinking about buying a house. Although housing prices had already skyrocketed, it was still far from the peak. Buying a house now was a sure-win investment. Moreover, there will definitely be many inconveniences when living with my aunt in the future, and I really need a house of my own. Where should the money be hidden before this? After all, it is money won from gambling, and you can't deposit it directly in the bank. Yi-bai was frowning and thinking, when a bag in his hand suddenly disappeared out of thin air. What's going on? Where's the money? Yi-bai was shocked. The next moment, his consciousness descended into a vast white space, where the bag of money that had just disappeared was placed. This is? Space ability? Portable space? Yi-bai was overjoyed. He explored the place with his consciousness and found that although it looked like a vast expanse of white with no end in sight, his consciousness could clearly sense the boundaries. The size of this space is about 10 cubic meters. With just a thought, he could store the items in, and with another thought, he could move the items out. It's like sending a pillow when you feel sleepy. Is this the benefit of being reborn? My superpowers are activated one after another. Yi-bai moved all the cash into his personal space. Fortunately, this is my aunt's private garage. There is no surveillance and we won't be photographed. But this space is a must-have for murder and arson. If a body is hidden inside, even Conan can't find out the truth. Yi-bai's occupational disease came back again. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning and the house was quiet. Yi-bai activated his super hearing and found that Li Shiyan had already fallen into a deep sleep and her breathing was very even. Auntie hasn't gone to bed yet. She's still playing with her cell phone. After taking a shower, Yi-bai just came out of the bathroom, but found that his aunt had come out at some point. Xiaobai, why did you come back so late? Xinyu questioned, and picked up Yi-bai's clothes on the sofa and smelled them. Why do you smell like perfume? Xinyu had a suspicious look on her face, like a little wife who suspected her husband was fooling around outside. A classmate's birthday was coming up, so they went to KTV to sing. Maybe one of the female classmates sprayed perfume on her. Yi-bai said without thinking. Xinyu was still a little unconvinced, but when he lowered his head, his face turned red. Now she completely believed that a man who had just fooled around would not be in this state. Xiaobai, why aren't you wearing pants? Xinyu quickly covered his eyes with his hands. I just took a shower, and auntie, you watched me grow up, so you are half my mother, not an outsider. Yi-bai said nonchalantly as he wiped his body with a towel and went back to his room. Xinyu blushed and his heart beat fast, and he quietly opened his fingers a little. Xiaobai has a great figure. I've never seen him working out, but he's so muscular, with 8-pack abs and a big waist. He looks sexier than those male stars on the screen, and his hormones are overflowing. Xiaobai has really grown up. Returning to his room, Xinyu's mind was filled with Xiaobai's appearance just now, and then, his best friend's wise words echoed in his mind again. What Yu said makes sense. No matter what, I have to help Xiaobai relieve the pressure tonight. Xinyu made up his mind, then took something out of the drawer and came to Yi-bai's door. Xiaobai, put on your clothes. Auntie has something to tell you. Xinyu knocked on the door, and after getting Yi-bai's response, he opened the door and walked in. Xiaobai, auntie knows you are under a lot of pressure and feel very uncomfortable. But why didn't the one I gave you last night work? You want the kind you find in the laundry basket? Yi-bai was dumbfounded. What was going on? If I were really an ignorant 18-year-old boy, I would probably feel like I have found a treasure. But inside my 18-year-old body resides a soul that has experienced many vicissitudes of life. How could I possibly do that? Yi-bai felt the need to explain clearly, auntie, it was really a misunderstanding that day. I didn't pick it up on purpose. There really was a bee on it. Xinyu didn't believe it at all. He said, stop pretending. And put the thing on the table, don't say anything. This is the same as the one you found in the dirty clothes basket. You can take it. No. Auntie, I really don't want this. Yi-bai refused. Xinyu was anxious. You don't believe this is that kind? No. Before Yi-bai could finish his words, he felt as if his throat was strangled. Just see, auntie. Her dignified and pretty cheeks were red as if water was about to drip out, and her eyes were full of shame. "Hey, you stinky white guy, now that you've seen it with your own eyes, you should believe it. For you." Chapter 24. This misunderstanding is even bigger. Yi Bai swore that any man would be unable to resist. In other words, he is well informed and wants his aunt to be willing, otherwise he would have gone berserk by now. "Are you satisfied now, little brat?" Xinyu suppressed her embarrassment, put the things on the bedside table, and then ran out in a hurry. In her panic, she even forgot to close the door. Returning to the room, she threw herself on the bed and buried her head in the quilt. Oh. What am I doing? It's all your fault, you idiot. You had to do that. Xinyu felt like his heart was about to jump out, and a strange feeling grew in his heart. I don't know if it was because she was shy, but her eyes were sparkling and it seemed that tears would overflow from them at any moment. It took Yi Bai a while to come back to his senses. Why didn't he realize in his previous life that his aunt had so much inner drama? Yi Bai shook his head helplessly. Fortunately, he had a strong will and could withstand the test. If this were a comic, the content would have been. Nothing happened that night. When Yi Bai woke up in the morning, he looked in the mirror and found that the muscle contours on his body seemed to be a little more obvious than yesterday. But it's not the kind that becomes bulky, but rather streamlined and full of beauty. She looks thin when she's dressed, but has meat when she's undressed. I feel like my body is full of endless energy, and it seems that I am a little stronger than yesterday. He had the same feeling when he woke up yesterday morning, but Yi Bai didn't take it seriously and thought it was an illusion. But when he still had the feeling today, he realized something was wrong. Even though I haven't been working out, my physical fitness is gradually getting stronger. Is this also a benefit of rebirth? Is it a supernatural power that enhances physical fitness? It's unlikely that he will evolve into an indestructible body that can't even be destroyed by a nuclear bomb, right? Not to mention, Yi Bai was really looking forward to having a body like that. When I left the room, my aunt was making breakfast. "Xiao Bai, go wash up quickly, breakfast will be ready soon." Xinyu brought a plate of fragrant grilled sausages and placed it on the dining table. Just like yesterday morning, she looked radiant. After washing up, Li Shiyan was already sitting at the dining table, drinking a glass of milk. The sunlight cast a layer of golden light on her body, making her look more elegant and graceful. Of course, she still treated Yi Bai as heir as always, with a cold face and no words, and she was even unwilling to look at him. Yi Bai didn't care and ignored her. "Fried eggs are good too." Auntie came out of the kitchen carrying a few plates. There was also a fried egg, lettuce, and ketchup on the table. Standard Western breakfast, sandwich with milk. Xinyu rolled a sandwich, handed it to Yi Bai, and then rolled her own. "Ah!" Xinyu screamed and her sausage accidentally fell to the ground. "What a pity! These are the last 3 left in the house." Xinyu lamented. She really liked eating sandwiches, and her favorite was sausages. Of course Yi Bai knew his aunt's preference, so he handed his over. "It's okay, Auntie, just eat my XXX." Xinyu glared at Yi Bai, tears were about to overflow from her watery eyes again. "You stinky white guy. Little bastard. How abominable. Flirting with her in front of Shiyan again." Yi Bai pretended not to notice his aunt's gaze and remained calm. Xinyu glared for a few seconds, but still started eating. After breakfast, when the 2 children were out, Xinyu didn't even have time to clean up the kitchen. He immediately ran to Yi Bai's room and carefully looked for evidence. Strange, why is the trash can so clean? Xinyu found it on the bedside table. She didn't know what she saw, her beautiful eyes widened. He. "You little brat, let me catch you, and you're still pretending you don't want it." But after observing carefully for a while, Xinyu frowned. "No, it seems that it has not been touched." That shouldn't be the case. Doesn't Xiao Bai like this style? He likes QQ, such as Dingzi. Xinyu returned to his room, hesitated for a while, and took out the little dress from the drawer. She bought this out of curiosity after seeing it on other women online, but she has never worn it. This is not underwear at all, it's clearly just a small piece of rag hanging on a rope. Xinyu spat. I don't know what kind of woman would wear such embarrassing clothes. Wear it once, just wear it this time. Little bastard, if you are still not satisfied this time, Auntie really doesn't know what to do. Chapter 25, Interception, There is no coincidence. Yi Bai originally planned to wait until the weekend to make his next plan. But then I thought, the school is full of our own people from top to bottom, so going to school is just like going home. Lao Wang, please ask for a long vacation for me. You can do it in person. That's it. Yi Bai dialed the principal's number directly, and after giving his instructions, he hung up the phone without waiting for him to speak. After thinking about it, he sent another text message to the principal, asking for a long vacation for Song Dongfeng and the other two. Not long after, the principal sent a text message. What do you think of me? Don't go too far. I'm the head of the school, not your little brother. It can be seen that the principal is quite angry. Yi Bai didn't say anything and directly sent a photo of the art teacher and the principal in front of the French window. Do it right away. The Mercedes-Benz he rented yesterday had not been returned yet, so Yi Bai drove it out and picked up his three brothers at the central square. Song Dongfeng and Ni Xian were dressed the same as last night, in black suits and white shirts. Zhang Lingnan might think this looks very handsome, so he also bought a black suit, but he was too thin, and looked like a monkey wearing a human costume. Brother Bai, let me drive. Although I haven't taken the driving test yet, I learned how to drive last summer vacation. Song Dongfeng said. His skills are not very proficient yet, and he didn't dare to volunteer to do something important yesterday, but he had to do it today. How can it make sense for an elder brother to drive a younger brother? Yi Bai nodded and gave the driver's seat to him. Brother Bai, where are you going? Song Dongfeng was quite showy. He got a pair of white gloves from somewhere and looked quite professional. Yangla District, Rainbow Bridge. Yi Bai said, lost in memories. The Rainbow Bridge is a cross-river bridge. There is a row of residential buildings on the riverbank. Usually many tourists go there to enjoy the river view, and the passenger flow is good. After Yi Bai was expelled from school in his previous life, he found a job in a small bar in order to earn money to buy gifts for Xin Mengyao. He remembered very clearly that just a few days after he started working, the landlord's youngest son owed 5 million yuan from gambling outside and was visited by loan sharks. In order to pay off his son's debt, the landlord had no choice but to sell the entire building to the owner of the small bar for 5 million. Who would have thought that just 1 week later, the area was designated as a high-tech development zone and the value of the entire building increased sixfold. As long as we take over this building, we can make more than 20 million. Calculating the time, the building was sold almost within the past 2 days. Soon, the Rainbow Bridge arrived. Liang Weiyuan Bar is now open for business. The bartender was a young man with a head of explosive blonde hair, wearing tight pants and loafers that are popular among people in today's society. After entering the room, Ni Xian went over to pass out a cigarette and inquire. You are late. My boss has already talked to the landlord last night. Huang Mao said while blowing bubblegum. Yi Bai actually felt relieved when he heard him say that. The deal was just concluded last night, so the contract definitely hasn't been signed yet, and the procedures haven't been completed yet. The building has 6 floors in total, and the landlord lives on the 4th floor. The group left the bar and went straight to the 4th floor. Song Dongfeng banged on the door. Who is it? The security door opened, and a little old man with gray hair and bloodshot eyes appeared at the door. He was startled when he opened the door, then looked the 4 people up and down and his expression became angry. I said I'd sell the house and pay you back within a week. And you can't wait for just a few days. The old man was spitting and was about to close the door. Yi Bai quickly used his foot to stop him. Uncle, you misunderstood. We heard that your house was for sale, so we came here to buy it. Aren't you the debt collectors? The old man asked suspiciously. Really not. Then you are too late. I have already sold this building to someone else. I know. You sell it to the owner of the bar downstairs for 5 million, right? I'll pay 5.5 million, full payment, in cash. Yi Bai said and waved to Song Dongfeng. Song Dongfeng nodded, put the bag he had been holding in his hand on the ground, and then opened it. Stacks of banknotes were revealed, dazzling red and extremely tempting. The old man's eyes widened. 5.5 million, really? Truer than gold. Okay, I'll sell it to you. The old man's son owed 5 million in gambling debts. Originally, he could have paid off the debt by selling the building. Now he can get an extra 500,000. Why not do it? The old man immediately found the materials and documents and followed Yi Bai to the Real Estate Administration Bureau to go through the formalities. The house transfer process usually takes between half a month and 1 month, but the price here will go up after a week, and if it is delayed, things may change. Yi Bai can only find a way to complete all the procedures today. The first person he thought of was Chen Sini's father, Chen Zhangbin. As the top leader of Taojiang City, Chen Zhangbin can handle such small matters with just one phone call. But the other party only agreed to help Yi Bai do 3 things. Although he could earn more than 20 million this time, Yi Bai still felt it was not worth it. This kind of favor is best used at critical moments. As the top leader of Taojiang University, Lao Wang should have the connections to solve this problem. Yi Bai's eyes lit up and he immediately called Principal Wang to explain the situation. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while. "I'm sorry, I can't do this. I work in the education system and I don't have the ability to reach out to the housing authority." "Okay." Yi Bai didn't waste any time talking to him, just hung up the phone and sent a video. The video begins with a first-person perspective, with Principal Wang and the art teacher. The faces of the 2 people are clearly revealed. Soon, Principal Wang replied after appreciating his own work. "I've already made arrangements. When you get to the housing authority, just call 133. The principal is really considerate of the students." Yi Bai sighed. Principal Wang is indeed very powerful. In just half a day, everything was handled and even the real estate certificate was prepared. Yi Bai successfully owned the first building in his life. At the same time, the owner of Liang Weiyuan Bar was stunned when he learned that the landlord sold the building to someone else for 5.5 million. He made a phone call, then drove to Juxiu Villa Hotel and entered room 888. As soon as he entered the door, someone slapped him to the ground. "You useless thing, you can't even handle such a small matter." "Brother Mao, I already negotiated it last night. We were going to go to the housing authority today to go through the process, but who knew someone would interfere?" The bar owner had a sad face and begged for mercy. "Brother Mao, now that things have come to this, I'm going to go collect that 5 million gambling debt first," someone said in the room. "Go ahead, this old man, how dare you ruin our business? Call his son to the casino tonight and give him another million. Clear. Find out who bought that building. If anyone dares to tamper with it, I will kill him." Chapter 26. Brother Bai is the best in the world. After buying the house and paying the property purchase tax, Yi Bai still had 2.2 million left. The plan to buy a house and a car has to be put on hold temporarily. It was already afternoon, but after running through the formalities for most of the day, the 4 of them didn't even have time to eat lunch, so Yi Bai found a Sichuan restaurant and had lunch first. How can I make money next? Yi Bai was thinking, but he saw Nai Xian, who was sitting opposite him, had an obscene smile on his face, and a woman's coquettish voice came from the phone. "Brother Crow, you are so annoying. You want to see my private parts again? Live streaming?" Yi Bai's eyes lit up and he suddenly had an idea. It is now 2013 and the live streaming industry is still in its infancy. The live streaming platform giant in the previous life, Maoya Live, only launched its live streaming business 2 years ago. It has not yet been renamed Maoya, but is called YY Live. Douyu Live is currently just a channel on Station A. Longju Live will not be launched until next year. The reason why Yi Bai knew all this so clearly was thanks to Nai Xian. This kid loves watching live broadcasts and also likes to play with female anchors. When Yi Bai was rising in his previous life, it was the first year of live broadcasting, which was the most prosperous time for the live broadcasting industry. After Nai Xian's arm was chopped off, he had no choice but to withdraw from the underworld. He stopped fighting and killed, and instead focused on his career. He made a plan and successfully persuaded Yi Bai to get involved in the live broadcast industry, set up a union, and sign a number of female anchors. Not to mention, Nai Xian was born to be in this line of work. He had a firm grasp over a group of beautiful female anchors and made a lot of money. Even after the rise of short videos, he created several Douyin internet celebrities with tens of millions of fans. In this life, I can create my own live streaming platform. Yi Bai believed that as a time traveler, he had a forward-looking vision and was aware of the changes in this industry, so he would definitely be able to get a piece of the pie. It is even possible to become the leader in the live streaming industry. Once you have money and traffic, you can even create your own short video platform. ByteDance, the parent company of Douyin, was just established last year. Douyin will not exit until 3 years later. ByteDance later became one of the 3 major internet giants and was able to keep pace with Penguin and Alibaba, all thanks to Douyin. Yi Bai can seize the opportunity, create his own Douyin, or even his own Byte, and become an internet giant. You can open a media company for Ni Xian, let him recruit a group of female anchors, set up a union, and first cooperate with Maya Live and OU. I will make a fortune from Bitcoin in the second half of the year, and then I can directly build my own live streaming platform. Thinking of this, Yi Bai asked, Xiao Xuanzi, what are you doing? I'm watching the live broadcast. What is live streaming? Yi Bai pretended not to know. Upon hearing this, Ni Xian immediately felt a strong desire to share and started introducing it to Yi Bai with his phone in hand. Brother Bai, this is YY Live. Look at this roast chicken shaking its butt. She's the female anchor. After Ni Xian finished speaking, Yi Bai said, it seems quite interesting. Why don't we open a media company and recruit some female anchors? Ah. Holy shit. Brother Bai, you are kidding, right? Ni Xian jumped up. Certainly. Okay. Ni Xian was extremely excited. I plan to hand over the management of the media company to you. Do you have confidence? Ni Xian's small green bean-like eyes shone with brilliance. Don't tell me, Brother Bai, I have been watching YY Live broadcasts on my computer since I was in high school. I often fantasize that if I have money, I will also set up a live broadcast company and play with female anchors every day. So I dare not guarantee other things, but I still have some confidence in letting me set up a live broadcast company. That's fine. After dinner we'll go register the company. As soon as Yi Bai finished speaking, Ni Xian picked up the bowl and started eating like whirlwind, looking like he wanted to stuff the entire bowl into his mouth. After finishing their meal, the four of them immediately set off for the Administration for Industry and Commerce. What's a suitable name for the company? Yi Bai asked. Brother Bai, how about vitiligo? Song Dongfeng shouted immediately. Roll. What about the White Wind Society? Nanzi, use your stinky socks to plug his mouth. No, Brother Bai, I don't woo. After discussion, everyone agreed that the name of the new company should be Bai Yi Media Company, Ltd. According to Ni Xian, this is our first company and it must be firmly branded as the Big Brother. Bai Yi is the homonym of Yi Bai's name, and it sounds classy, making it perfect. Soon, the group went to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to register the company with a registered capital of 1 million RMB. Logically speaking, the Industrial and Commercial Bureau cannot be so efficient, but Yi Bai has a kind-hearted principle. When he heard that his students wanted to start a business, he immediately called around to use his connections to get the green light. Nanzi, Dongzi, each of you will own 10% of the shares, and Zaya Xuanzi will manage the company, owning 20%. Is that okay? Yi Bai originally thought that his brothers would all agree to his proposal, but who would have thought that the three of them would shake their heads like rattles after hearing it? Brother Bai, you gave me the money to realize my idea. How can I have the nerve to take a share? Ni Xian said. Brother Bai, I don't understand live streaming and can't help much. I don't feel safe holding these shares, said Zhang Lingnan. Me too. Song Dongfeng agreed. Yi Bai looked at his three brothers and felt a warm feeling in his heart. Song Dongfeng died in the fire while trying to save himself. Ni Xian lost his arm while blocking a knife for him, and later on, the live broadcast company he established relied on him to make money. He worked hard and never complained even though he only got less than 10% of the shares, and never had any second thoughts. In the end, because the company was involved in opening a casino on the live broadcast platform, he took on everything alone. He did not let Yi Bai go until the Yi Bai group collapsed and Yi Bai fled. Zhang Lingnan even went to jail for Yi Bai, and was sentenced to life imprisonment for intentional homicide. He had no regrets and only asked Yi Bai to help him take good care of his mother and daughter-in-law. These three people were Yi Bai's true brothers in the previous life, and they had gone through mountains of swords and seas of fire together. Yi Bai owes them too much, so what does this little bit of shares mean to him? Now that I have been reborn, of course I want to share wealth with my brothers. You don't even want to listen to my elder brother? Yi Bai glared. If you don't want to, just get out of here. Do you think I'm not your elder brother? The three of them were in a dilemma. After discussion, they decided to take a step back. Ni Xian is the actual manager of the company and holds 10% of the shares. Zhang Lingnan and Song Dongfeng each accounted for 5%. Yi Bai holds 80% of the shares. Brother Bai, didn't you just buy a building today? Why don't we locate our company there? Ni Xian suggested. Yi Bai shook his head. The place was going to be demolished soon and the whole building would be sold in a week. Let's rent an office in the Longting building in the central square. Okay, leave it to me. And Ai Xian nodded. Brother Bai, my second uncle is in the decoration business. I can ask him to help us with the decoration, which will definitely save us a lot of money. Song Dongfeng said. Brother Bai, I. Song Dongfeng also wanted to help, and after hesitating for a long time, he managed to utter, I will be responsible for driving, being your driver, and also serving as your bodyguard. Okay, I'll give you this Mercedes-Benz for now. I'll buy you a new one when I have more money. Song Dongfeng nodded repeatedly. For a moment, the three of them felt that their future was bright and they were full of energy. Sure enough, if you follow Brother Bai, you will have meat to eat. Brother Bai is awesome. The coolest guy in the world. Chapter 27, A New Plan. Although Ai Xian was born to be a live streamer, he was still a useless college student after all, and his experience in all aspects was far from what it was when he retired from the social world in his previous life. Fortunately, Yi Bai has a vision that transcends the current era and can perfectly make up for Ai Xian's shortcomings. Yi Bai only needs to grasp the general direction and let Ai Xian fill in the details. Song Dongfeng drove a Mercedes-Benz to take Yi Bai home. When they arrived downstairs at his aunt's house, Yi Bai had almost explained to Ai Xian all the matters concerning the live broadcast company. Brother Bai, don't worry about me. I'll draft the plan when I get home tonight, and also prepare the announcement for recruiting anchors. Once the company is decorated, we can start working right away. Ai Xian looked like he was full of energy. Yi Bai patted his shoulder, gave him a few words of encouragement, then went upstairs and went home. Etc. Live broadcast, anchor, treasure appraisal by Qingchuan, antiques. A flash of lightning flashed by. Yi Bai stopped and a series of words appeared in his mind, then pieced together to form a series of pictures. He suddenly remembered a super anchor named Qingchuan Treasure Appraisal in his previous life. The live broadcast content of this anchor is treasure appraisal. In the previous life, there was a piece of news that was widely circulated in Taojiang City, and it was related to this anchor. During Qingchuan's live broadcast of treasure appraisal, he randomly connected to a boss who sells antiques in Taojiang City. While appraising various antiques in the store for his boss, Qingchuan accidentally discovered that there was a secret behind a walking stick that the boss had hung on the wall and had not sold for more than 10 years. There was actually an ancient bronze sword hidden inside. It seemed to be called the Sword of King Fuchai of Wu. It was the 10th sword discovered and was sold for more than 20 million yuan. Although there are many crutches in the antique street, I have the ability to see through things, so I can directly snatch this bronze sword. I can use the money from selling the bronze sword to buy a house at Rainbow Bridge. I can make a lot of money in a week. He can earn more than 20 million from one building. If he can acquire 5 buildings, he will become a billionaire in a week. Yi Bai immediately called Song Dongfeng. Dongzi. Tell the brothers to gather at the antique street in Yuntown tomorrow morning. I need your help with something. There are at least a few hundred shops in the antique street. If Yi Bai had to search each one by himself, by the time he found the bronze sword, it would have been too late. Yi Bai planned to have his brothers act together to mark all the antique shops with crutches hanging on the walls, and then he would go out and use his X-ray vision to find the bronze sword. When Yi Bai returned home, his aunt was doing yoga on the yoga mat. She was wearing a tight vest on her upper body and a pair of yoga pants on her lower body. This dress shows off the aunt's sexy and attractive figure to the fullest. This amazing waist-to-hip ratio is simply too perfect. Xiao Bai, I left dinner for you. Just heat it up in the microwave. Xin Yu was lying on the yoga mat. When he heard the door open, he looked back. Okay, auntie, I'll heat it up myself when I'm hungry later. Yi Bai sat on the sofa and watched his aunt do yoga. The aunt's next move seemed to be the cat stretch. She knelt on the yoga mat, supported her hands in front of her, raised her head and stuck her butt up. Xin Yu did a few cat stretches and stuck her butt out like a kitten several times before she realized something was wrong. When she turned around, she saw Yi Bai staring at her butt. Xin Yu's heart skipped a beat, and a strange emotion arose. He couldn't tell whether it was shame or joy, or maybe both. Xiao Bai, auntie will go back to her room first. Xin Yu didn't dare to stay any longer. She felt that Xiao Bai's eyes were a little scary at this moment. When Xin Yu returned to the room, his heart was still pounding. She felt that the relationship between her and Xiao Bai seemed to be quietly deteriorating. Even in her dreams at night, the male protagonist was Xiao Bai. What should I do? It feels like Xiao Bai will lose control at any time. Just now, Xiao Bai was like a hungry beast, and it seemed that it would pounce on him in the next second and eat him alive like a little white rabbit. If I really am with Xiaobai, how should I face Sister Qin and Shuryan? Xinyu covered his face, extremely distressed. No. Xiaobai must be relieved of the pressure. It's said on the internet that after a boy has that, he will enter a sage's time, free from desires and wants. In that case, we won't have to worry about Xiaobai losing control. A look of determination flashed across Qinyu's face. She stood up and took off her yoga pants with difficulty. Mainly because her butt was too big. After a while, Xinyu came outside the room, hesitated for a moment, and knocked gently. Xiaobai, Auntie has something to tell you. Come in. Xinyu opened the door and walked in, and saw Yibai sitting beside the bed, staring at her with burning eyes. Xinyu suddenly started to panic, lowered his head, and didn't dare to look directly into Yibai's eyes. Xiaobai, why didn't you use what Auntie gave you last night? Don't you like it? Yeah. Yibai nodded. You don't like the regular style? How about this one? Xinyu put the nail on the table with a red face. Here we go again. Yibai was speechless. He could guess how things would turn out. His aunt left the things in her bedroom, and after returning to her room, she began to imagine things like crazy, and then. He didn't want to argue with his aunt like this anymore. Auntie, I don't want these at all. You don't like this either? Xinyu felt that the gift he had carefully prepared was disliked by Xiaobai, and he felt a little disappointed and sad. I think that's obscene, I can't do it. Auntie, I'll tell you the truth, I like you very much, you're the one in my dreams. Yibai laid his cards on the table, and as he spoke, he reached out and pulled Xinyu into his arms, hugging her waist. Xinyu exclaimed and sat in Yibai's arms. Smelling the male hormones coming towards her, she felt like she was struck by lightning. She was stunned and her mind went blank. Aunt. Chapter 28. Life is short, enjoy it while you can. Xinyu's pupils trembled, his brain went blank, and his body froze. She came to her senses and struggled to get up, but Yibai held her tightly. Xiaobai, no, we can't do this. Xinyu groaned. Auntie, don't suppress yourself anymore. I know you like me too. Let Auntie go, Xiaobai, Auntie begs you. Xinyu's face was full of pleading. We can't do this, you are Sister Qin's child, how can I face Sister Qin in the future? Aunt, we are not related by blood. You and my mother are just childhood playmates. Well, that won't work either. Our age gap is too big. You and Shuryan are both college students. If Shuryan knew, how would she look at me? She would definitely think I'm a cheap woman. Xiaobai, calm down. Looking at Xinyu's panicked face, Yibai sighed regretfully. He could feel that his aunt's love for him was not just the kind of love an elder has for a younger person. Unfortunately, she still couldn't break the secular concept and couldn't accept being with the younger generation. I was too impatient. The time is not yet ripe. Yibai let go of her and sighed. I'm sorry, Auntie, I was too impulsive. Xinyu struggled to get up from Yibai's arms. She suppressed her inner throbbing and said, It's okay, Xiaobai. Auntie doesn't blame you. It's amazing that Xiaobai can regain his sanity at the critical moment. Xinyu wanted to leave, but hesitated when she thought of her best friend Xinyu's advice. Xiaobai held back today, but what about next time? Will he still be able to hold back? What should I do if I lose control completely next time? But Xiaobai doesn't want to. Xinyu suddenly thought of a method that she learned from movies and TV series. Do you really want to do that? After struggling for a while, Xinyu finally made up his mind. Xiaobai, we can't, but I have another way to help you. What method? Yibai raised his head. Xinyu finished speaking, lowering his head and not daring to look into Yibai's eyes, his green jade fingers clenched together nervously. Yibai hesitated, then nodded slowly. Okay, Auntie, thank you for your help. No words were spoken that night. When Yibai woke up in the morning, he opened the window and the breeze blew on his face, making him feel refreshed and relaxed. When I left the room, my aunt and Li Shuryan were wiping the table in the restaurant. Seeing Yibai coming out, Xinyu quickly pulled his hand back. Not knowing what he was thinking about, a faint blush appeared on his dignified and pretty face. The family of three started to eat breakfast, but Xinyu was a little absent-minded and spilled milk all over the table. Mom, what's wrong with you today? I feel like something is wrong with you. Li Shuryan's pretty face was full of suspicion. No, I just had a bit of insomnia last night. Xinyu hesitated for a moment before asking, Shuryan, there is something I want to ask you. I want to hear your opinion. Okay. Li Shiyan nodded. I have a friend who was in her 30s and a divorced single mother. Recently, she started dating a boy who just entered college. There are so many things like this on the internet. Recently, a female star in her late 50s found a 20-year-old male model in the entertainment industry, said Li Shiyan. Ah? Do you think there's nothing wrong with them doing this? Xinyu was a little happy. No, I think they have no shame. Li Shiyan looked disgusted. If you're lonely, just find someone who's not much older than you. Why would an old cow eat young grass and cause trouble to young boys who are inexperienced in the world? Xinyu was a little discouraged. As expected, Shiyan couldn't even accept the huge age difference. The relationship between her aunt and her nephew would probably be even more difficult for her to accept. It's not just a matter of age, it's also a generation difference. Li Shiyan continued, moreover, a relationship with such a big age gap will not have a future. Women in their 30s and 40s are already aging, and their bodies are declining in all aspects. Their figures are deformed, and they have wrinkles, etc. On the other hand, male college students are in the best time of their lives. They may be with mature women just for the novelty and excitement, but when the other party gradually ages, they will start to dislike them. Although Li Shiyan is a student who has just reached adulthood, she is very mature in her thinking and her words are well reasoned. Xinyu felt that what she said made sense and became unhappy. Yi Bai was speechless. The progress bar of the strategy to conquer Auntie has successfully broken through a limit and is about to reach 100%. Don't let Li Shiyan's words put you in a bad mood. I think everyone has the right to pursue their own happiness, and age is not an obstacle. So Auntie, tell your friends to love bravely and don't care about the world's views. Life is short, enjoy it while you can. Chapter 29 Auntie, the most important thing for a person to live is to be happy. Seeing that Yi Bai was contradicting her, Li Shiyan frowned slightly, but she didn't want to pay attention to Yi Bai, and was too lazy to argue with him, so she didn't say anything else in the end. Xinyu, who was feeling depressed, felt better after hearing Yi Bai's words. Yes, life is so short, why should we live in the eyes of others? Enjoy yourself while you can, your own happiness is the most important thing. Wait. Stinky little white. This little scoundrel knows how to deceive people and say these nice things just for the sake of. Xinyu rolled her eyes at Yi Bai coquettishly. She was obviously a beautiful woman in her 30s, but she acted like a little girl. After breakfast, Li Shiyan went out to school first. Yi Bai came to the kitchen and hugged the aunt who was washing dishes from behind. Xiao Bai, what are you doing? Xinyu's delicate body trembled. Thank you, Auntie. Yi Bai understood the principle of striking while the iron is hot. Just now, his aunt was almost depressed by what Li Shiyan said. He succeeded in shaking her mind, so of course he needed some drastic measures at this time. Xiao Bai, let go of Auntie quickly. What if Shiyan forgets to bring something and comes back suddenly? Xinyu was panicked and his voice was shaking. Yi Bai hugged her tighter. Auntie, the most important thing in life is to be happy. Don't care about those rumors. Xiao Bai, please, take your hands away. Xinyu's voice was filled with tears. Oh well. Yi Bai let go of his hand with regret. He knew his aunt's personality, so he couldn't push her too hard, and just had to know when to stop. When Yi Bai opened the door and went out, Xinyu could no longer stand and fell to the ground. This bad guy. Juntown, northern suburb of Taojiang City. Antique Street. Nearly 100 young people in black suits and white shirts gathered together. Passers-by saw it from a distance and hid far away. Those people were so fierce, just like the Axe Gang in the movies, and many of them had weapons on their waists. Especially the burly man who was leading the group and was nearly 2 meters tall. With his broad back and strong arms, he would definitely be a brave general who charged into battle in ancient times. Brother Bai. Then an extremely handsome young man was seen running down from Hutu, and a group of people bowed in unison to greet him. Someone secretly took out his cell phone and took a sneak shot of this scene. So damn handsome. Could that handsome guy be the underground emperor of Taojiang City? He is both domineering and elegant, with a bit of nobility about him. He is simply the gangster in the novel who has walked into reality. Yi Bai was full of black lines on his forehead. Why are you still wearing this outfit? Brother Bai, you look so handsome in this. Song Dongfeng scratched his head, smiling innocently, like a fool. If someone who doesn't know sees us, they'd think we're gangsters. Yi Bai was speechless, but he couldn't control what his brothers wore. Wear whatever you like. Looks like gangsters, right? Anyway, I am a legitimate businessman who follows the right path. My brother just has a little over 100 million yuan, and he has absolutely nothing to do with the underworld. Today I have a task for you all. After Yi Bai finished speaking, Xian made a plan and asked the brothers to form groups of 3, divide the areas, and go to the antique street to find the dragon-headed cane hanging on the wall. Soon, nearly 100 brothers scattered throughout the antique street. Only Yi Bai and Song Dongfeng were left there. Yi Bai originally thought about using his super eagle eyes and perspective to see if he could find the cane that contained the bronze sword. But just as he activated his supernatural power, densely packed antiques came into view, and Yi Bai almost suffered from claustrophobia. And he also saw an extremely eye-catching scene. In the early morning, 2 men were actually playing tricks. Forget it, just wait patiently. Yi Bai shook his head. Suddenly, the phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Chen Sini calling. Hello. Yi Bai, why haven't you come to school for 2 consecutive days? Chen Sini started questioning right away. She was actually a little angry and felt like her heart was really betrayed. I had just reached an agreement with Yi Bai, but he didn't come to school. Well, I've taken a leave of absence. I can't keep up with the current courses, and I plan to study at home for a while. Yi Bai said without hesitation. But Chen Sini believed it and softened her tone. That's right. You have so many bad friends in school that you can't concentrate on studying. Staying at home can actually improve your study efficiency. Yi Bai, come on, don't fail the course and graduate safely. Is this an attempt to encourage me to be your boyfriend? After hanging up the phone, Song Dongfeng came over. Brother Bai, is it your sister-in-law? It's Chen Sini. Oh, it's my sister-in-law calling. Is she here to check on me? An hour later, the brothers completed their mission and reunited. Xian integrated the information, found a diary to write it down, and reported, Brother Bai, there are 78 stores with crutches hanging on the wall, but only 19 of them have dragon head crutches. Yi Bai nodded with satisfaction. This kid Xian is indeed a talented person. As long as he is provided with a platform and opportunities, he will be able to shine. Okay, thank you for your hard work. You should go and take care of the live broadcast company's business first. Yi Bai took the notebook from Xian. Okay, bye. Xian nodded and left with Zhang Lingnan and several brothers. He is very efficient. He found an office building online yesterday and made an appointment with Zhang Lingnan's second uncle to go there together today. If all goes well, Zhang Lingnan's second uncle can start the renovation work today. Yi Bai took the notebook and looked at it. The first shop with a dragon head cane hanging on the wall is the first shop at the intersection. He went in and took a look, and found that there was indeed something inside the crutch, but it was not a bronze sword, but was filled with cotton. The second one, the third one, the 10th one. Even after visiting all the 19 marked stores, the crutch was still not found. Could it be that the information is wrong? The cane wasn't hanging on the wall for more than 10 years before it was discovered. Or, did you guys miss anything? Yi Bai frowned in thought, then looked down at the notebook in his hand, only to find that Zhang Lingnan had left a message at the bottom. Brother Bai, if you have visited all 19 shops and still haven't found what you want, go to Mingqing Pavilion at number 88 Antique Street. It is one of the largest shops here. It is closed in the morning and will open at 11 noon. Yi Bai looked at the time. It was already 10:50 and Mingqing Hall was about to open. Let's go, Donzi. Yi Bai took Song Dongfeng and walked into the antique street. Soon, we arrived at number 88 Antique Street. The scale of this store is indeed extraordinary, the decoration outside is also very luxurious, and the floor space is the largest I have seen today. At this time, a woman in Cheongsam turned her back to Yi Bai and slowly bent down to open the rolling door. The butt wrapped in the Cheongsam is round, and when she bends over and sticks it out, it looks like a round heart. Chapter 30 I am Wanggang. Looking at the woman's round butt, Song Dongfeng's eyes lit up. This is the type he likes. He likes women who wear Cheongsams and tight skirts. Song Dongfeng looked at Yi Bai, and after getting her approval, he walked up to her and started chatting her up. Beauty, are you open for business? The Cheongsam woman pushed up the rolling door, turned around, and revealed a face that looked very similar to Grandpa Nyo, with a face full of stubble. What beauty are you calling me? I'm Wanggang, and I'm a man. The beauty rolled her eyes coquettishly. Song Dongfeng was struck by lightning, staggering back, extremely frightened. Yi Bai felt like something dirty had gotten into his eyes. He recognized who this man was. Isn't this one of the two men I saw when I activated the Super Eagle Vision and X-ray Vision just now? Where's the other one? Just as I was thinking about it, I saw the employees of Mingqing Hall coming to work one after another not far away. Walking in front was a middle-aged man wearing a suit and bow tie with two small mustaches. He was quite handsome and manly, just like the British gentlemen in movies and TV dramas. So it's here. Yi Bai recognized at a glance that this was the warrior who carried the hairy legs. Who would have thought that such a handsome and elegant middle-aged man is actually a gay with such a unique taste? Gangzi, what are you doing standing at the door? Come in and make some tea. The British gentleman scolded the sexy Wang Gang, and then gave Yi Bai a warm smile. Welcome to our store, my two guests. I am the owner of Mingqing Restaurant. Xiaozhan, please come in. Yi Bai couldn't look this man in the eye. He always felt that he was looking at him with a bit of lust. But for the sake of the bronze sword, he had no choice but to go in. Mingqing Pavilion is indeed quite large, luxuriously decorated, and filled with various antiques. Yi Bai glanced around and his eyes stopped on the west wall. Found it. Yi Bai breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, this trip was not in vain. He calmly walked to the shelf on the west side and stopped, pointing at a porcelain bowl on it, and asked Xiaozhan, who was following behind him, "How much is this bowl?" "This is a Qing Dynasty pink glazed porcelain bowl with melon and butterfly patterns. It was used by Cixi to drink water. It costs 1.88 million renminbi." Xiaozhan smiled. "Okay, if you say so, then so be it." Yi Bai pointed to a painting on the wall and asked about its price. "It's an authentic work by Li Wei, a poet from the Tang Dynasty. It costs 5.8 million. Yi Bai was stunned. "Levi? You mean Wang Wei?" Xiaozhan was also stunned for a moment, then he said with a stiff upper lip, "It is definitely Li Wei. If this is an authentic work of Wang Wei, the price should be increased by a zero." Yi Bai pointed at the dragon head cane hanging on the wall and asked, "What about that one? How much is it?" "That's the walking stick used by Yu Saihua, a female general of the Yang clan in the northern Song dynasty. It costs 2.88 million. Are you talking about Shi Saihua Shi Taijun?" "Boss, this word is pronounced Shi, not you." "Oh, yes, it was my mistake. You are really cultured, sir." Yi Bai understood. It turned out that this store was full of fakes. The luxurious decoration was just to confuse customers. This elegant gentleman in front of me is actually a piece of paper-thin boy, whose cultural level is not even as good as that of a gangster like me. At least he managed to cheat his way into university. Maybe Xiaozhan was the one who escaped the 9-year compulsory education. "Boss, my grandpa is turning 60 tomorrow and I want to buy him a cane that looks like an antique. Tell me the truth, how much would you sell it for?" As soon as Yi Bai finished speaking, Xiaozhan's expression changed. "What are you talking about? All we sell in Mingqing Hall are authentic antiques. Get out, we don't welcome rude guests like you." Xiaozhan said this and was about to drive Yi Bai away. "Boss, you don't want others to know that you and Wang Gang." Yi Bai sneered. Xiaozhan's face changed drastically. How could he know that he had just been with Xiao Gang last night? "Give me a sincere price." Yi Bai continued. 10,000, take it. 100. 5,000. 100. 1,000. This is my bottom line, it can't go any lower. 100. 800, it really can't be any lower, this is the cost price. 100. Seeing that Yi Bai refused to give in, Xiaozhan gritted his teeth and said, "Deal, take the things and leave quickly. The boss is open-minded." Yi Bai threw down a banknote, took his crutches and went out, calling a few younger brothers who were waiting not far away to come over. "When you were looking for crutches just now, did you notice which store looked the most legitimate?" "Brother Bai, I just inquired. Tingyuzi is the most formal and best reputed antique shop here," said the younger brother with yellow hair. Another younger brother nodded in agreement. "Brother Bai, I agree with this. I just went to Tingyuzhai. It looks like the best place. The proprietress is a very beautiful lady. Did you see clearly? Don't think it's someone like Wang Gang again." Song Dongfeng felt a shadow in his heart. "Don't worry, Donggu, she is definitely a real beauty, you didn't gouge out my eyes. This is a new book that needs your support. I hope you enjoy reading it. Can you please give me a free 5-star review? Your support is the biggest motivation for me to create." Thank you. Chapter 31 The Beautiful Sister Next Door. A group of people came to Tingyu Zhai. It must be said that this store does look the most formal, and the decoration is also antique and full of charm. The proprietress who came to welcome us was also very charming, a very fair-skinned beauty. Her skin is white, smooth and delicate, without any blemish, just like an elf in the movies. According to Yibai's experience, this kind of women not only have fair skin, but most of them are also a kind of divine beast. But why does this woman look familiar? He was just wondering when he saw the woman looking him up and down and tentatively called out, "Yibai? Who are you?" Yibai was stunned. "I'm Wang Wenjing, don't you recognize me?" The woman's face was filled with excitement as if she had met an old friend in a foreign land, and her snow-white face flushed. Wang Wenjing? Hearing this name, Yibai finally remembered who this woman was. Yibai's fellow villager, the older sister who used to play behind her when she was a child. Wang Wenjing, as the name suggests, is not quiet at all. She has been the leader of the children since she was young. She led a group of children to climb trees to dig out bird nests, go into the mountains to set traps to catch wild boars, and go to the river to catch crabs and snakes. Although she is a girl, she is more naughty and bold than boys. Yibai found it a little bit unbelievable. The tomboy with a watermelon-like haircut in his memory had actually grown up to be so pretty? Moreover, she looks so gentle and even has the temperament of a lady from a noble family. Where did that female tyrannosaurus that could get angry at the slightest provocation go? Wenjing, is this store yours? What the hell? Wang Wenjing subconsciously wanted to swear, but she held it back and smiled like a lady. How is that possible? I haven't even graduated from college yet. I found a part-time job here. Yibai nodded, feeling that this was just right. He said, how could the female tyrannosaurus change her personality? It turned out she was just pretending. However, looking at her pretty appearance, Yibai suddenly had a bold idea. Although Wang Wenjing is a lawless tomboy, she is also the idol of her friends and the child of other people's families. This child was very smart since he was young. He learned things quickly and mastered various skills at a young age, from small things like making fire and cooking to big things like carpentry, weaving, embroidery, etc. Isn't this definitely a high-end version of Liziki? Not only is she more versatile than Liziki, she is also more beautiful and has a better temperament than Liziki. We can make Wang Wenjing a signed artist of Bay Media and develop her into a video blogger like Liziki. Liziki is a phenomenal video blogger, and the brand value she has created alone is worth tens of billions. If Yibai remembered correctly, Liziki only became famous in 2015, and at that time she was just an ordinary Taobao store owner. Wang Wenjing is so much prettier than Liziki. If she copies her path, she will definitely be even more popular. Creating a video blogger with tens of millions of fans will be a great help to Yibai's business plan. Wenjing, we haven't met since we graduated from elementary school. I didn't expect you to have changed so much. Yibai sighed. Wang Wenjing smiled, gentle as water. Then he leaned close to Yibai's ear and growled in a low voice, "You little bastard, are you tired of living? How dare you call me by my name, Sister Wenjing?" "Okay, Wenjing. You. Just wait for me." Wang Wenjing glared at Yibai fiercely. The little brother who used to follow me around has now grown up and become stronger, forgetting the fear of being dominated by me. Wang Wenjing's hands began to itch, but there were many people in the store and she couldn't get angry, so she could only save them for Yibai first. Yibai did not forget his main mission. He raised his cane and said, "I'm here to sell antiques. Wenjing, call your boss out." "The boss isn't here." "Then call someone who can make the decision." Wang Wenjing looked suspicious. This kid has been evil since he was young. He would not forge cultural relics, would he? Glancing down at the crutch, she quickly realized that something was wrong. After all, she has been working part-time in the antique shop for a few months. Although she is not very knowledgeable, she still understands some basic things. The workmanship of this crutch is obviously chemically aged. "Brother, I can tell that this thing is a fake. Why do you still want to sell it to Tingyu Zhai?" Wang Wenjing looked at him as if he was an idiot. "Then don't worry about it. Just call the person out for me." Yibai was calm. "Okay, if you have the guts, don't cry out in pain when you get beaten out." "Wait, I'll call the manager out." Wang Wenjing took a few steps and turned back to warn, "I can't stop you from selling fake goods, but remember to pretend you don't know me later, and don't make me lose my job." Seeing the two of them huddled together and whispering for a long time, Song Dong couldn't hold it in any longer. As soon as Wang Wenjing left, he came over and said, "Brother Bai, is this also my sister-in-law?" Yi Bai couldn't help but kick him. "Get out of the way." "Hee, I understand. Don't worry, Brother Bai. I will never let Sister Cindy know." Soon, Wang Wenjing came out with a well-mannered old man. "Young man, you want to sell antiques?" "That's right. Where is the thing?" The old man looked left and right, but couldn't find the antique. "That's it." Yi Bai raised his crutch. The old man's expression darkened. "Boy, are you making fun of me? Or are you treating me like a fool? Do you think you can fool me with something so fake? What's the hurry?" Yi Bai chuckled, raised his cane, and hit the marble pillar next to him. Bump! The crutch shattered in an instant, and wood chips flew everywhere. Wang Wenjing was stunned. She felt that this follower might have some mental problems. The treasure appraisers of Tingguzi are among the best in the country. It would have been fine if you came here to sell fakes, but when you were exposed, you actually lost your temper in public and smashed the fakes to pieces. She seemed to have seen the scene where Boss Lu got furious and ordered the security guards to beat Yi Bai up and then throw him out. But after waiting for a long time, I didn't hear Mr. Lu's roar. When I turned around, I saw Mr. Lu staring at the broken crutch with excitement in his eyes. "What is this? Let me see. He couldn't wait to trot over and take the crutch from Yi Bai. Then he raised his cane and struck the marble column as well. Wang Wenjing was dumbfounded. If they weren't brothers, why did Mr. Lu also go crazy? Zhun. The sound of metal knocking was heard. The crutch completely shattered, the wood chips peeled off layer by layer, and a bronze sword was revealed. Old Lu held the bronze sword and examined it carefully. The sword of King Fuchai of Wu. It's actually the sword of King Fuchai of Wu. And it's still so well preserved. Mr. Lu was extremely excited. Such a valuable antique is hidden in an ordinary walking stick. Could it be that it was sealed in during a special period? Yi Bai's heart was moved. A special period? That special era? I don't know what Mr. Lu was thinking about. His eyes looked a little dim. After a long time, he raised his head and asked, "Young man, how much do you plan to sell it for? How much do you think it's worth? How about 5 million? Are you trying to deceive me as an amateur? Give my things back to me. I won't sell them to you anymore." Yi Bai looked dissatisfied. No. Old Lu thought for a long time and said with a painful look on his face, 10 million, this is the highest price I can offer. This sword is only worth more than 11 million. You have to let me make some money. Yi Bai was speechless. As expected, none of the antique collectors told the truth. They were all selfish. If he didn't know very well that this sword was auctioned for more than 20 million in later generations, he would have believed it. Even taking inflation into account, this sword should be worth at least 20 million now, right? 20 million, one price. If you offer more, I'll turn around and leave. There's more than one antique shop on this street. This time, Mr. Lu really showed a painful expression, and he gritted his teeth like Xiaozhan. Deal. Wang Wenjing's beautiful eyes widened. 20 million? My childhood follower actually became a multi-millionaire? There is a big lawn lying down. Brother Fu, please support me, I don't want to work hard anymore. This is a new book that needs your support. I hope you enjoy reading it. Can you please give me a free 5-star review? Your support is the biggest motivation for me to create. Thank you. Chapter 32. Who doesn't he love a gentle big sister? When Yi Bai was selling the sword of King Fuchai of Wu, everyone present focused their attention here and no one noticed that there was a figure hiding behind the crowd and observing furtively. Seeing Yi Bai sell the bronze sword in his crutch for a sky-high price of 20 million, the man was dumbfounded. He ran out crawling all the way to Mingqing Pavilion. Boss! Something terrible has happened. There was actually a bronze sword hidden in the dragon-headed cane. The guy sold it to old man Lu and Ting Yu Zhai for a full 20 million. Xiao Zhan, who was drinking tea, stood up suddenly, and the teapot fell to the ground and broke into pieces. He looked horrified. What did you say? Did you see it right? It's absolutely true. I saw with my own eyes that old man Lu pulled out the bronze sword from his walking stick. Grass. Xiao Zhan smashed the teacup to pieces, his face turning pale and blue. with all kinds of emotions surging in his mind, including shock, greed, and regret. That's 20 million. How many fake antiques does he have to sell to make that much money? Don't be fooled by the grand decoration of his store. In fact, it can only fool ordinary people. Those who really know the business go to Tingyu Zhai and will not even step into his door. If Mingqing Pavilion could make several million in profit a year, it would be considered a good business. Damn it! Damn it! That's my 20 million, and that kid actually swindled it away. You little bastard, if you don't return the 20 million to me today, I will make sure you can't leave this street. Xiaozhen took out his phone and quickly dialed. Chaozi. It's urgent, bring people over here quickly. Ting Yuzi. Old man Lu asked for Yibai's bank account number and went in to ask the finance department to transfer the money. Wang Wenjing still looked stunned, with her rosy little mouth slightly open. Yibai couldn't help but stuff something in. It's a lollipop. Wang Wenjing came to her senses, licked the lollipop subconsciously, and asked in disbelief, "Is this bronze sword yours? Will the money from selling it belong to you?" Yibai nodded. Song Dongfeng, who was standing next to him, said proudly, "This thing was bought by brother by at another antique shop 10 minutes ago for 100 yuan. Ah? I bought something for 100 yuan and made 20 million yuan? Wang Wenjing was so jealous. If this was something passed down from Yibai's ancestors, she could accept selling it for so much money. I actually found it in the antique street. What a stroke of luck. But Wang Wenjing changed her mind and thought that Yibai deserved to earn 20 million since he could see the secret in the crutch. Unlike me, I didn't realize anything just now and thought he was selling fakes. Awesome. Wang Wenjing gave a thumbs up. Soon, Yibai received a text message about the bank account arrival. He handed the bronze sword to Mr. Lu and signed another agreement. At this point, the transaction is complete. Yibai's total net worth reached 21.2 million. It was already lunchtime, and Yibai invited Wang Wenjing to have lunch with him. She hesitated for a moment, but finally refused. She had to be on duty at noon today, and her salary would be deducted if she asked for leave. Yibai said, "Then I'll tell you the truth. I opened a media company. Do you want to come over? The base salary is 5,000, and food and accommodation are provided." Ah? There is such a good thing? Is it true? Wang Wenjing's eyes widened. She worked part-time here and her base salary was less than 100 yuan a day. With 5,000 a month, she couldn't even imagine how comfortable life would be. Wang Wenjing suddenly thought of something, and her pretty face was full of vigilance. "You are not planning to take advantage of me, are you?" Yibai was speechless. "Don't worry, I like gentle people. I know what kind of person you are. If I have any thoughts about you, what's the difference between that and wanting to fencing with my brothers? Even a roar from your hoarse voice can scare me. Go to hell. Keep your voice down. I'm a lady now." Wang Wenjing resisted the urge to punch Yibai. "And it's not that my voice is hoarse. Doesn't my voice sound good? Ha? Brother Yibai?" Wang Wenjing made a coquettish lowly voice. But Yibai shuddered and begged her to stop pinching. Although Wang Wenjing's voice was indeed very good at this time, Yibai knew the true appearance of this female Tyrannosaurus and what her real voice sounded like. Wang Wenjing gritted her teeth and said, "Who pinched it? My voice is like this now. My voice was rough when I was a child. What does it have to do with me now? Do you understand the voice change period?" Yibai shook his head, too lazy to argue with her. This female Tyrannosaurus Rex forgot that she knew how to clamp when she was a child. Every time she shows off in front of her friends, when they go to her home to play, she immediately turns into a gentle girl and speaks in a soft voice. In short, Wang Wenjing agreed to switch to Yibai's media company. Besides, she doesn't want to go to this crappy class for a single day. "Mr. Lu, I have something to tell you. Can I go to your office?" When Mr. Lu saw Wang Wenjing's face blushing when she spoke, he immediately became more energetic. "This girl usually doesn't want to come to my office. Why did she take the initiative to ask to come in today? Has she finally come to terms with it? Don't want to work hard anymore?" Seeing that he took out 20 million to buy antiques without blinking an eye, were you fascinated by his generosity? Old Lu rubbed his hands and followed Lu Wenjing to his own office with a lustful look. "As soon as I closed the door and turned around, I saw a shadow flash by, and then I felt a sharp pain in my lower body. You old bastard, I've been fed up with you for a long time. You're so stingy and lustful. How dare a piece of trash like you come after me? Why don't you just take a piss and look in the mirror to see what kind of person you are and whether you deserve it? Wang Wenjing was still not satisfied, so she kicked old Lu twice. This old guy has been harassing her and trying to take advantage of her since her first day at work. Wang Wenjing has been patient for a long time. If her family had not been in urgent need of money, she would have taken action long ago. She took a long breath and felt refreshed, and her whole mind was clear. After leaving the office, Wang Wenjing thoughtfully closed the door for Mr. Lu and came to Yi Bai, smiling. I have already resigned, let's go. As they walked out together, Wang Wenjing turned to look at Song Dongfeng and asked softly, Are you Yi Bai's friend? What's your name? Sister-in-law Sister Wenjing, my name is Song Dongfeng, you can just call me Dongzi. Song Dongfeng answered with a shameless face, then quietly approached Yi Bai and whispered, Brother Bai, Sister Wenjing is so gentle, just like her name. I feel like I'm about to betray you. Sister Cinny, I'm sorry, I'm useless, but who wouldn't like a gentle elder sister like Sister Wenjing? Yi Bai. Yes, she is so gentle that she can twist your head off and kick it like a ball. The group had just left Tingyuzi and had not walked far when a group of people suddenly surrounded them. You are such a fool, you dare to cheat me, and you don't even bother to ask me what I am up to? Chapter 33 The Urge to Pledge Oneself. Then the elegant Xiao Zhan and the charming Wang Gang walked out of the crowd. Xiao Zhan pointed at Yi Bai and said to a dark-skinned burly man behind him, Xiaozi, it was this bastard who cheated me out of 20 million worth of antiques. The sturdy man walked forward, looked Yi Bai up and down, and snorted coldly, This pretty boy? Brother Zhan, don't worry, I'll take care of it. As he spoke, he pulled out a butterfly knife from his pocket and decorated it with fancy patterns. You little bastard, I'm giving you two choices. Either return Brother Zhan's antiques, or hand over the 20 million. Otherwise, I'll make sure you can't take care of yourself in the future. As he was speaking, he suddenly heard a large number of footsteps coming from behind him. The sturdy man turned around and saw dozens or even hundreds of men in black suits and ties surrounding him from behind. The visual sense of gangs in movies and TV dramas hit me in the face, and the dark clouds in the sky seemed to be floating towards them as they walked. Chaozi. You are doing well now. You have so many brothers under you? Xiao Zhan patted the sturdy man's shoulder with satisfaction. It's all thanks to Chaozi, who was awesome. With just one phone call he brought so many of his brothers over to support us. Ah? The sturdy man looked confused. Don't I know? Brother Zhan, isn't this the person you called? The two looked at each other and their faces changed drastically. Many of the men in black suits who gathered around lifted up their clothes at the waist, revealing the grips of their Glock pistols. They had cruel and bloodthirsty smiles on their faces, as if they dared to act rashly, they would be shot into sieves in the next second. Finished. It seems like I have hit a wall. This is the real underworld. People like me are just small thugs at best. Snap. The butterfly knife in Chaozi's hand fell to the ground. Xiao Zhan and Wang Gang also became nervous. Wang Gang didn't know whether he was afraid or excited, he kept shaking and felt like his butt might collapse at any time. What kind of business are you in? Song Dongfeng strode over and grabbed Xiao Zhan's collar and lifted him up like a chicken. He was nearly 2 meters tall and stood there like an iron tower. Even the burly Chaozi looked a few sizes smaller in front of him. Xiao Zhan forced a smile that was uglier than crying. Brother, it's all a misunderstanding, I was just joking. You bought the antiques with your own money, it's a legal transaction. Song Dongfeng snorted coldly, threw Xiao Zhan to the ground, and then kicked Wang Gang and Chaozi over with 2 kicks. The younger brothers they brought with them were all silent, and their eyes became clear again under the black muzzle of the gun. Yi Bai said nothing, without even looking at Xiao Zhan and the others. He waved his hand and left first. You're lucky the boss is in a good mood today, otherwise I would have broken a few of your legs. Song Dongfeng snorted coldly and followed with his brothers. After they walked away, Xiao Zhan was still a little scared. Are there such people in Taojiang City? Or are they from other cities? I don't know, but this organization has such a strong discipline, and everyone carries a pistol. They are obviously tough guys. Chaozi swallowed. At this time, a younger brother raised his phone and said, Brother Chao, I saw them on the Taojiang City forum this morning. Someone said that the leader is the real underground emperor of Taojiang City, the son of the underworld. Let me see. Chaozi quickly took the phone and saw a photo posted in the post. Yi Bai got down from a Mercedes-Benz car, and nearly 100 men in black suits and white shirts bowed to him together. So domineering. Xiaozi couldn't help but admire. A real man should be like this. The person who posted the message said that this man is the king of Taojiang City's underworld. Even old-school gangsters like Xiao Hongyu, Feng Chang, and Kai Baozi have to kneel when they see this man. This person is most likely telling the truth, Xiaozi said seriously. Xiao Zhan nodded, feeling much better. He thought that he could brag to others when he drank in the future. Later, Xiao Zhan did the same thing when he got drunk at a drinking party. The underground emperor and gangster prince of Taojiang City once spent a lot of money to buy a cane in my store. That underworld emperor's eyesight is really extraordinary. He saw at a glance that there was a bronze sword inside the cane, and then he sold the sword to Ting Yuzhai for a whopping 20 million. What a pity! The cane has been in my shop for several years, and I didn't realize the secret inside it. The underworld emperor discovered it after just one visit. I can only say that he is worthy of being a legendary figure. He was born to be rich and noble. Wang Wenjing seemed to be hesitant to speak, with a complicated look in her eyes. I felt like I had just escaped from a fire pit and jumped into a den of thieves. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, Yi Bai, are you involved in gangs? Yi Bai was immediately unhappy. Don't talk nonsense. I'm a legitimate businessman. These are my brothers and classmates. They haven't even graduated from college yet. They took a leave of absence today to help me. Song Dongfeng also agreed, yes, Sister Wenjing, we are not gangsters, we are all members of the school club, the Vitiligo Association. Wang Wenjing was confused. What the hell is this Vitiligo Association? Why did the students have guns? Are you talking about this? Song Dongfeng pulled out a pistol from the waist of a younger brother next to him and shot Wang Wenjing. Wang Wenjing was startled and dodged subconsciously, but after a click, he saw a ball of fire coming out of the muzzle of the gun. Song Dongfeng grinned and said, Don't be afraid, Sister Wenjing. This is a lighter. We use it to scare people. Wang Wenjing was speechless, but finally felt relieved. She looked carefully and found that although these men in black suits were dressed maturely, some of them had childish faces and even had furry mustaches on their lips. Moreover, they no longer looked as ferocious as before, but were laughing and joking. It seems that the aura just now, which was similar to that of the Axe Gang in the movie, was just an act. Wang Wenjing sighed inwardly that today's college students have amazing acting skills. After leaving the antique street, Yi Bai told his brothers before getting on the Vituban, when you have time, take the driving test. I will buy you a few cars for traveling. Otherwise, you will have to take the bus every time you gather, which will waste too much time. Yes, brother Bai. The brothers agreed in unison, each with an expression of respect and admiration for Yi Bai on their face. Wang Wenjing. She began to waver again. Is this really a college student? Not a gangster? Letting the brothers go their separate ways, Yi Bai took Wang Wenjing and Song Dongfeng to have lunch. During this period, Yi Bai called Ni Xian, told him about Wang Wenjing, and asked Ni Xian to find time to help her complete the employment procedures. He also explained the general plan for Wang Wenjing, and asked Ni Xian to first recruit some professional photographers and editors, and then immediately launch the Wang Ziki plan after they were in place. Following Li Ziki's path, she will have no way to go. After dinner, Yi Bai said goodbye to Wang Wenjing and took Song Dongfeng to Rainbow Bridge to continue purchasing houses. After hesitating for a while, Wang Wenjing sent a message to Yi Bai. Boss Yi, can I get an advance on my salary? Yi Bai quickly replied, What happened? My mother is in the hospital, and the medical expenses have drained all our savings. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come out to work part-time. How much is the advance? Is 3 months' salary okay? After this message was sent, Yi Bai did not reply for a long time. Wang Wenjing was a little discouraged, but she didn't blame Yi Bai. Who would ask for 3 months' salary in advance before even starting work? Even though we are childhood friends, we haven't been in touch for 5 or 6 years. Ding dong. The text message alert sounded. Wang Wenjing's pupils began to tremble after she clicked it. It was a text message from the bank stating that a full 100,000 yuan had been deposited into the account. Yi Bai, work hard, I believe you won't let me down. At this moment, Wang Wenjing was so moved that she almost cried, and even had the urge to marry him. No, it's the impulse to work for him for the rest of his life. With a boss like this, what's the big deal even if I join the underworld? I know, I swear, Yi Bai, I will follow you for the rest of my life. Chapter 34 I'm working so hard, can't I just enjoy myself? Song Dongfeng's driving skills became more and more sophisticated, and Yi Bai no longer needed to give instructions from the passenger seat, and could just sit in the back seat and enjoy the ride. Not to mention, the driving experience of the Mercedes-Benz is average, but the riding experience is excellent and the comfort is extremely high. In his previous life, Yi Bai preferred rugged cars. He had bought Land Rover, Navigator, G-Class, and even a US muscle car from the 1970s and 1980s. So he actually didn't know much about the Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedan, but after renting it for 2 days, he found it was pretty good. The look also suits a legitimate businessman like him. Yi Bai decided that after a week, after the house at Rainbow Bridge was sold, he would buy a Mercedes-Benz Maybach and get a few cars for his brothers. Soon, the Rainbow Bridge arrived. After parking the car, Yi Bai took Song Dongfeng into the shop on the first floor of the first building at the intersection. This is a bakery and the owner is the landlord. After learning about Yi Bai's purpose, he was surprised and said, "You also want to buy a building? It's really strange. Why do so many people come to my door and want to buy my building recently?" Yi Bai was thoughtful. The documents issued by the government must be confidential. Moreover, the plan to designate this place as a high-tech development zone was suddenly issued by the provincial government, and only a few people knew about it. But there is no impenetrable wall in the world. There are always people who get first-hand information through some special channels. It's a complicated matter here and I can't explain it in detail. There is a group of people who are particularly excessive, just like gangsters. The cake shop owner was furious. "I don't want to sell, but they come to harass me every day and throw dog blood and feces on my door." The boss became angrier and angrier as he spoke, and told those people to come and kill him if they had the guts. His parents died early, and his ex-wife took the kids and remarried in another place, so he had no worries, so why should he be afraid of those bastards? Yi Bai said, "Boss, if you don't want to sell it to them, why don't you sell it to me? It's no use wasting time with them. You won't be able to do business there. You might as well take the money and enjoy life." The boss' eyes widened. "So I don't have any happiness now? My cake shop is a business with almost no capital. I make a lot of money every month. I can still make a lot of money after renting out the upstairs for a year. I must be crazy to sell the building and live off my capital. Besides, who knows if you are in cahoots with those people? Get lost. Don't disturb my business." Well, there is no hope for this building. This boss has a firm attitude, he deserves to be rich in a week. Next one. This is also a shop opened by the landlord himself, a flower shop. The owner of the flower shop was a woman in her 40s. "You guys want to buy this building too? It's a pity you came too late. My little one lost millions in gambling, and loan sharks come to our house every day to collect debts. We have no choice but to sell the building to pay off the debts." Yi Bai was startled when he heard this. It's gambling and loan sharking again. How could such a coincidence happen in the world? A row of houses, 2 families sold their houses because of gambling? There is definitely someone behind this. Yi Bai continued asking and found out that 2 other buildings were also sold for this reason. The buyers of the several buildings are different people, but they are definitely in the same group. Yi Bai felt a sense of urgency and instructed Song Dongfeng, "Dongzi, let's separate. You start from that end and ask if there is anyone who is interested in selling the house. If the other party is unwilling, you can try to raise the price. As long as they are willing to sell, it's no problem for the price to be twice the market price. In a week, the house price here will increase 6-fold, and there will be a lot of profit in the price increase." But Yi Bai couldn't add too much. People are not fools. If you spend such a huge price to buy it, they will definitely find out something fishy. When the 2 separated, work efficiency immediately improved. Yi Bai asked another 10 or so houses, and they either had already sold their properties or were determined not to sell. As expected, among the buildings that had already been sold, another one was sold to pay off gambling debts. Seeing that the area that Yi Bai was responsible for was almost finished, he finally saw hope in the last building. This is a man in his 40s, unkempt, with a messy hair and 2 heavy dark circles under his eyes. He replied while smoking, "My building has 8 floors. The market price is 6 million. I also promised someone to sell it to him for 6.5 million. If you want, I can regret selling it to you, but..." "But what?" "You have to pay more." "How much?" 500,000. Yi Bai frowned, pretending to hesitate, and after a moment he gritted his teeth and agreed, "Okay, I'll buy it for 7 million. The man nodded in satisfaction. "Okay, that's no problem. I'll tell that person that I'm not selling it to him, so he doesn't have to prepare the materials in vain." As he spoke, he went to the coffee table and dialed the landline. "Damn it, if I hadn't been unlucky recently and lost so much, I wouldn't have sold this house. This time I'm going with 7 million, I don't believe I can't make a profit." At this time, the call was connected. He just said hello, and saw Yi-bai took 2 steps over and pressed the hang-up button with a click. "Don't notify in yet. Let's go through the formalities first. What if the other party brings people up to cause trouble and ruins our deal?" The man wanted to ask Yi-bai what he was doing, but after thinking for a moment, he nodded and said, "That's true. Let's go to the housing authority to handle the formalities first." Yi-bai didn't expect that he would intercept these people again. If he made this call, something bad might happen. The other party will definitely try every means to interfere. Therefore, we still have to block the news first and complete all the procedures. Even though we have intercepted them one after another, there will definitely be a lot of trouble in the future. But so what? As a reborn person, he has a group of younger brothers under him, each with various supernatural powers. Moreover, he has the support of the top leader of Taojiang City. At least in Taojiang City, he is not afraid of anyone. When I took the man downstairs, I saw Song Dongfeng leading a well-mannered old man towards me from a distance. Seeing Yi-bai looking over, Song Dongfeng made an okay gesture. Yi-bai felt relieved. This trip was worthwhile, as we got 2 buildings. Although the original plan was to use more than 20 million to buy a house, the situation is now undercurrent and there may be more than one wave of competitors. It's already good enough to be able to snatch a few pieces of meat from their mouths. Yi-bai called Principal Wang and said, "Hello, Lao Wang, I have to trouble you again. Why do you seem a little unhappy? How about I send you some more exciting videos to watch?" Principal Wang is indeed a beacon on the student's path to growth. After a few phone calls, the housing authority once again gave Yi-bai the green light. With the experience from last time, Yi-bai saved a lot of unnecessary processes this time. He completed the procedures for the 2 buildings in less than half a day and successfully obtained 2 property deeds. The total cost was 13 million. His entire fortune consists of 3 buildings, and there is still 8.1 million left in the card. As for the cash won from Xiao Honyu's casino, it was all spent. "It's been a hard day, it's time to go home and enjoy yourself." "Don't say that. I really miss my aunt." Chapter 35. It turns out to be you, little kitty. The Hutuban was galloping, and Yi-bai was sitting in the back seat, leaning his head against the cushion and closing his eyes to rest. Suddenly, the phone rang. He thought it was his aunt calling to urge him to go home for dinner, but when he looked at the number, it turned out to be the landlord of the building where the Liang Weiyuan bar was located. "Hey, bro, we're moving out tomorrow, come over here and get the key. You put it downstairs at the bar and I'll pick it up tomorrow." There was a pause on the other end of the phone, and then he said, "No, the building has been sold, and the bar is also preparing to move out. They are packing up now." They were almost home, so Yi-bai certainly couldn't go back to get the key, then put the key in the fire hydrant box. The landlord insisted, "No, I'm afraid it's lost and I can't explain it to you. Why don't you come over?" Yi-bai narrowed his eyes slightly and realized something was wrong. Everyone has moved out, the house is empty, so what if someone has taken the keys? The landlord seemed to particularly want me to go back and was very anxious. Yi-bai hung up the phone without saying a word. Sure enough, the phone rang again and the landlord kept calling. "There is a problem. Maybe the group of people who were robbed by me will come after me and try to use the landlord to catch me." Yi-bai snorted coldly and turned off his phone. "Now that things have been done, there is no need for me to show up again. I just need to wait for a week for the government document to be issued, and then sell the building at a high price. I am a legitimate businessman and I have to avoid dealing with that kind of scum. I hope you guys will know better and not push me. I really just want to be a clean and honest businessman." Song Dongfeng, who was driving, glanced at Yi-bai from the rearview mirror and shuddered uncontrollably. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that Brother Bai was very scary just now. Although he had a blank expression on his face, he exuded an indescribable murderous aura. It's a bit scary. It was like a bloodthirsty beast baring its fangs. It was also like a sharp blade that had killed countless people being slightly unsheathed. He looks a bit like Jimmy. The protagonist in the movie Harmony is the most important thing in Gangland, but he is more handsome and much taller than Jimmy. In short, it's terrible. Donzi, turn around and go back to the Rainbow Bridge. Rainbow Bridge. upstairs from Liang Weiyuan Bar, at the landlord's home. The old man with bloodshot eyes hung up the phone and said, "You heard it too." He didn't want to come and even turned off his phone. "Let my son go." The living room was filled with smoke, and was filled with a dozen well-dressed socialites. On the floor in the middle, a slightly plump man wearing glasses was kneeling on the ground, his hands and feet were tied, and a sack was covering his head. "You old fool, why don't you keep your word? You promised to sell it to us, why do you go back on your word? Don't worry, we won't do anything to your son, but the prerequisite is that he pays back the 1 million gambling debt he owed us last night." The old man's eyes almost popped out when he heard this. With a look of disbelief on his face, "Another million is owed. This useless thing, you should just beat this troublemaker to death." The old man closed his eyes and looked as if he didn't care, but he suddenly thought of something, opened his eyes suddenly, and looked at the other person in horror. "I owe you 1 million? Are you in cahoots with that group of loan sharks? You set up a scheme to defraud my son." Looking at the playful smile on the other's face, the old man spat out a mouthful of blood. He roared, "I'll fight you to the death," and rushed forward, but was kicked over by the other party. "Old man, what's wrong with me telling you the truth? The IOU is written in black and white here. If you don't pay back the 1 million today, I will pull out your son's teeth one by one in front of you, and then kick his balls to pieces, so that you will have no descendants." The man said this and waved his hand. A younger brother immediately took out a pair of pliers and walked towards the man kneeling on the ground with a sneer. At this moment, sirens were heard in the distance. A younger brother opened the curtain and looked in. "Brother Baldy, the cops are coming this way. Untie the rope for him and let's go." The man waved his hand. "You are lucky. I will let you go today and give you 3 days. If you don't pay the 1 million, you know the consequences. I will keep my word." After the group left, the old man burst into tears. He cried and slapped his disappointing son. After a while, the father and son hugged each other and cried bitterly again. They have really been forced into a desperate situation and have reached the end of their rope. On the Rainbow Bridge, in the dark, a Mercedes-Benz stopped here with its lights turned off. Yi Bai looked in the direction of Liang Weiyuan, with his super eagle eyes and super perspective turned on. "Sure enough, gamblers don't die well. Lao Deng, I bought your building and helped you this time. I have done my best. However, these people all look familiar, as if I have seen them somewhere in my previous life." Yi Bai frowned and thought. Hearing the sound of sirens in the distance, Yi Bai saw those people running down from the upstairs and getting into a car. He quickly signaled Song Dongfeng to follow them. "Forget it, I'll drive." Yi Bai got into the driver's seat. After all, Song Dongfeng was a novice and had no tracking ability. At this time, he had to do it himself. What surprised Yi Bai was that the other party actually went all the way up Shopping Mountain and entered the Juxiu Villa Hotel. Yi Bai did not get out of the car, but continued to monitor with eagle eyes and X-ray vision. Seeing them walk into room 888 and report the situation to a man living inside, Yi Bai smiled. "It's you, little kitty. This person is one of the 4 kings under Xiao Hongyu, and is known as Brother Cat and Fat Cat in the underworld. In charge of the loan sharking business under Xiao Hongyu. In the previous life, this little kitten was also sent away by Yi Bai himself." Knowing who the enemy was, Yi Bai felt relieved. Now he is in the dark and the other party is in the light. The offensive and defensive situations are different. The other party has already set his sights on me. It's only a matter of time before a conflict breaks out. Should I strike first? Yi Bai hesitated for a moment, but finally gave up. In this life, he really didn't want his hands to be stained with blood. There are some roads that, once you have walked on them, you can never turn back. "Kitten, I'll only give you one chance, don't bother me again." After a moment, Yi Bai said softly, "Dongzi, let's go." "Yes, Brother Bai." Song Dongfeng drove away immediately, although he didn't know what Brother Bai was doing. He drove to the Rainbow Bridge and then to Shopping Mountain, and sat in the car without saying a word. But he understood that as a younger brother, he didn't need to care what the boss did, he just needed to listen to his elder brother. If it was said that Song Dongfeng was brainwashed by Hong Kong movies before and therefore respected Yi Bai, but after these few days, he has been completely convinced. It is Song Dongfeng's honor to follow such a capable boss. Yi Bai left. However, the tiger has no intention to harm people, but people have the intention to harm the tiger. Room 888. After listening to his younger brother's report, Fat Cat was a little angry. "You useless guy, you can't even handle such a small matter. The younger brother didn't even dare to raise his head. Brother Mao, it's really not our fault. I don't know which bastard called the police. Bang! There was a knock on the door. A younger brother ran in to report, Brother Mao, 2 more buildings have been intercepted. And, it was the guy called Ibai. What? Brother Cat rushed over and grabbed his brother by the collar and roared, are you kidding me? The younger brother swallowed and said, no, no. Grass. Brother Mao knocked his younger brother to the ground and started punching and kicking him. What a bunch of rubbish. What a bunch of rubbish. 3 buildings were intercepted in succession. Do you know how much money I will lose? How am I going to explain this to my brother? Fuck you. After venting his emotions for a while, Brother Mao asked breathlessly, I asked you to find out the identity of that boy. Did you find it? A younger brother quickly handed over a document. Check, I found it. Brother Mao snatched the document and started looking at it. Sophomore? Both of your parents are farmers in the countryside? The family's assets are the self-built house in the countryside, farmland, and the 3 buildings that snatched from us? Are you kidding me? The younger brother explained carefully, Brother Mao, this poor guy can't possibly come up with so much money to buy a house, and he has no channels to get inside information. He must be a white glove of someone in the city. Brother Mao pondered for a moment and made a decision, send someone to the school to get information and find out the details of this kid and see if we can find out who is behind him. He said with a sinister smile, I've checked it out. I can afford to offend them. I'll kill them. Even though I can't afford to offend you and can't get rid of the people behind you, I still can't kill a poor student like you. Chapter 36 Qi Yu's Conflict. When Yi Bai returned home, it was already past dinner time. Li Shiyan was watching TV series on the sofa with her tablet in her arms. And the aunt was wearing a pair of sexy yoga pants and doing yoga on the yoga mat. She lay on the mat with her legs spread apart. Any man seeing this scene would envy the yoga mat under the aunt. Hearing the door opening, the aunt supported her upper body with both hands, keeping her lower body still maintaining the splits posture. Turning back to Yi Bai, he said, Xiao Bai, Auntie made turtle soup today. Sure Yan and I didn't eat much, so I saved it for you. Heat it up for yourself and eat more. Yi Bai nodded without saying anything. Li Shiyan pouted and said, Mom, can you make something light tomorrow? It's either black chicken soup or turtle soup all day long. I'm going to get acne. Xinyu glanced at Yi Bai with a red face. She is still worried about this little scoundrel. Yi Bai heated up a very nourishing turtle soup and ate it in the restaurant while admiring her aunt doing yoga. Feeling Yi Bai's burning gaze, Xinyu was afraid that Li Shiyan would find out something, so he got up and hurried to take a shower, forgetting to put away his yoga mat. When Xinyu came out of the shower, Yi Bai had already returned to the room, but Li Shiyan was still watching TV on the sofa. After looking at his daughter hesitantly, Xinyu went to wash the clothes he had just changed. When she finished washing the panties, Li Shiyan was still watching TV. Xinyu went to the kitchen to prepare the ingredients for tomorrow. When she came out, Li Shiyan was still watching the show. Xinyu finally couldn't help it. Shiyan, it's so late, why don't you go to bed? Tomorrow is the weekend and school is on holiday. Li Shiyan said without even raising her head. Xinyu, who has always been worried about his daughter's excessive academic pressure, now wishes the school could provide extra lessons for students on weekends. Xinyu was a little depressed and was about to go back to his room, but he saw Yi Bai open the door of the room, leaned out and shouted, Auntie, my quilt is torn, can you help me sew it? No problem. Xinyu found the sewing box in the utility cabinet and came to Yi Bai's room. As soon as she walked in, Yi Bai closed the door and hugged her from behind. Auntie, I miss you so much. More than an hour later, Xinyu helped Yi Bai sew the quilt and came out of the room with a red face. Li Shiyan had also finished watching the show and was about to go back to her room. When she stood up and passed by Xinyu, she sniffed him with a look of disgust on her face. Xinyu's body tensed up immediately, and his heart was pounding. Shiyan, what's wrong? Is there any problem? Mom, don't go to Yi Bai's room anymore. His room is like a doghouse. It's so dirty and smelly. Morning. Yi Bai opened the window. Another refreshing day. The progress bar for conquering Auntie rose a lot. After washing up and walking out of the room, my aunt was already in the kitchen making breakfast. She was wearing an apron and a silk nightgown underneath, and she bent over and stuck out her butt while cleaning the frying pan. Yi Bai walked into the kitchen. Ah! Xinyu was startled. He turned around and gave Yi Bai an angry look. Then he stood on tiptoe and looked left and right guiltily, fearing that Li Shiyan would see this scene. This bad guy is becoming more and more daring. Qin Yu quickly drove Yi Bai out and locked the kitchen door. Unconsciously, she thought of the time when she was sewing the quilt last night. This little rascal. The main text has more than 2,000 words, but only 1,000 words are left after deleting them. Please bear with me. Chapter 37: The Beautiful Saleswoman Who Wants to Pay for Her. Currently, Yi Bai's entire fortune consists of 3 buildings and 8.1 million in his bank card. In less than a week, when the building is sold, a huge sum of money will come in. Bai Yi Media Company, Limited is also being established in full swing. Yi Bai only needs to take the helm and give Ni Shen directions, then he doesn't have to worry about anything and can just take control. Yi Bai decided to use the 8.1 million in the card to spend money today to reward himself. The first thing is to buy a car. At present, a car is a necessity. The rented Mercedes-Benz is comfortable, but it is not your own car after all, and it always feels a bit uncomfortable to sit in it. The second is buying a house. The real estate industry has not yet reached its peak. Many people on the internet are saying that housing prices are going to fall, but in reality they are rising wildly. The prosperous bubble in the real estate industry has not yet burst. Buying a house now is still a sure win. But Yi Bai had another purpose in buying a house, which was to save the woman who made him regret for the rest of his life in his previous life. The island woman who was drowned to death rather than betray him. Yukiko Ishihara. Currently, there are only 2 ways for Yi Bai to get in touch with Shuizi. One is to go to an underground casino to gamble, and the other is to buy an apartment next to Shuizi. On the surface, Shuizi is the woman of Xiao Hongyu, a gangster in Taojiang City. In fact, she is just a shield for Xiao Hongyu, a tool to conceal his true sexual orientation. Xiao Hongyu has several homes, one of which is in Taojiang Mansion by the river, where he bought a large flat. Yukiko also lives here. Xiao Hongyu would come back occasionally, but never share a room with Shuizi. He would either sleep in a room by himself or bring his boyfriend back. The most exciting experience in the previous life was when Yi Bai captured Shuizi and was playing games with Shuizi in the room, and Xiao Hongyu suddenly came back. He was drunk and fell asleep on the sofa, while Yi Bai let Shuizi hold on to the sofa and play games. Yi Bai called Song Dongfeng and told him to return the Hutuban first and then meet up at the Mercedes-Benz 4S headquarters in Taojiang City. After breakfast, Yi Bai went out to take a taxi. When he arrived at the 4S store, Song Dongfeng was already waiting there. When the two of them entered the door, the car saleswoman bowed and was very enthusiastic. The cliched plot in novels where a salesman looks down on others will never appear. First, the employees of these luxury car 4S stores have all received professional training, and even if they think the customers are poor, they will not show it. Moreover, Yi Bai has a handsome face and extraordinary temperament, and there is an unfathomable feeling about him, just like the domineering CEO in novels, and the gentle and jade-like nobleman in film and television dramas. In addition, there was a bodyguard standing next to him, wearing a black suit, almost 2 meters tall, and looking like a gorilla. The car sales lady didn't dare to be negligent at all, and a group of people followed her. A group of beauties served Yi Bai alone. Yi Bai stated his intention: "I want to see the latest model of Mercedes-Benz Maybach." The saleswoman who was in charge apologized: "I'm very sorry, the Maybach series has been discontinued this year and is expected to be put on sale again in the second half of next year." Yi Bai was stunned. He had vaguely heard in his previous life that Maybach had been discontinued, but he didn't expect it would be this year. The salesperson asked cautiously, "Would you like to take a look at the 2012 S600L? Do you have a car in stock that can be driven away today?" "Some." "Lead the way." The beautiful foreman quickly led Yi Bai to an exhibition area. When Yi Bai saw this car, he was attracted by it at first sight. The silver-gray appearance gives people a feeling of luxury, business, and grandeur. It is perfect for a legitimate businessman like me. The sales supervisor took Yi Bai in for a test drive. "I have to say, this car is really fun to drive and very comfortable to sit in." "It's him." Yi Bai nodded slightly. Although he had a calm expression, he gave people a feeling of being heroic. Several salesmen looked at each other, their faces flushed with excitement. "My God, how rich is this?" Buying a luxury car like this is no different from going to the market to buy vegetables by yourself. No, there is still a little difference. When you buy vegetables, you have to ask the price, but people don't even ask the price when buying a luxury car. And he is so young and handsome. I wish he would like me. Doing embarrassing things with such a rich and handsome guy in such a luxurious car, just thinking about it makes me excited. This Mercedes-Benz S600 is the top-of-the-line version, costing 3.4 million renminbi. Yi Bai didn't say anything and paid the full amount for it. When signing the contract, several good-looking sales ladies came over and flirted with him, but Yi Bai ignored them all. A girl of her appearance would have had to wait in line to get into my bed in her previous life. When Yi Bai was about to leave, the beautiful saleswoman who was the foreman wanted to invite Yi Bai to dinner, but was politely declined. Amidst the resentful gazes of the crowd, Song Dongfeng drove Yi Bai away. After leaving the sales center, Song Dongfeng, who had been holding back all the way, finally spoke. "Brother Bai, the salesperson who was the foreman is quite pretty, with fair skin and big breasts. Why did you reject her? Why, are you betraying your sister Wen Jing again?" No, I just think that since you are so handsome and capable, you should find more women. It is normal for a capable man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. With such a good brother, what else can Yi Bai say? Suddenly, there was a ding sound. A text message came. Yi Bai took a look and saw that it was the sales supervisor. She said that he could contact her at any time if he had any after-sales questions. She also said that she knew a Sichuan restaurant with particularly good food and wanted to invite Yi Bai to try it. Seeing that Yi Bai ignored her for a long time, she sent another text message asking Yi Bai whether he used QQ or WeChat and if she could add her contact information. Yi Bai shook his head and muted his phone, having no desire to pay any attention to her. Many men think that the more beautiful a woman is, the cooler she is. But this is not true. It is a natural skill for women to know how to treat people according to their preferences. Of course, they are aloof when facing losers. Most male compatriots cannot imagine how proactive and open beautiful women are when facing rich men. Now that the car is in place, the next step is the house. Yi Bai asked Song Dongfeng to drive to the Taojiang Mansion sales office on the riverside. Coming here, the salesmen are more enthusiastic. Nonsense, he has such an outstanding image and temperament, and he came here in a Mercedes worth millions. It can be seen at first glance that he is a wealthy second generation. The sales staff would treat this kind of high-quality customer like a father. The girl serving Yi Bai was a young lady with very big eyes. Yi Bai got straight to the point. Has Unit 2702 in Building 5 been sold? The large flat here is luxurious, fully furnished, ready for move-in, with 1 elevator for 2 households. 2701 is the apartment where Yukiko lives now. Not yet, shall I take you to have a look? Said the salesperson, preparing to lead the way. No, just sign the contract and buy it. Ah. Okay. The salesperson looked as if she had just woken up from a dream. She was a little doubtful about her life. Was she selling a house or cabbage? But when she thought about the fact that this handsome guy was driving a luxury car worth millions and was followed by a burly man who served as a driver and bodyguard, she felt relieved. The world of the rich is not something that ordinary people like her can understand. This apartment might not even be as expensive as someone else's car. Chapter 38 Sister-in-Law, Don't Look Back. The average price of a house in Taojiang City is more than 6,000 yuan, but all of Taojiang Mansion's houses have river views. It is located in the top location in Taojiang City and has the most expensive housing prices. Moreover, the houses sold here are ready-made, so the price is 13,000 yuan per square meter. Room 2702 is a large apartment with 2 floors, covering a total of 200 square meters, and the full price is 2.6 million yuan. Yi Bai knew very well that buying a house here would be a sure win, and the price would increase several times in the future. Moreover, the houses here are well valued. The best primary and junior high schools in Taojiang City are nearby. There is also a commercial center 1 kilometer away, where Wanda and another large shopping mall are located. Even when the real estate industry collapsed in later generations, the housing prices here did not fall much. Yi Bai thought that if he had some spare money in the future, he could buy a few more sets here. Paid the money and signed the contract. Yi Bai finally owned his first house in his life. The sales lady handed the key to Yi Bai and asked expectantly, "Do you want me to take you to see the house?" To be honest, she really wanted to have something happen between her and this handsome guy. Not to mention that he is rich, he is also so handsome that she is willing to let others play with him for free. No. Yi Bai refused. He recalled an interesting incident from his previous life. In his previous life, as the first step in taking down Shuizi, Yi Bai also wanted to buy 2702. But at that time, his fame had already spread and he was a social boss who was no less powerful than Xiao Hongyu. It was inconvenient for him to show up, so he asked Zhang Lingnan to do it. As it turned out, the owner of 2702 was not short of money, and his social status was not high enough to force him. Zhang Lingnan failed to get the job done, but ended up falling in love with a sales lady in someone else's house, and was discovered by her husband. The other party got so angry that he picked up a knife and was about to chop the woman and the pair of dogs to pieces. But then he was killed by Zhang Lingnan and was hospitalized with a broken leg. After all, Zhang Lingnan is Yi Bai's right-hand man. He has been through life and death with him and has experienced hundreds of battles. Ordinary people are no match for him. That incident was even reported in the news, and in the end it was Yi Bai who stepped in to help him settle it. Then something even more dramatic happened. A month later, Zhang Lingnan was hospitalized. She had ulcers and sores there. She and her sales husband became fellow patients. Therefore, Yi Bai knew very well how promiscuous these sales ladies were. For the sake of sales performance, they would even meet with customers in rough houses. Yi Bai always keeps his distance from such women. Arriving at room 2702, building 5, Taojian Mansion, Yi Bai looked at the first house in his life. There is no wall on the south side, and the entire wall is covered with floor-to-ceiling windows. The view here is excellent, overlooking Taojian River. Taojian River is very wide. You can't see the end at a glance. You can only see an island in the center of the river. It is a river view room, but it has the same view as a sea view room. Except for the lack of beach, everything else is perfect. The greening below is also very well done, with large stretches of lawn. This house is nice, and the sunset is beautiful. Yi Bai was very satisfied. After a while, Song Dongfeng came up with some gift boxes of fruits and cakes in his hands. Yi Bai asked Song Dongfeng to stay at home, then went to room 2701 and rang the doorbell. The underground casino only opens at night. Based on Yi Bai's understanding of Ishihara Yukiko, she is usually catching up on sleep or painting or arranging flowers at this time. Yukiko is a homebody. She doesn't like shopping or crowds. She just likes to tinker with little gadgets at home by herself. Snap! The door opened. Yi Bai smiled and raised the gift box in his hand. "Hello, I just moved to 2702 today. We will be neighbors from now on. Please take care of me." Yukiko leaned forward. She was wearing a loose home kimono. Although it covered the blue dragon tattoo on her shoulder, she was still stunning. A cool face, a sexy figure, and skin as white as snow. She exudes the charm of an island woman all the time, and is born with a physique that makes her vulnerable to being bullied. The two looked at each other, then both were surprised and said in unison, "It's you." Of course Yukiko remembered the man in front of her and would never forget him. He defeated himself in the gambling skill that he was most proud of. Even though it was my mistake, losing is losing. Moreover, his image is also the type that she likes, that kind of orthodox Chinese handsome guy, exuding strong masculine hormones all over his body. Although he has a young face, he is inexplicably very charming and attractive. Although the opponent shattered her myth of invincibility, Shuizi couldn't hate him. When Xiao Hongyu sent his men to deal with him that day, Shuizi was still vaguely worried about him. In the end, they didn't expect that the other party also seemed to have a powerful background and was unfathomable, so that Xiao Hongyu's little brother named Haiwazi returned empty-handed. Yi Bai was delighted. "I didn't expect to meet you here. Can you please let me in?" After hesitating for a moment, Shuizi agreed. After inviting Yi Bai in, she knelt in front of the coffee table and made tea for him. "Fate is amazing. That night, you left a deep impression on me. I still think of you today, wondering when I can go to the casino to see you again. I didn't expect to move in and become your neighbor." Yi Bai is very clear about Shuizi's personality. Although she is said to be cold and aloof, she is actually just a reserved person. So when dealing with this kind of woman, you have to take the initiative, play it straight, and directly express your affection for her. Even if she had a blank expression on her face, or even frowned and said "please respect yourself," who knows how happy she must be in her heart. Sure enough, after hearing Yi Bai's words, Shuizi still pursed her lips and had a blank expression. But actually she was quite happy, her hands were shaking as she poured the tea. Which woman doesn't tea like to be praised? What's more, she was praised by a man she liked. Yi Bai continued to ask, "Excuse me, miss, what is your name?" "Yukiko Ishihara." She spoke lightly. "Are you from the island country?" Yi Bai was very surprised, and then he opened his mouth and spoke a very fluent Japanese, private. It means, "Hello, my name is Yi Bai, nice to meet you." In Yibai's previous life, he had read too many works by teachers from the Japanese countries during adolescence, so he knew a little about Japanese. Later, in order to win over Yukiko, he specially hired a Japanese teacher and studied hard for several months. In the end, he won over Yukiko and even practiced Japanese with her until he was proficient in it. Since Yukiko is from Kyoto, Yibai naturally speaks fluent Kyoto accent. Yukiko's pupils dilated and she was very surprised. Taojiang City was only a second-tier city. There were not many foreigners coming here to develop, and she had never met any Japanese people here. This was the first time she heard the local accent here. A strong sense of intimacy arises spontaneously. Although this was the second time she met this handsome gentleman, Yukiko had an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if she had known him for a long time. "Are you also from the island?" Yukiko asked. Yibai smiled and replied, "I am a local, but I have loved certain cultures of the island country since I was a child, so I taught myself Japanese." Yukiko nodded and handed the tea over with both hands. Yibai handed over the gift box. "This is a small gift I prepared for my new neighbor. It's some snacks. Would you like to open it and try it?" After thanking him, Shuezi opened the gift box and was surprised to find that the Chinese pastries inside were all her favorite ones. There was finally a hint of eagerness in Yukiko's cold, beautiful eyes, but of course, her face was still cold. This familiar feeling became even stronger. It was as if Yibai was his lover in his previous life. "Mr. Yibai, have we known each other before?" Shuezi stared into Yibai's eyes. Yibai shook his head slowly. "This is the second time I have met Miss Shuezi, but I don't know why. The first time I saw you, I felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if we had known each other before." Yukiko's heart was beating fast. He actually has this feeling? Could this be the legendary love at first sight? Suddenly, the security door opened with a click. Two men walked in and were stunned when they saw Yibai and Shuezi sitting opposite each other. Yibai slowly turned around and looked at the person walking in front of him. Xiao Hongyu. And one of the 4 great Vajras under his command. Fat Cat. The little kitten who just wanted to pull Yibai out and kill him. Chapter 39, The Succubus Yibai, Everyone Loves Her. The 4 people in the room looked at each other and the atmosphere fell silent. Oh no! Why did Xiao Hongyu come back so suddenly? At this time, shouldn't he be cuddling up with his boyfriend and catching up on some sleep? Yukiko became nervous. That night, Mr. Yi won 8 million in the casino, so Xiao Hongyu asked Haiwazi to snatch the money back and chopped off his hands in the process. If Mr. Yi were to be met by them here, wouldn't that be like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth? Xiao Hongyu graduated from a martial arts school. In the early days, he relied on his hard power to conquer the world. The fat cat next to him is not someone to be trifled with. When he was young, he even won the championship in free fighting in Southeast Asia. Mr. Yi has a delicate and tender appearance, and he is no match for any of them if he faces them alone. Now it's 1 against 2, and there's no chance of winning at all. Yukiko's heart was pounding. She made up her mind to plead for Mr. Yi and give up her share of the casino dividends for the next few years. Compensating for the casino's losses should be able to calm Xiao Hongyu's anger. But in a flash, Yukiko thought of a more serious problem. Will Xiao Hongyu suspect that he had colluded with Mr. Yi to defraud the casino's money? Given Xiao Hongyu's vicious personality, if he thought this way, neither he nor Mr. Yi would probably have a good ending. Yukiko's heart was in turmoil, but she didn't show it at all. The paralyzed face comes into play at this time. At this time, Yibai stood up and said with a smile, "This should be Miss Shuezi's husband, right? Who are you?" Xiao Hongyu's eyes lit up when he saw Yibai's full appearance. What a handsome young man. If a normal man comes home and sees his girlfriend in the same room with a strange handsome guy, he will definitely be alert, suspicious, and hostile. But Xiao Hongyu is an old glass, and Shuezi is just his shield. Not only is he not jealous, but he also has a good impression of Yibai because of his handsomeness. Before Yibai could say anything, Shuezi spoke up first. "This is our new neighbor who just moved into room 2702 today. He's here to visit us. His name is... By the way, I haven't asked for your name yet?" Yukiko turned her back to the door, blinking and hinting wildly. "My last name is Song, and my given name is Dongfeng. Just call me Dongfeng." Shuezi picked up a box of snacks and turned to ask Xiao Hongyu, "This is a small gift prepared by Mr. Song. Do you want to try it?" "Just a moment, I have something urgent to take care of." Xiao Hongyu said, showing Yi Bai a spring breeze smile. Dongfeng, you sit down first, let Shuezi accompany you, I'll leave first. Xiao Hongyu brought Fat Cat into the room. Shuezi was relieved to see that he didn't recognize Yi Bai. Miss Shuezi, what did you mean just now? Why did you ask me to give a false name? Yi Bai pretended not to know. He is the owner of the underground casino. If he knew that it was you who beat me that day, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to leave here today. Yukiko explained. I see. Yi Bai suddenly realized, but why are you helping me, Miss Shuezi? Isn't he your husband? No. Shuezi bit her lip and said, I am just his woman in public. The woman in public? What about in reality? Yi Bai asked. Don't ask. It's not good for you to know too much, said Yukiko. Yi Bai nodded, then held Shuezi's cool and smooth little hand. Anyway, Miss Shuezi, thank you very much for your help. Feeling Yi Bai's warm big hand, Shuezi's heart began to beat uncontrollably. She wanted to break free, but was reluctant. She glanced at the door guiltily and whispered, Mr. Yi, let me go. If he sees me, the consequences could be more serious than winning tens of millions from the casino. Shuezi knew very well that Xiao Hongyu was narrow-minded. Although she was just a tool for him to conceal his sexual orientation, she was still his woman in public. It's his forbidden food. The last guy who tried to seduce Yukiko had already turned into a pile of bones under Lake Jean. Miss Yukiko, please forgive my offense, but I don't know why, the first time I saw you, I was deeply attracted to you. Yi Bai looked at Shuezi with burning eyes, his eyes full of sincerity. I always have a feeling of déjà vu, as if we were lovers who had a life-and-death relationship in our previous life. Yukiko was speechless. She felt that way, too, and very strongly. Although this was only the second time she met this man, the outrageous thing was that she even had the illusion that she was willing to give her life for him. Is this love at first sight or destiny? I have never been attracted to any man in my life. Why do I have this feeling after only meeting Mr. Yi twice? Could it be that, in the previous life, I really had a life and death agreement with him? In the room. Fat Cat looked ashamed. Brother, it's my incompetence. 3 of the 7 buildings originally planned were snatched away by others. Have you found out who it is? Xiao Hongyu's eyes were filled with anger. The 3 buildings were intercepted, causing a loss of more than 60 million yuan. Even he felt a little painful. Fat Cat nodded, handed over a file, and explained, this bastard named Yi Bai has a very clean background. His ancestors were farmers for 3 generations. At present, his family's assets, in addition to the self-built houses and farmland in the countryside, are only these 3 buildings. So I suspect he is a white glove of someone in the city. Xiao Hongyu stared at the ID photo on the file and frowned. Do you think this guy looks familiar? Fat Cat lowered his head and came closer. Brother, you're right, I didn't have this feeling before, but now the more I look at it, the more familiar it looks, as if I've seen it somewhere before. On the first page of the file, there was an ID photo of a young boy with thick side bangs covering one eye. After looking at it for a while, Fat Cat clapped his hands and suddenly realized, this hairstyle is very popular among young people nowadays. It's called non-mainstream aristocracy. Several of my brothers have this hairstyle. No wonder it looks familiar to me. Yeah. Xiao Hongyu frowned. He felt that it was not just the hairstyle, but he couldn't see what was wrong. Find out who's behind him. If we can afford to offend him, we'll get rid of the person behind him as well. If we can't afford to offend him, we'll have to kill this guy. Even if we can't get rid of the person behind him, we'll have to let others know that I, Xiao Hongyu, am not a soft persimmon that anyone can bully. I understand, big brother. I think so too. I have arranged for someone to investigate. Once we catch this guy, I will personally send him off. The Fat Cat opened his 5 fingers and clenched them tightly, with a ferocious look on his face. Chapter 40 The Coming Wang Ziki Era. The ID photo was taken by Yi Bai 4 years ago. He was still not fully grown at that time, and his hair covered half of his face, making him look like a non-mainstream student. Now he is tall, handsome, and has an outstanding temperament. No one who is not familiar with him can connect him with this photo. So it's normal that Xiao Hongyu and Fat Cat can't recognize each other. But some similarities can still be seen between their eyebrows and eyes, which is why the two look familiar. If Hiwazi was here, he would recognize at a glance that Yi Bai was the man who won 8 million in the casino that day. Xiao Hongyu thought that a big gang from another city wanted to get involved in Taojiang City and was planning to attack him first, so he had recently sent many of his younger brothers to gather information about them. But he never imagined that the two people they were looking for were actually the same person. Moreover, this man was standing outside the door, holding his woman's hand and making a passionate confession. The underground casino in Jushu Villa is not open to the public. Many of the guests who go there to play are either rich or noble, and some even have special status. So there are no surveillance cameras in the underground casino and outside the hotel. There are surveillance cameras in the restaurant and guest rooms inside the hotel, but Yi Bai has never been to such places. Therefore, the only people who knew what Yi Bai looked like were the casino managers and Xiao Hongyu's woman, Ishihara Yukiko. Click. The door opened. Yi Bai sat upright, while Shuizi knelt in front of him and poured tea. Fat Cat nodded to the two of them and walked out. Xiao Hongyu sat down on the sofa and asked Yi Bai kindly, "Dongfeng, am I remembering correctly?" "Yes." "What industry are you in?" "I'm currently starting a business." "I've opened a media company, but it hasn't opened for business yet." Yi Bai replied. "What about your parents?" Xiao Hongyu asked. "My parents are ordinary farmers in the countryside. I am a self-made man." Xiao Hongyu nodded, feeling somewhat contemptuous. People who lived in Taojiang Mansion were either rich or noble, and he also made many connections here. Originally, seeing that Song Dongfeng had an outstanding appearance and temperament, I thought he was either a rich second generation or a second generation official. Unexpectedly, he was just a poor boy who made a little money. Although Xiao Hongyu looked down on him in his heart, his attitude was still friendly. Who made Song Dongfeng so handsome and elegant? He was exactly what he wanted. Xiao Hongyu even had the idea of taking Song Dongfeng as his concubine. But since they have become neighbors, Xiao Hongyu was not in a hurry. There is a long way to go and there are plenty of opportunities. If soft tactics don't work, try hard tactics. Seeing that Xiao Hongyu didn't seem to plan to go out, and his smile was so greasy and disgusting, Yi Bai didn't want to stay any longer, so he stood up and said goodbye. Today's harvest was still very rich. The progress with Yukiko was even faster than in the previous life. Yi Bai believed that it wouldn't be long before he could save her from endless loneliness and solitude. After Yi Bai left, the smile on Xiao Hongyu's face gradually faded. He glanced at Shuizi and said, "Get in touch with Song Dongfeng more. I like this guy very much." Yukiko's fingertips clenched her clothes, her eyes changed, and no one knew what she was thinking. When Yi Bai returned to 2702, he received a call from N.I. Xian. "Brother Bai, professional photographers and editors have been hired." "Very good. What about the farmyard? Have you rented a suitable one?" Yi Bai asked. "I was originally planning to rent it, but Sister Wenjing said that her grandmother lives in the suburbs, and the environment there meets your requirements. I hope you have time to go there in person." Yi Bai smiled. What a coincidence. Li Ziki also has a grandmother, who is also a key figure in her series of videos. Everything is really destined. Wang Wenjing is destined to become the famous Wang Ziki in this life. Send the location of Wang Wenjing's grandmother's house. We will meet there. More than an hour later, Yi Bai arrived at the suburbs of Taojiang City and met N.I. Xian, Wang Wenjing and Wang Wenjing's grandmother in a small farmyard. Grandma held Yi Bai's hand, tears streaming down her face. "Young man, Wenjing told me everything." "Thank you. If it weren't for you, Wenjing's mother would have died in the hospital. You can use this place as long as you want, take pictures as you like." Yi Bai hurriedly tried to comfort the old man, and he calmed down. However, he kept staring at Yi Bai, saying things like, "You're so handsome, does your son have a girlfriend? It would be great if he could be my grandson-in-law," and so on. This made the female Tyrannosaurus King Wenjing blush. Yi Bai observed the courtyard and was very satisfied with the environment here. There is a clear stream in front of the door, and there are farmlands beside the river. There are bamboo forests and peach trees behind the yard, and further back is the mountain. It's simply a perfect location for filming. Okay, here it is. Yi Bai made a decision and took out a plan he had written last night. There are a few big words written on it: Oriental Food Lifestyler. The video quality must be high, the picture must be beautiful and ancient, and it must not be shoddy. The name of the video account is Wang Ziki. The video must not only be released on domestic platforms such as MyMyPie, Bilibili, A Station, and Weibo, but also be subtitled in English and released on YouTube. I want Wang Ziki's works to become an important force in promoting international cultural exchanges. To become a bridge for traditional Chinese culture to reach the world. Become a world-class communication symbol of Chinese culture. Everyone looked at each other, shocked by Yi Bai's ambition. Although I don't know if I can do it, my blood is boiling. In the first video, we are shooting Lanzhou beef noodles. Wenjing, can you make beef noodles? Wang Wenjing didn't care that Yi Bai called her by her name at this moment, and nodded quickly when she heard it. I know how to make beef noodles, but I don't know if it's authentic. It doesn't matter. The authentic method can be found on the internet. Preparations for shooting begin. An Aishian took out a very ancient white jacket, which he bought at the market as instructed by Yi Bai. Wang Wenjing changed her clothes, tied her hair into a bun, and put on some makeup. The photographer directed his two younger brothers to carry the large table for kneading the dough to the riverside, looking for the best shooting angle, striving to capture the kind of beautiful ancient texture that Yi Bai mentioned. Shooting begins. Wang Wenjing was kneading dough at the table. Although she was a little nervous because it was her first time cooking in front of the camera, she quickly found her groove after calming down. Not to mention, watching a beautiful woman cook is really a pleasure to watch. Moreover, Wang Wenjing is very experienced and you can tell at first glance that she cooks frequently. Yi Bai was very satisfied. He could already foresee how big a stir Wang Ziqi's sudden appearance would bring to the world. Wang Wenjing's image and temperament are several levels higher than Li Ziqi's, and she is also more versatile. With myself as a reborn person and the driving force behind the scenes, if I copy Li Ziqi's path, I will definitely be more popular than her. In the field of short videos, the era of Wang Ziqi is about to come. After explaining a series of things to an Aishian, Yi Bai became a hands-off boss and asked Song Dongfeng to take him home. I was busy all day today and accomplished a lot of things. Although I am not tired physically, I am still a little tired mentally. Yi Bai missed his aunt a little. This is a new book that needs your support. I hope you enjoy reading it. Can you please give me a 5-star review for free? Your support is the biggest motivation for me to create. Thank you. Chapter 41 Loyal Little Brother. Everything went very smoothly today. Although I didn't buy the Mercedes-Benz Maybach, I did buy another Mercedes-Benz S600. The house he bought had a beautiful river view, and it was right next to Yukiko Ishihara's house, which laid a solid foundation for Yukiko's strategy. Yi Bai was caught off guard by the sudden arrival of Xiao Hongyu and Fat Cat. He was ready to take action at that time. If they have the time to pause this unsolvable superpower, it will be useless no matter how good Xiao Hongyu and Fat Cat are at fighting. But what was strange was that the two did not recognize Yi Bai, and just like in her previous life, Shuizi had a liking for Yi Bai when they first met and chose to help him keep it secret. When Yukiko did these things, she didn't think about the consequences. She never thought about what would happen to her if Xiao Hongyu found out that his new neighbor was the young man who won 8 million from the casino. You will definitely be treated as a traitor. But this is Yukiko. Shuizi, who knew that Yi Bai approached her with bad intentions and wanted to use her to deal with Xiao Hongyu, but still fell into Yi Bai's gentle trap. Shuizi, who was drowned in the swimming pool by Xiao Hongyu's boyfriend, was unwilling to betray Yi Bai. Shuizi, I will never let you get hurt again in this life. Yi Bai also realized something at this time. He wants to save Shuizi, and Xiao Hongyu is a mountain that he must overcome, and he will face him sooner or later. Should we take the initiative and nip the danger in the bud? Yi Bai was a little hesitant. The days when I fled like a wounded wild dog in my previous life are unforgettable. In this life, he wants to live an upright life and doesn't want to leave any trouble. But even if we use time pause to solve them, there will be clues left behind. For example, surveillance records and proof of absence. It would be nice if I could just stop time for a few hours. Yi Bai thought that in this case, he could completely pause time at home, then rush to Jushu Villa, get rid of Xiao Hongyu, and then return home. This is such a perfect murder method that even Sherlock Holmes couldn't solve the case. Soon, the luxurious silver-gray Mercedes-Benz S600 stopped downstairs of my aunt's house. Song Dongfeng helped Yi Bai open the car door and asked, "Brother Bai, you seem to be worried?" Really? Yi Bai was stunned. He didn't expect that even a big fool like Song Dongfeng could see it. Song Dongfeng nodded heavily. "Yes, Brother Bai, you have been frowning all the way, as if you were struggling with something. Just tell me if there is anything. Brother Bai's business is my business, and I will definitely do my best to handle it. What if I want you to help me kill someone?" Song Dongfeng was startled, and after thinking for a moment, he said solemnly, "Who to kill? Is it Yang Wenbin?" "Brother Bai, as long as you ask, I will dare to kill him." But if something happens, you have to help me take care of my mother. I was just kidding. Yi Bai patted Song Dongfeng's shoulder and turned to go upstairs. Brother Bai, don't you believe me? Song Dongfeng was anxious. Of course I believe you. Yi Bai waved his hand. Of course he believed it. This scene is too familiar. In his previous life, Song Dongfeng also got his first kill in this way. When Yi Bai returned home, his aunt was cooking in the kitchen and Li Shiyan was sitting at the dining table, playing with her phone while waiting for dinner. Yi Bai opened the glass door of the kitchen and saw his aunt chopping vegetables. He was swaying in the rhythm of the knife cutting. Xinyu turned around, with a gentle and doting smile on his face. Xiao Bai is back, you must be hungry, Auntie made mutton soup today, it will be ready soon. Yi Bai closed the door and hugged his aunt from behind. Auntie, did you miss me? Xinyu was so frightened that he almost chopped his hand with the kitchen knife. She looked panicked and lowered her voice. Xiao Bai, are you crazy? Let go quickly, Shiyan is outside the door. Yi Bai hugged her tighter upon hearing that. Auntie, can you wear that nightgown and? Xinyu's face flushed and he became a little unsteady. She recalled the scenes of last night. This brat has no moral principles and always launches sneak attacks. No. You can't wear that. Xinyu refused. Xiao Bai, let me go quickly, what if Shiyan opens the door and comes in? Auntie, I won't let go unless you agree to my request. Yi Bai said firmly. You, little rascal, okay, Auntie promises you, okay? Crash. The glass door of the kitchen was suddenly opened. What are you doing? Li Shiyan rushed in and saw Xinyu cutting green onions and Yi Bai squeezing next to her peeling garlic. Xinyu felt like her heart was about to jump out of her chest. She pretended to be calm and said, Xiao Bai is helping me prepare the ingredients? Li Shiyan looked suspicious. What were you mumbling about just now? What are you afraid I would hear? What nails? Is there anything broken at home that needs to be fixed? Yi Bai. Xinyu. She turned her back to Li Shiyan and glared at the little bastard. You heard me wrong, didn't we say what we were going to nail just now? Really? Li Shiyan looked suspicious. She felt that her mother was acting a little strange lately, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. But Mom, why are you breathing so heavily when you talk, and why is there so much sweat on your forehead? Xinyu's face was covered with more sweat. Why don't you try cooking a meal? It's so hot, how can you not sweat? Yi Bai spoke up to help. Do you have the right to speak here? Li Shiyan retorted, but she didn't want to say anything more to Yi Bai. She snorted coldly and walked out. After a while, dinner was ready and the three began to eat. Li Shiyan was eating when she suddenly looked up and asked, Mom, you are not in a relationship recently, are you? Xinyu broke out in a sweat again, subconsciously glanced at Yi Bai, then quickly looked away. She looked around like a little girl who had done something wrong. No. It seems that I guessed right. Li Shiyan was speechless. Who is it? Is it the real estate company boss who pursued you before? Or the gym owner who sent you flowers every day? I have no objection to you dating, but you can't get married. Mom, you understand, once we get married, our family property will become the common property of husband and wife, and the inheritance my father leaves can only belong to the two of us, and I don't want it to be divided by outsiders. Li Shiyan looked serious. Yes, I understand. Xinyu lowered his head and said weakly. She glanced at Yi Bai secretly. But Xiao Bai is not an outsider. Chapter 42 Kitty, why are you forcing me? It's late at night. All was quiet. Yi Bai sat beside the bed, waiting quietly. Squeak. The door opened. Xinyu walked in with a red face, pinching the hem of her skirt. The lights are out. The moon outside the window seemed shy and quietly disappeared into the clouds. It's another pleasant morning. A breeze blew, carrying the fragrance of flowers in the air. Yi Bai got out of bed, tidied up the newly changed sheets in the middle of the night, opened the door and went out to wash. Auntie had already prepared breakfast. She looked up and exchanged glances with Yi Bai, her eyes filled with shyness, timidity, and a hint of anger. Li Shiyan yawned and walked out of the room. Mom, what were you doing last night? Why were you washing clothes in the middle of the night? You woke me up. Her room and Xinyu's room are next to each other, and each has a small balcony. Although they are separated, they are actually connected, so they can hear any loud noises. Li Shiyan said as she came to Xinyu's room, wanting to see what she had washed last night. I saw a bedsheet hanging alone on the balcony. Mom, why are you changing the sheets so late at night? Li Shiyan looked suspicious. No, you don't have this style of bed sheets, right? Why do these bed sheets look a bit like he buys? Xin Yu was so nervous that he tapped his toes to get out of the 3-bedroom apartment. Have you been to my room? How do you know what my sheets look like? Yi Bai asked. Li Shiyan stopped talking immediately, went to eat breakfast with a cold face, and ignored Yi Bai. While eating breakfast, Li Shiyan stared at Xin Yu's face for a long time. Mom, what skincare products did you use before going to bed last night? How come the skin on your face has become so much whiter in just one night? You look radiant. Is there? Xin Yu was startled and looked at Yi Bai. She didn't use any skincare products before going to bed last night. Could it be that the rumors on the internet are true? Is it really effective in beautifying the skin? After breakfast, Li Shiyan went to school. Although Yi Bai didn't have to go to school, he didn't want to make his aunt worry about anything, so he went out and asked Song Dongfeng to pick him up. He planned to buy some daily necessities and take them to the Riverview room, and then go next door to keep in touch with Yukiko. After buying the things and asking Song Dongfeng to help move to 2702, Yi Bai came to the door of 2701. Just as he was about to knock on the door, his cell phone rang. When I opened it, I saw it was a call from one of my subordinates. Brother Bai, come to the secret base. What happened? Yi Bai asked. Someone from society sneaked into the school and was asking around about you. We have taken him under control. Yi Bai's eyes fixed, and he turned back to room 2702. While asking for details, he gestured for Song Dongfeng to go downstairs. We are trying to interrogate him, but he is keeping his mouth shut. We haven't gotten anything out of him yet. Okay, let me tell you when I get here. The Mercedes-Benz S600 sped along, and half an hour later, it drove into the unfinished building behind the school. I stopped the car and the younger brother who had just called came up to me with a serious expression. Brother Bai, that person's attitude is very arrogant. It seems that he has a considerable background. He keeps shouting. Yi Bai nodded and followed him into the unfinished building. When I went up to the 4th floor, I saw a man with his hands and feet tied and his neck stiff, yelling. A bunch of ignorant little brats. Do you know who I'm with? If you don't let me go, you'll be dead when my boss comes. Yi Bai stopped in front of him. Who is your boss? The man squinted his eyes and asked, Who are you? Yi Bai's voice was calm, without any hint of anger. You came to the school to ask about me. Don't you know who I am? The man laughed contemptuously. So the one you raised is Yi Bai, a poor boy with no money and no background. He is just a dog of others. How dare you go against us? Yi Bai vaguely guessed who sent this person. He stretched out his hand. The younger brother next to him had a tacit understanding and immediately handed over a hammer. Yi Bai said calmly, untie his rope and hold down his left hand. Yes, Brother Bai. A few younger brothers agreed, stepped forward to untie the ropes that bound the man's hands, held him down tightly, and then straightened his left hand. The man realized something and struggled in fear. What do you want to do? Let me go. Yi Bai raised the hammer and hammered it down hard. Bang! Snap! Ah! The man screamed like a pig being slaughtered. His thumb was twisted and bloody, sweat was pouring down his forehead, and his body was struggling and shaking. Then the index finger. Middle finger. Ring finger. Little finger. Yi Bai's voice was calm. Change your hand. I'll tell you. It was Brother Cat who asked me to come. The man's nose and tears were running, and his face was full of fear. This is not a group of students. They are clearly a group of devils. Don't rush to talk. Yi Bai stopped the man and turned back to order. Dongzi, use your phone to take a picture. Don't let the brothers appear in the camera. Yes, Brother Bai. After a long time, the man confessed everything and lay on the ground like a dead dog. Yi Bai ordered, as a younger brother, you should know very well who Fat Cat is. If he knows that you betrayed him, what do you think will happen to you? If you are sensible, don't say anything when you go back. Don't let Fat Cat know that I already know that he is looking for me. Do you understand? The man didn't speak. It seems you haven't understood yet. Yi Bai said lightly and stretched out his right hand. The man saw the scene out of the corner of his eye, shuddered, and nodded repeatedly, I understand, I understand. Yi Bai did not take his hand back, and saw the younger brother next to him handed a cigarette to him and helped him light it with both hands. The man breathed a sigh of relief. He was a little confused as to who was the gangster. Not to mention Brother Mao, even the boss's boss, Boss Xiao, doesn't he have such style and momentum? For some reason, a thought came to his mind: Brother Mao, and even their entire gang, had provoked a terrifying character. Let him go. Yi Bai waved his hand, turned around and looked at the distant mountain outside the unfinished window. Kitty, I gave you a chance. Why do you have to force me? Chapter 43 Brotherhood. After watching the man named Luo Yang stagger away with his hands covered, Song Dongfeng was silent for a moment before speaking. Brother Bai, were you worried about this matter yesterday? Do you want me to get rid of this fat cat? He looked serious, and as he spoke he ran his hand across his neck, making a throat-slitting gesture. Song Dongfeng grew up watching the Young and Dangerous movie series, so he knows one thing very well: blocking someone's financial path is like killing their parents. The other party originally set up a trap. They would first make someone lose all their money in the casino, then lend money to them at high interest rates, and then come to their home to collect the debt and force them to buy a house to pay off the debt. It means you get all the other person's wealth for free without spending a penny. But now, 3 of the buildings have been taken over by Brother Bai. Now that they have come to our door, this matter is doomed to fail. Well, there is only one way now, and that is to get rid of Luo Yang's elder brother Fat Cat. Yi Bai had already planned to kill Fatty, but there were some things that were inconvenient to tell Song Dongfeng, so he patted his arm and said, "Dongzi, things haven't reached that point yet, don't worry." The eldest brother was not anxious, but Song Dongfeng was anxious. Brother Bai, the first to strike is the strongest, and the last to strike will suffer. The most taboo thing in society is indecision. Yes, but we are not gangsters. We are legitimate businessmen and law-abiding citizens. Yi Bai smiled, turned, and left. Song Dongfeng looked at his back and punched the wall. He was a little confused. What happened to Brother Bai? Is this still the brave and courageous Brother Bai? The other party may send a little brother to your door today, and then bring a large group of people to kill you tomorrow. Moreover, if the other party does not abide by the code of conduct and brings harm to his family, what should he do if he goes to Brother Bai's house? Song Dongfeng's expression changed for a while, and he finally made some kind of decision. Yuan Garden, 502. Xin Yu was humming a little tune while cleaning the room with his butt sticking out. Recalling what happened yesterday, there was a hint of embarrassment in her eyes. At the same time, it's a little sweet and exciting. This little scoundrel. Fortunately, I held the bottom line. The phone suddenly rang. It was Xiao Bai calling. Xin Yu answered the call happily, but was shocked. "Auntie, my classmate has his birthday today. I went to his house to attend the birthday party. I slept there after it was over. I won't be going home tonight." "Oh, okay." After hanging up the phone, Xin Yu's heart was filled with regrets and loss. Taojiang Mansion, 2702. Yi Bai stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with a glass of whiskey, looking out quietly. It was sunset over the river at this time. Half of the sky and the river were dyed red by the glow of the sunset. The scenery was absolutely beautiful. But there was no scenery in Yi Bai's eyes, there was only one man in his mind. Fat Cat. How to deal with him? Until night fell and the sky became completely dark, Yi Bai still had no good ideas. It's so hard to create a perfect accidental death. He came up with many plans, such as car accidents, objects dropped from high places, falling from buildings, etc. But each plan was overturned. He felt like every plan had holes. No matter what, I will appear at the scene, and the time when time is suspended is too short to create a perfect alibi. Just as Yi Bai was thinking hard, suddenly, his reflection on the floor-to-ceiling window glass faded away quickly and disappeared completely in an instant. What's going on? Yi Bai was startled and raised his hand, but there was only air in his sight. I went to the bathroom and turned on the light, but saw nothing in the mirror. A superpower that allows you to become invisible? Yi Bai tried to take a selfie with his mobile phone, but found that he was completely invisible under the camera. As soon as he thought about it, his figure quickly appeared. Yi Bai tried it out and found that his invisibility ability could not only make his body invisible, but also the clothes he wore. But he could not make anything invisible by holding it in his hands except his clothes. For example, when you hold up a mobile phone while being invisible, it looks like a mobile phone floating in the air to others. But if you put the phone in your pocket, it will become invisible. It's like sending a pillow when you feel sleepy. The benefits for those who are reborn are really great. A clear plan appeared in Yi Bai's mind. He took out an anonymous phone card from his pocket and sent a text message to Fat Cat's little brother Luo Yang. Want to eat hot pot? This was the secret code Yi Bai left for him. Soon, the other party replied, I didn't say anything, I hope you will keep your promise. Very good, where is Fat Cat now? Brother Cat was very irritable today. He went to the Rainbow Bridge to collect debts in person. He said he wanted to vent his anger. What about collecting the debt? If he doesn't go out to drink after collecting debts, he will go back to the casino. He lives in room 888 of Jushio Villa. Yi Bai was just about to pull out his phone card and go to Jushio Villa to wait for Fat Cat to come back, but the other party sent another text message. Haven't you already asked me about these things? You also asked me for a photo of Brother Mao. Why did you continue asking after changing my number? Yi Bai's eyes focused, as if he had thought of something. He pulled out the anonymous phone card, flushed it into the toilet, then plugged in his own and called Song Dongfeng. Hello, the number you dialed is turned off. Listening to the notification tone on the phone, Yi Bai's heart sank. He hurried downstairs and prepared to take a taxi to the Rainbow Bridge, but saw a Mercedes-Benz S600 parked quietly in the parking space downstairs. Song Dongfeng, you idiot! Why don't you listen to Big Brother? Rainbow Bridge. In the darkness, a tall and burly man wearing a hat and a mask huddled quietly in the darkness. He stared at the entrance of the building where the Liang Weiyuan bar was located, and occasionally looked down at the photos on his mobile phone. It is better to strike first. The last one to strike will suffer. Chapter 44, The Inhumane Cat. On the 4th floor, above the Liang Weiyuan bar, at the former landlord's house. The gray-haired old man knelt on the ground and begged, We really have no money. We gave you all the 5.5 million we earned from selling the building. We really don't have a penny left. We have been selling furniture to make ends meet these days. Please let my son go. As the old man spoke, he caught out on the ground, blood flowing from his forehead. In the middle of the living room, a slightly fat man was tied to a chair. He had fainted. On the ground were broken glasses and 5 or 6 teeth. The fat cat, holding a bloody pair of pliers in his hand, walked up to the old man who was kowtowing and kicked him to the ground. Old man! Who will let me go? It's only natural to pay back debts, isn't it? The fat cat laughed grimly, threw away the pliers, and roared, Bring a knife. No money? If you don't have money, take his son's leg to pay the debt first. A younger brother next to him immediately handed over a machete with a cold glow. This kind of trash, one leg is worth at most 50,000, is that okay with you? The fat cat sneered and walked towards the unconscious man. The old man was so frightened that he quickly crawled over and hugged the fat cat's legs. Don't cut my son's legs. Don't cut. Please don't cut. We pay back the money. We pay back the money. Pay back the money? Fat cat lowered his head and sneered, Isn't there not a penny left in the family? What are you going to give me back? I have an older sister and 2 younger sisters. I called them and begged them to lend me money. Please, give me some more time and don't cut off my son's legs. Without his legs, how will he live after I die? The old man pleaded. If you had done this earlier, everything would have been fine. You are such a jerk. The fat cat kicked the old man away and spat on his head. Old man, I'll give you one more day. If you can't come up with 2 million, you'll have to wait for your son's body to be collected. 2 million? Isn't it 1 million? The old man was shocked. Fat cat said disdainfully, Please, we are loan sharks. Don't loan sharks charge interest? If you are overdue for 1 day, you will be charged an additional 500,000 yuan in interest. Such a high interest rate, can you please reduce it a little? Fuck you. Fat cat stomped the old man's head under his foot. Old man. Do you know how much money I lost because of your betrayal? You still dare to bargain with me. Do you want me to cut off your son's legs right now? I still. Fat cat nodded with satisfaction, You'd better come back and don't try to run away. I will send people to watch you. If I find out that you are trying to run away, I will chop off your son's legs first. After making the threats, Fat Cat went out with a group of his followers. He went downstairs and walked to the roadside, lit a cigarette, took a deep puff and exhaled. He felt refreshed and all the depression of the past few days was swept away. In the darkness, a tall and burly figure wearing a hat and mask saw a group of people coming down, and he quickly compared the photos on his mobile phone. After confirming that the burly man in the lead was the same person in the photo, he quickly pulled out a machete from his arms and tied the handle tightly to his hand with a red rope. The scenes from the Young and Dangerous movies I watched as a child and the series of things I experienced with my eldest brother were intertwined in my mind. The blood in my heart began to boil at this moment. He took a deep breath, raised his momentum to its peak, and was about to rush forward. Suddenly, a hand reached out from behind and grabbed him. He was shocked and subconsciously wanted to swing his knife to fight back, but he heard a steady, powerful, and familiar voice. "Donzi, it's me. Brother Bai?" The tall and burly figure stopped all movements, turned around in surprise, and saw Yi Bai standing behind him. "Brother Bai, why are you here?" The tall and burly man pulled down his mask and took off his hat, revealing a face with dark skin and side bangs covering his right eye. "This person is Song Dongfeng. If I don't come, should I let you do something stupid?" Song Dongfeng remembered the main mission of this trip when he heard this, and quickly pointed at the fat cat not far away and said anxiously, "Brother Bai, you came at the right time. That's the fat cat. Let's kill him together. Do you have a mask? How about mine? I'm not afraid of going to jail, so I don't have to wear one. Put the knife down first." "But..." Song Dongfeng wanted to say something. "Do you still regard me as your big brother? If you don't listen to me, put down the knife." Yi Bai shouted harshly. Song Dongfeng untied the red rope angrily, threw the knife on the ground, turned his head stubbornly, and said unconvincingly, "Brother Bai, have you forgotten what Luo Yang said? His big brother Fat Cat is looking for you and wants to kill you." "Of course I know." Yi Bai wanted to continue educating him, but when he thought that his brother was doing this for his own good, he softened his tone. "Now that we have killed the fat cat, what do we do next? Let's flee together? With your size, will a mask or a hat be useful? Anyone who knows you can recognize you at a glance?" Song Dongfeng stiffened his neck and said, "Brother Bai, I told you I'm not afraid of going to jail. You don't have to do anything. I'll kill him. I'll take the blame. It has nothing to do with you. You are my brother, how can I let you go to jail? And if you kill someone intentionally, you might be sentenced to death. How can I bear to let you get shot? But if we don't kill him, he will kill you." Luo Yang said that this fat cat killed people in Southeast Asia when he was young. After he came back to follow Xiao Hongyu, he also killed many people. How could he be targeted by such a desperate criminal? "Dongzi," Yi Bai asked in a deep voice, "do you believe in Big Brother?" "Believe it." Song Dongfeng nodded. "I have my own way of dealing with this little kitty. Everything is planned out. I can get rid of him without anyone noticing, and it won't involve us." "Really?" Song Dongfeng was overjoyed. "When did Big Brother ever lie to you? Hey, Brother Bai, why didn't you tell me earlier? I'm actually very nervous. Although I chopped people before, I've never killed anyone. Why kill anyone? We are legitimate businessmen and law-abiding citizens. We will never commit murder or arson. What about the fat cat? Believe me, Big Brother. Evildoers will be punished by heaven. This vicious cat won't be able to jump around for much longer." The two brothers walked away side by side, their shadows stretching out very long. Xiaoping Mountain, Juxiu Villa, Underground Casino. Achoo! The fat cat sneezed violently, then turned around suddenly, only to see that the corridor behind him was empty, without even a single person in sight. "Brother Mao, what's wrong?" asked the younger brother next to him. Fat cat looked suspicious. "I don't know what happened. Not long after I came back from the Rainbow Bridge, I always felt like someone was following me and spying on me. But every time I looked back, there was nothing. Brother Mao, have you been under too much pressure recently? Did Boss Xiao get angry with you again today?" asked the younger brother. "Of course not. Big Brother has been scolding me these past 2 days. It's all because of that little bastard named Yi Bai. I'm going to Taojiang University myself tomorrow." Fat cat cursed, "Wait until that bastard is caught and see how I torture him. If I can let him go back alive, I'll be a son of a bitch." After asking his younger brother to maintain order in the casino, Fat Cat said goodbye to his younger brother and took the elevator to the 8th floor of the hotel. Arriving at room 888, Fat Cat swiped his card and walked in, then closed the door with his foot. But there seemed to be a gust of wind blowing outside, and the door creaked open again. Chapter 45. The gods have appeared. Auntie is waiting for you to come home. Fat Cat was a little confused. He clearly didn't feel any wind, so why was the door blown open? He came to the door, looked around, and there was no one around. The corridor is very long, and if someone had pushed the door just now, there would have been no time to leave. Damn it, I saw a ghost. Fat Cat was a little confused, wondering if he was being overly nervous. He closed the door, turned on the light, and walked inside. Room 888 is the presidential suite. It is quite large and not much different from the luxuriously decorated mansions of the rich. It even has a kitchen. Fat Cat walked into the bedroom and saw a woman sleeping soundly on the bed. There was a trash can next to the bed, which was full of various syringes, and there were many unopened ones on the table. Fat Cat opened a box on the table and saw half a box of white powder inside. He took out a glass jar, poured some liquid and a little powder into it, stirred it evenly, then unsealed a syringe and sucked the turbid liquid into it. Then he took off his clothes, revealing his muscular body, patted his arms full of needle holes, and inserted the needles skillfully. Hiss! The Fat Cat shouted in delight and jumped onto the bed. 2.5 minutes later. Fat Cat leaned against the head of the bed and lit a cigarette. The woman had already woken up. She kissed the Fat Cat on the face tenderly and lovingly. "Honey, you are awesome." After saying that, the woman got up from the bed, rolled her eyes speechlessly, silently cursed useless thing, and then went into the bathroom to take a shower. After a while, the Fat Cat smacked his lips in satisfaction, got up, gave himself another injection, and collapsed on the bed. Swish! The mist in the bathroom was suspended, and the water droplets that passed through the woman's graceful body also floated quietly in the air, and the woman's unsatisfied expression was also frozen. Time seemed to stand still. Then a pair of invisible ghost hands seemed to appear on the table. The box flew up and poured a lot of white powder into the glass jar. The bottle also flew up and poured some unknown liquid into it. A syringe from the trash can swayed and floated onto the table, sucking a semi-fluid consisting of white powder and unknown liquid into the syringe. Then it flew to the Fat Cat and stabbed his arm hard. As the syringe was pushed, all the semi-fluid flowed into the Fat Cat's body. After a few seconds, the door opened and then closed automatically without any wind. Wow! The world returns to normal. Hiss! Fat Cat gasped and felt as if his arm was pricked by a needle. He looked down and saw a little blood oozing out of a needle hole in his arm. Did I stab you so hard just now? Fat Cat wondered. The next moment, his heart was beating like a drum, and he began to breathe heavily, with a dry mouth as if he had swallowed fire. Then, his head tilted back sharply, his pupils contracted, and his eyes rolled back. Then he fell to the ground with a thud. When the woman came out of the shower, she saw the Fat Cat struggling on the ground, foaming at the mouth, like a patient having an epileptic seizure. The woman exclaimed, and hurried over to pat the Fat Cat on the cheek. "Brother Cat! Brother Cat! Are you okay? Wake up!" But the Fat Cat remained indifferent, gradually stopped struggling, and his pupils dilated. The woman tried to smell his breath, then screamed heart-wrenchingly. One of the 4 Vidras under Xiao Hongyu, the cruel and ruthless Fat Cat who committed many evil things, died. Soon, a group of younger brothers heard the noise and rushed over. When they opened the door and saw the scene, they were dumbfounded. A yellow-haired man yelled, "Fuck! Brother Mao is dead? Call the police! What are you reporting?" Someone nearby hit the yellow-haired man hard on the head and said, "We are gangsters, call the police." "Oh, right, what should we do? Bury Brother Mao in the back hills?" Huang Mao was hit hard again. "Hurry up and contact Boss Xiao, we can't cover this up." After a long time, Xiao Hongyu arrived at the scene. When he arrived, a black doctor had just finished examining the body. There are no injuries on the body. The death was caused by an overdose of nicotine. The man in black concluded. Haiwazi, one of the 4 heavenly kings, also whispered, "Brother, we can basically rule out the possibility of homicide. I checked the surveillance footage from the past week, and no one was at the scene except for Lao Mao, this woman, and some of my brothers. Every time, many of my brothers came to report on their work, and left together after finishing. The doors and windows are intact and locked from the inside." Seeing Xiao Hongyu's gaze directed at the woman in a bathrobe curled up on the bed, Haiwazi swallowed his saliva and a hint of greed flashed in his eyes. "Brother, you know that woman. She has been with old Mao since she was 18. She can't possibly kill old Mao. And old Mao has won the free fighting championship in Southeast Asia. She doesn't have the ability to kill him even if she wants to. Xiao Hongyu frowned. His intuition told him that this matter was not that simple, but everything at the scene proved that Fat Cat died suddenly from an overdose of XX. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Hongyu shook his head and felt that he was worrying too much. He had recently suffered from neurasthenia due to that dragon crossing the river and was always having wild thoughts. Let's have a grand funeral. Let the brothers keep their mouths shut. After defining the matter, Xiao Hongyu glanced at the woman on the bed and continued to instruct. After all, she is Lao Mao's woman and has been with him for so many years. Make sure she is well taken care of. In addition to giving Lao Mao's share of the money to his family, give her some. Got it. Haiwazi looked at Mrs. Mao on the bed with a smile on his face. Among the younger brothers, Luo Yang felt a chill all over his body as he watched the scene in front of him. What kind of terrifying person had they provoked? I just asked about Brother Mao's whereabouts in the evening. How come such a short time later, he was killed quietly? If he hadn't sent those text messages, he would never have thought that Brother Mao died of unnatural causes. Luo Yang felt waves of fear. He even had a thought: if he continues to provoke that Yi Bai, will the now high-spirited boss Xiao also end up as a corpse? Rainbow Bridge. Above the Liang Weiyuan bar, on the 4th floor. The slightly plump man with glasses had fallen asleep. His cheeks were swollen, his body was covered with scars, and he was moaning in his sleep. 2 million. 2 million. The little old man murmured. Where could he find the money? He borrowed from all his relatives, but no one was willing to help a gambler. His sisters also advised him to break off relations with his son and let him fend for himself. However, he couldn't bear to watch his child being beaten to death. At this moment, the old man thought of dying. As long as you die, you won't have to suffer so much. Suddenly, the old man turned around and found 2 stacks of banknotes on the bare table. He didn't know when they appeared. He hurried over and saw a signed IOU next to the banknote, with his son's name written on it. This is? The old man's eyes widened, but he heard the alarm on his cell phone in his pocket ringing. He was a little confused as he didn't remember setting the alarm for this time. When I turned on the phone, I saw that the screen was stuck on the text message editing page with an unsent text message on it. Fat Cat is dead, leave quickly and take care of yourself. The old man's eyes filled with tears. He fell to his knees on the ground and bowed repeatedly to the people around him. God has eyes, the gods have shown up. By Taojiang River. Yi Bai lit a cigarette and stuck it in the mud. Kitty, in your next life, please be more careful. Be a good person. A bright moon rises over the river. The sky is full of stars. Yi Bai watched all this in silence, not knowing what he was thinking. Bite. The cell phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a message from his aunt. Xiao Bai, come back early after celebrating your classmate's birthday. Auntie is waiting for you to go home. That strange request, Auntie agreed to your request. I'm shy.jpg. Chapter 46 Ishihara Yukiko's Sakura Kimono. It was already early morning when Yi Bai returned home. After turning on super hearing, I found that Li Shurian had already fallen into a deep sleep. There was no movement in my aunt's room, but instead there was the sound of even breathing coming from the sofa in the living room. Yi Bai turned on the light and saw his aunt sleeping on the sofa. She is obviously a woman in her 30s, but she looks so naive when she is asleep. The saliva at the corners of my mouth was almost flowing out, and I kept smacking my lips, as if I had eaten something delicious in my dream. Yi Bai shook his head, walked over, and wanted to pick up his aunt and take her back to the bedroom. But as soon as I hugged her slender and soft waist, my aunt woke up and opened her sleepy eyes. What is funny is that she was clearly awake but still smacking her lips. Yi Bai smiled and asked, Auntie, what were you eating in your dream? Why did it taste so good? Qin Yu's dignified and pretty face blushed and she looked down subconsciously. Yi Bai. No way? Yi Bai picked up his aunt and walked towards the bedroom. Auntie, are you serious about agreeing to my strange request? Qin Yu snorted shyly. In the morning, Shurian said that her skin became whiter and smoother, and she looked radiant. She looked in the mirror and it seemed to be the case. So after hesitating for a day, Qin Yu decided to agree to Yi Bai's strange request. Let Xiao Bai wash her face and try to see if it can really beautify her skin. Being held in Yi Bai's arms, Qin Yu shrank her head shyly, but Li Shurian had fallen asleep a long time ago, so she did not struggle and let Yi Bai hold her. But when Qin Yu glanced over, he found that he had entered the wrong room. Xiao Bai, you've gone to the wrong place. This is not your room. Yibai shook his head and put Chinyu on the white and soft bed. You are not wrong, Auntie, I want to go to your room. But Shurien is next door, and our balconies are connected. It's okay. It's not like she hasn't heard it before. Ah. You little bastard. Don't say that. Early morning. Li Shurien had dark circles under her eyes and got angry as soon as she walked out of the room. Mom! Why are you still awake so late at night? And washing clothes in the washing machine again? Xinyu lowered his head and dared not say a word. He turned his head slightly and glared at Yibai angrily. It's all this bad guy's fault. Yibai was eating breakfast, feeling somewhat proud. Thank you, Yukiko. Thanks to the Ishihara family for the secret. Yibai thought that if he worked as a massage therapist in a footbath shop, he would definitely become a gold medal technician. Wait, I've only learned a little bit and you're exaggerating. Then how strong must Yukiko be to be able to use this move in its entirety? Yibai felt a little regretful. When he was with Yukiko in his previous life, why didn't he think of asking her to use the secret technique of the Ishihara family to massage him? After breakfast, Li Shurien went to school, while Yibai went to the supermarket to buy ingredients. He planned to go to Taojiang Mansion to prepare a big meal today and invite Shuizi to come and taste it, and to exchange some feelings at the same time. The fat cat has been dealt with, and Xiao Hongyu will not take any further action for the time being. Yibai was thinking yesterday that he might as well get rid of Xiao Hongyu at the same time. But after thinking about it carefully, I gave up the idea. Fat cat died of an overdose of drugs, which can be said to be an accident. But Xiao Hongyu also sent it on the same day, and anyone would suspect that there was something wrong. If the police intervene, there is no guarantee that they will not find clues, and Yibai doesn't want to take the risk. There shouldn't be many forces that have had conflicts with Xiao Hongyu's group recently, but he is definitely the most conspicuous one. First, the casino took away 8 million, and then seized 3 buildings from Rainbow Bridge. If the police intervene in the investigation, they will definitely turn their attention to him. So, Yibai decided to let Xiao Hongyu have some free time for a while. After purchasing the ingredients at the supermarket, Yibai returned to his Riverview room, put his things away, and then activated his super hearing to listen to the movement of 2701. Only Shuizi was at home alone. Xiao Hongyu must have spent the night outside with her boyfriend again last night. After making sure that Xiao Hongyu was not at home, he went outside and rang the doorbell. Soon, the door opened and Yukiko, wearing a kimono, stood at the door. Miss Shuizi, I would like to invite you to my house for dinner. Yibai said. Shuizi shook her head and refused, her expression cold. Mr. Yi, I appreciate your kindness. It's better for us to keep our distance. If Mr. Xiao finds out your identity, it will not be good for either of us. As she said this, she was about to close the door. Yibai held the door, with a sincere look on his face. I want to thank Miss Shuizi for her help. It's just a meal. I won't bother you again after this. Shuizi's expression didn't change when she heard this, but Yibai knew her very well and still saw a hint of hesitation in her calm eyes. I know a little bit about Japanese cooking. I'm going to make foie gras noodles for dinner. Do you want to taste it? See if it tastes like home. Yukiko's favorite dish is foie gras noodle. In order to win her over in his previous life, Yibai flew to Tokyo and spent a lot of money to learn this craft at her favorite restaurant. This foie gras dish played a big role in winning Yukiko's heart in the previous life. Sure enough, after hesitating for a moment, Yukiko slowly nodded. Then I'll go get ready. Please come over at dinner time. After watching Yibai return to 2702, Shuizi returned home. After hesitating for a moment, she went into the bathroom to take a shower. Then, Shuizi changed into a cherry blossom kimono and dressed up carefully. Soon, it was evening. Yibai was busy in the kitchen when he heard the doorbell. When he opened the door, his eyes lit up. Then I saw Yukiko wearing a cool cherry blossom kimono. The cool face, sexy figure, snow-white skin, and the faintly visible blue dragon tattoo on the shoulder give her a unique beauty and temptation. The scent of that kind of island woman is so strong, and her whole body exudes that unique charm. Ms. Yukiko, welcome. Dinner is almost ready, with only one dish of soup left to cook. Yukiko sat down at the dining table and was a little surprised when she saw the dazzling array of food. There are Japanese food, Chinese food, and Southeast Asian food. Each one is her favorite dish in that cuisine. Of course, without Korean food, it would not be gourmet food, but fodder for cattle and horses. Yibai and Shuizi don't like to eat those things. In Yi-bai's opinion, the famous army pot is no different from pig food. Ms. Yukiko, you may not believe me, but I met you in my dream last night. You told me in my dream that these dishes were your favorites, so I decided to treat you to a dinner like this today. Yi-bai's eyes were full of sincerity. Chapter 47. Eliminate the correct answer first. Yukiko first picked up the foie gras and tasted it. After just one bite, her eyes lit up. It's the taste of home. The taste is almost exactly the same as the store I often go to in Tokyo. Next, I tried other dishes, each one was delicious and I liked it. There was a gleam in Yukiko's eyes and she kept talking, but her movements were very elegant, with the typical temperament of an island woman. Mr. Yi, your cooking skills are very good. Yukiko couldn't help but admire. There is an old saying that goes, to conquer a woman, you have to conquer her stomach or... Shuizi's stomach has been conquered by Yi-bai. Facing Yi-bai, the feeling of familiarity and intimacy in his heart became stronger and stronger. Although she looked indifferent, there were waves in her heart, a kind of throbbing was sprouting and intensifying. Even Xiao Hongyu didn't know that he loved these delicacies. Only two people who truly love each other and have lived together can understand so much. Is there really such a thing as past lives and present lives? Do Mr. Yi and I have unfinished love? How else to explain all this? As long as you like it, Ms. Yukiko. Yi-bai's face was full of smiles, and he felt a little grateful to Shen Mengyao in his heart. His cooking skills were acquired by licking Shen Mengyao. Shen Mengyao was in college and he rented a house near the school. Shen Mengyao complained that the food in the school cafeteria was bad, so Yi-bai worked hard to improve his cooking skills, cooked for her in different ways, and sent the food to school. After 2.5 years of living like this, Yi-bai successfully mastered his cooking skills. Just when Yi-bai was stealing the house, Xiao Hongyu gathered all his backbone men together in the meeting room of Jushio Villa. There were 3 people sitting in the front row, who were none other than 3 of his 4 great warriors, Hiwazi, Nyoto, and Lusanji. As for Fat Cat, he was gone forever and was now lying in a coffin in the funeral home. Hiwazi is the manager of an underground casino. Nyoto is responsible for the entertainment industry, such as bars, KTVs, and bath centers. Lusanji is responsible for real estate-related projects. Fat Cat used to be responsible for lending money at high interest rates and luring fat sheep to the casino for slaughter. Now that Fat Cat is gone, someone has to take over his business. Xiao Hongyu looked at Hiwazi and said, the casino was originally under your control. You will take over Lao Mao's business from now on. You should take good care of his brothers. Hiwazi nodded, feeling excited. Xiao Hongyu has absolute say in the group, so the other 2 King Kongs naturally have no objection to his arrangements. Moreover, both of them have a wide range of businesses under their control, and they look down on Fat Cat's things. In their view, Fat Cat was a meritorious official only because he had followed Xiao Hongyu to conquer the world from the very beginning. Otherwise, based on his strength, he would not be qualified to be called the 4 heavenly kings together with the other 3. Xiao Hongyu hesitated for a moment and said slowly, I feel that Fat Cat's death is still a bit strange. He has been smoking for so many years, how could he not be able to control the amount? Could his death be related to the dragon who planted the flag in the casino that night? If Yi-bai were here, he would definitely give Xiao Hongyu a thumbs up. As expected of an old boss, his intuition is always accurate. Brother, how is it possible? How could someone avoid the surveillance in the corridor and kill Brother Mao, and then get away with it without leaving any trace? Didn't Sister Mao say that she only took a shower, and when she came out she saw Brother Mao had been injected with an overdose of XXX, lying on the ground twitching and foaming at the mouth? Hiwazi said this with some disdain in his heart, wondering if his elder brother has gotten too old and is always suspicious. Surveillance records, identification by the Black Doctor, and testimony by Mrs. Cat. All of this proves that the old cat died from an overdose in pursuit of greater stimulation. How could it be possible that he was killed by someone? Only a god, or a superhero in the movies who can become invisible, can kill Brother Cat without anyone noticing. Hiwazi continued, and, brother, that group of people disappeared quietly after that night. I suspect they are just desperate criminals who passed through Taojiang City and tried to make a fortune. I have met such people before. I hope I'm overthinking it. Xiao Hongyu shook his head and continued, Hiwa, I'll leave the unfinished work of old cat to you. The first thing to do is to find out who in the city is the white glove of that student named Ji-bai. After finding out, send him off directly to commemorate old cat. Don't worry, big brother. Leave it to me. Hiwazi patted his chest. He's just a poor student, so it's easy for him to catch him. Not far behind him, Luo Yang's pupils began to tremble. He seemed to hear Xiao Hongyu saying to Haiwazi, "You are going to Yi Bai to die too." What a terrifying person Yi Bai is. He kills people without being seen and has a group of ruthless subordinates. Even though Haiwazi is a veteran ruthless character in the underworld, he is no match for a terrifying figure like Yi Bai. The meeting was adjourned. The former brothers who followed Fat Cat were now under the control of Haiwazi. A group of people stayed where they were, waiting for Haiwazi's instructions. Haiwazi glanced at everyone and set his sights on Luo Yang. "Luo Yang, right?" Luo Yang nodded. "I know you. You are the smartest one under Lao Mao. He has boasted to me more than once that you are an expert at gathering information. Go to Taojiang University tomorrow and find out more about Yi Bai." Luo Yang. I. Why still me? Luo Yang felt bitter but couldn't refuse, so he could only nod and agree. Haiwazi looked at Luo Yang's bandaged hand and asked, "What's wrong with your hand?" "There was a car accident and I was crushed by a car." Luo Yang lied. If he had thought about confessing everything to Fat Cat after being released by Yi Bai yesterday. But now that thought has long since disappeared. "Just kidding, Brother Mao was killed with my help." Haiwazi nodded, patted Luo Yang on the shoulder, told him to do his job well, and then strode away. Luo Yang looked at his back as if he saw a corpse. This group will be crushed by Yi Bai sooner or later. You idiots, you have no idea what kind of being he is. Why do you have to provoke others? Luo Yang roared in his heart. After a while, he finally made a decision that went against his ancestors. He broke his promise and became a real traitor. He went to the bathroom, took out his cell phone, and sent text messages to the 2 phone numbers that had contacted him last night, telling them everything that had happened today. And added a paragraph. "Please tell Brother Bai that from now on I will be his most loyal henchman. If there is anything you want to report or anything you need me to do, please tell me what to do. A wise bird chooses a tree to roost in, and a wise minister chooses a master to serve." Luo Yang has realized clearly that Xiao Hongyu's forces will be finished sooner or later, and he doesn't want to be buried with them. Chapter 48, A Man of Insight is a Hero. Haiwazi was holding a file in his hand, which contained Yi Bai's non-mainstream period. "Why does this person look familiar?" Haiwazi frowned. He raised his head and saw the younger brother in front of him, and was stunned for a moment because of the same hairstyle as him. "Damn it, I was wondering why it looked so familiar. Why do you have this dick head?" The younger brother chuckled and said, "Brother Haiwa, this is a very popular fashion style among young people in recent years. If I don't have this kind of hair, I won't be able to pick up girls when I go to nightclubs." Virtue. Haiwazi cursed with a smile and threw the file into the trash can. In his eyes, this poor student is already a dead person, and once Luo Yang investigates thoroughly, he will be able to crush him when he has time. He had no idea that this non-mainstream boy was the fierce dragon who had performed so well in the casino that night. After giving a few instructions to his younger brother, Haiwazi got up and went out, came to room 888, took out the room card, opened the door and went in. The place has been cleaned up and Fat Cat's body has been taken to the funeral home. But Sister Cat is still there. She was sitting on the bed playing with her phone. When she saw Haiwazi coming in, she quickly stood up and said, "Brother Haiwazi." "Sister Mao, sit down. Don't be so distant. Just call me Xiao Hei." Haiwazi laughed. "Sister Mao, Brother Mao has accumulated a lot of wealth over the years, but Brother Mao still has a lot of family members. You have no status, so I'm afraid you won't get anything." Sister Mao was silent, her fingers clenched in the bed sheet. "Mrs. Mao, you don't want to accompany Brother Mao for so many years, only to end up with nothing, right?" As Haiwazi spoke, he stroked Mao Seo's white cheek, and anger welled up in his heart. "If you listen to me, I can help you get Brother Mao's property. Of course, only part of it." Sister Mao did not hesitate at all and stepped forward obediently. It's late at night. Song Dongfeng drove a Mercedes-Benz S600 to pick up Yi Bai at Taojiang Mansion and sent him home. Yi Bai sat in the back seat, looking at the night view of the city, feeling happy. "We made rapid progress with Yukiko today. I believe that it won't be long before Yukiko can give me a massage using the Ishihara family's secret technique." Although he was very familiar with Yukiko in his previous life, that was Yukiko who was about to enter middle age. Now facing the young Shuizi, Yi Bai has different feelings again. Flowers in different seasons have different beauty. Song Dongfeng was driving, looking at Yi Bai from the rearview mirror from time to time, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. He seemed to have some questions to ask, and his expression was a little excited. But Yi Bai had instructed that chatting was not allowed while driving. Donzi claimed to be Yi Bai's most loyal younger brother, so naturally he had to listen to his elder brother. Finally, the car arrived downstairs of my aunt's house. Song Dongfeng, who had been holding back all the way, was finally able to speak freely. "Brother Bai. How on earth did you do it? You were able to kill Fat Cat silently without any sound. The surveillance cameras didn't capture it, and the forensic doctor couldn't find any problems. Luo Yang told you?" "Yes, he also said that he wants to follow us and be your lackey in the future." Song Dongfeng took out the text message that Luo Yang sent him. Yi Bai sneered after reading it. "This idiot is quite sensible. He who knows the times is a hero." Song Dongfeng grinned. Yi Bai thought for a moment and asked, "Is this phone card of yours a real name card?" "Yes, I used my ID card." Song Dongfeng nodded. "Cancel this card and don't use it anymore. Go get an anonymous phone card and use it exclusively to contact Luo Yang," Yi Bai ordered. "Luo Yang is a fence-sitter. He can betray his elder brother today, but if he encounters a more powerful enemy tomorrow, he will also betray Yi Bai. So, this kind of person can be used, but cannot be trusted. He must not be allowed to have any substantial evidence." After giving Song Dongfeng a few more instructions, Yi Bai turned around and went upstairs. Although he had known that things would not end so easily, a more intense conflict would break out between him and Xiao Hongyu. But I didn't expect it to come so soon. Even though Fat Cat was dead, Xiao Hongyu still did not forget to arrange Haiwazi to investigate him, and even wanted Haiwazi to send him down to accompany Fat Cat. This old man is really vindictive. Luo Yang can't drag it out for too long. Once Haiwazi realizes that there is no progress in handling the matter under his command, he will take action himself. The tree wants to be still, but the wind does not stop. Little black boy, come and give it a try. In his previous life, Yi Bai had a conflict with Xiao Hongyu over a construction project, and he sent Haiwazi to ambush Yi Bai. During the conflict, Ni Shan helped Yi Bai block the knife, but was chopped off his arm by Haiwazi. Afterwards, Yi Bai sent Haiwazi away personally. In this life, since he comes to me again, Yi Bai didn't mind sending him away again. After sending the Fat Cat away, Yi Bai felt that some shackles on him were broken. Killing one or killing two is killing, there is no difference. As long as he doesn't leave any evidence, he is a clean and legal businessman and a law-abiding citizen. I opened the door and heard the sound of water dripping from the bathroom. It's Li Shurian taking a shower. Auntie kneels on the yoga mat and practices yoga. Xiaobai is back. I left dinner for you. I made mutton soup today. She looked back and found that it was Yi Bai who came back. A hint of joy flashed in her beautiful eyes. Yi Bai walked over calmly. Pa! Qin Yu was startled and quickly got up from the yoga mat, looking guiltily in the direction of the bathroom. She pretended to be angry. You little brat. You are getting bolder now. Do you take me seriously? Of course not. I always keep my aunt in my heart. Yi Bai hugged Qin Yu. Ugh, Qin Yu exclaimed, bad guy. Her beautiful eyes sparkled and her face was shy like a girl. Suddenly, the sound of water in the bathroom stopped. Qin Yu's face turned pale in an instant. She struggled to get up from Yi Bai's arms, but Yi Bai held her tightly and she couldn't get up at all. Xiao Bai. Let Auntie go quickly. Shurian has finished her shower and will come out at any time. Qin Yu struggled. Auntie, I will let go if you agree to one small request of mine. Yi Bai whispered in Qin Yu's ear, like the whisper of a devil. What do you want? Can we change to another? No way? Qin Yu was stunned, as if he had thought of something, and looked at Yi Bai in disbelief. Xiao Bai, you think? This little bastard, why is he so? Auntie, what are you thinking about? Yi Bai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I don't have that kind of special hobby. What is that? Yi Bai only said one word, oh. Qin Yu reacted, and then shook his little head like a rattle. No, no. Don't even think about it. Click. The bathroom door opened. Li Shurian came out in a bathrobe and saw Yi Bai half lying on the sofa with his head in his arms, while Qin Yu was sitting upright beside him, like a primary school student listening to a class. Mom, why is your face so red? Li Shurian looked suspicious. I just finished doing yoga. I'm tired. Qin Yuxiang was sweating profusely. What kind of high-intensity yoga exercises did you do? You're panting heavily when you talk. Li Shiyan shook her head and went back to her room. Qin Yu's eyes were full of charm. He glared at Yi Bai fiercely and fled in embarrassment. It's late at night. Squeak. The sound of the door opening. Qin Yu walked in gracefully, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Smelly little white. Little scoundrel. Squeak. The door closed again. The lights are out. This is a new book that needs your support. I hope you enjoy reading it. Can you please give me a 5-star review for free? Your support is the biggest motivation for me to create. Thanks. In addition, due to some force majeure reasons, the entire text has been revised. If you find any inconsistencies, please point them out in the book or click on my homepage to join the fan group and take a screenshot to tell me. Chapter 49, Blue War God, full of wife feeling. Early morning. Li Shiyan was awakened by the rumbling sound of the washing machine. She walked out of the bedroom sleepily, with a speechless look on her face. Qin Yu blushed and lowered his head, not daring to breathe, like a weak, helpless, and pitiful kitten. The family of 3 started to eat breakfast. Li Shiyan stared at Qin Yu's face in surprise, as if she had discovered something incredible. What's wrong? Didn't I wash my face clean? Qin Yu was a little nervous. No. Li Shiyan shook her head. Mom, why is your skin getting better day by day? Really? Qin Yu subconsciously touched his face and felt that his skin seemed to be more delicate than before. Li Shiyan nodded. It's like a freshly peeled egg. You used to have some wrinkles around your eyes, but now they're gone. Qin Yu couldn't sit still after hearing this, and quickly took out her makeup mirror. When she looked at herself, she was immediately pleasantly surprised. The cheeks are white, tender, soft and smooth, just like the skin of a newborn baby. Who can still tell that she is a woman in her 30s? Her skin condition is better than that of an 18-year-old girl. Qin Yu subconsciously glanced at Xiao Bai, her beautiful eyes shining. Those rumors on the internet turned out to be true. And it works better this way. Originally, Qin Yu had made up his mind to help Yi Bai only once. But at this moment, my heart was shaken. At the same time, she also opened up another way of thinking. This method has such amazing effects. If we change to that method, will it have miraculous effects? Qin Yu hurriedly shook his head and threw those immoral thoughts out of his mind. No, no. This is already the limit with Xiao Bai. We must not break the final bottom line. If that happens, I really won't be able to face Sister Qin in the future. Once you take that step, there's no going back. Yi Bai also noticed the changes in his aunt. He thought that he was not so awesome in his previous life. Could this also be a benefit for those who are reborn? A superpower? Had breakfast. Yi Bai went out first. Song Dongfeng was already waiting downstairs. He was leaning on the Mercedes-Benz S600 smoking. When he saw Yi Bai coming down, he quickly threw away the cigarette but opened the back door and invited Yi Bai to get in. The majestic and luxurious Mercedes slowly drove away. In the dimly lit stairwell, Li Shiyan walked out slowly, her brows furrowed, and she looked thoughtful. She found that she could no longer understand Yi Bai. Not only did he stop being Shen Mengyao's bootlicker and draw a clear line between them, he was also pursued by the popular Chen Sini. Moreover, he didn't even go to school recently. I heard that he took a month-long vacation, which was approved by the principal himself. What is this? Treat the school as a public toilet, where you can come and go as you please? Treating the head of a school as your younger brother? Today he left in a luxurious Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedan. Li Shiyan also knew the driver, the big fool who hung out with Yi Bai all day long. Where did they get the car? What secrets does Yi Bai have? Forget it, forget about him. It has nothing to do with me. Even if he kills people or burns things, so what? On the contrary, my mother has also been acting strangely lately. Every night, there are all kinds of strange noises in the room. Li Shiyan made a decision that she would not sleep tonight and she had to find out what her mother was doing in the room at night. Yi Bai originally planned to go to Taojiang Mansion to continue his emotional communication with Shui Zi, but he received a call from N.I. Xian. He asked Yi Bai to go to the Longting building next to the central square, where the company had already been renovated. Yi Bai was surprised. So fast? It's only been a few days? Brother Bai, this is what happened. A company there just closed down, so there was no need for redecoration. So we bought a batch of new office supplies, set up the company, and made the door plate. We set up everything last night, and the company can run normally today. The recruitment information I posted online is quite useful, and many people have contacted me. I asked them to come to the company today. Brother Bai, why don't you come and check it out? Okay. Yi Bai agreed and asked Song Dongfeng to turn the car around and go to the central square. Although he opened many companies after his success in his previous life, covering multiple industries. But Bai Yi is Yi Bai's first company in his life. It has special significance and is also a crucial part of his future business landscape. This made Yi Bai a little excited. Whether he can reach the top and become one of the internet giants in the future depends on the foundation laid by Bai Yi. Soon, we arrived at the central square. Longting Building is a commercial building in the city center, with more than 30 floors. The office space rented by Bai Yi is on the 18th floor. The building is built in the shape of a U, with elevators, toilets, and other facilities in the middle and office areas all around it. Bai Yi only rented about 300 square meters at 1801. When you walk in, the front desk is opposite the door. On the wall behind, there is a line of artistic fonts, Bai Yi Culture Media Network Technology Company, Limited. There is also a company logo on it, which was specially designed by Ni Shen, a piece of paint splashed with 2 English letters Bai. Yi Bai took a walk around and was very satisfied with the place. Although Ni Shen looks ugly, with small green eyes and a face full of acne, he is indeed reliable in his work. There are already 5 fat guys wearing glasses working at their workstations. I hired him from another company. He has an editor, business affairs, and operations. Ni Shen said with a bit of pride. After I finished filming the video for Wenjing yesterday, I asked the editor to start editing it at home. We will be able to see the finished film tomorrow at the latest. What else can Yi Bai say? This kid is born to do this job and has full leadership abilities since he was born. With such a good brother around you, there is no need to worry about not making a fortune. Zhang Lingnan also came, but he didn't know how to do anything. He was cleaning with a broom. When he saw Yi Bai looking over, he grinned. Soon, the time came and the first group of young girls who came to apply for the anchor position arrived. Each of them has exquisite makeup, bright clothes, and is filled with beautiful women and the scent of perfume. Yi Bai sat at the main seat at the conference table, with Ni Shen and Song Dongfeng as his left and right guards. For some reason, Yi Bai had the feeling of choosing a concubine. The first girl who came in for the interview was quite pretty, but she stuttered and had poor expressive skills. Yi Bai shook his head secretly. But when I asked about his major, I found out that he was from the Provincial Dance Academy. That's no problem. It doesn't matter if you can't speak. This can be developed later. As long as you have a sexy body, can dance, and shake your butt in front of the camera, you can make money. Just take it. The second one is not so good. He is eloquent but looks a bit ugly and has no other talents. Pass. The third one has regular features, a sweet face, and is tall, but a bit strong. It's a bit exaggerated to say that she looks like a tank, but she is definitely not slim. Yi Bai took a quick look and asked, "How's your appetite?" The girl hesitated for a moment, but finally told the truth, it can feed 2 or 3 adult men in one meal. That's it. Welcome to join the white knight culture. Yi Bai thought of the female anchors in the food broadcasting industry. This girl's appetite was born for this. After recruiting 2 generals in a row, Yi Bai is looking forward to the next applicant. But unfortunately, after interviewing more than a dozen people, none of them met the minimum requirements. Next. Zhang Lingnan opened the door and shouted outside. A girl with a sweet face and a plump and voluptuous figure walked in. "Hello, teacher. My name is Sui Sha." The girl bowed, revealing a large area of white. She clearly has the immature face and clear eyes of a college student, but strangely, she actually has a bit of the air of a young woman and a wife. Yi Bai was stunned. Isn't this the blue-clad god of war, a little grain of sand? Chapter 50 New employee with European and American body. Looking at the plump girl in front of him who had the air of a married woman and a young lady, Yi Bairan was a little confused. It turned out to be the blue-clad god of war, a little straw. He looked down at the information in his hand. Suisha, 18 years old, freshman at the School of Foreign Languages and Culture of XX Technology and Business University. And he is an 18-year-old blue-clad god of war. This woman is a miracle of the internet. With just one video, he became an internet celebrity with tens of millions of fans. She was wearing a blue long dress and she shook her hips a few times in a relaxed and comfortable manner, and she earned billions of dollars through her movements. Yibai was delighted and felt as if God was helping him. On the first day of the company's opening, this phenomenal internet celebrity came to the door. With the addition of Wang Ziki, who was about to become popular, how solid a foundation will Bay Media lay? And Aishian's eyes lit up, and he whispered, "Brother Bai, this one is pretty. I think it has potential." Yibai nodded, and suddenly remembered his hobby of playing with female anchors in his previous life, so he took precautions in advance. "Xiao Xuanzi, I'm warning you, if the female anchors in the company want to pay you back in the future, I'll have no problem with you wanting to play with them, but if you dare to force them, I'll make you pay." "Don't worry, Brother Bai." And Aishian patted his chest and assured, "The best female anchors in our company are always prepared for you, Brother Bai. For example, Suisha, like Sister Wenjing, is already your woman, Brother Bai. I just want to play with the scraps that are sent to me on my own initiative." Seeing Aishian making faces, Yibai was a little speechless. "What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Is Yibai that kind of lustful man?" But thinking back carefully, Aishian did send several high-quality and clean female anchors to his bed in his previous life. If he has an idea about a host, he will actively ask for his opinion and will only take action after getting their approval. After Suisha introduced herself, she just stood there blankly, her eyes revealing the clear stupidity of a college student. Yibai asked, "Can you dance?" "No." Suisha shook her head. "Twist it twice and show me," Yibai said. Suisha looked silly. "Ah? What are you twisting?" Yibai gave instructions, "Just shake your butt a few times. Do whatever you think looks good." Suisha felt a little weird in her heart. Looking at this overly handsome interviewer, she felt a little shy inside. Her face blushed, she gently raised her hands and twisted her buttocks twice. Suddenly, her buttocks swayed from side to side. Although it was not as big as Qin Yu's, it was also very plump. Her movements were a little immature and her face was also very childish, but she was inexplicably charming. The itchy feeling of a young woman and the smell of a married woman hit you in the face. Hisan Aishian took a breath of cold air. Zheng Lingnan, who was guarding the door, widened his eyes. Looking at the reactions of the men at the scene, Yibai was very satisfied. A little shotsy, it seems like she was born to be an internet celebrity. The skill of seducing men is learned naturally. "Very good, you are hired. Welcome to join Bay Media." Yibai stood up and extended his hand to Suisha. "Ah. Oh. Thank you." Suisha still looked silly, but smart enough, and hurried over to grab Yibai's hand. At this moment, she seemed to have grasped the future. Her hands were warm, smooth, and soft. "If I use this hand." As soon as this thought came to his mind, Yibai quickly stopped it. "It's all my aunt's fault. She always helps him like this, causing him to subconsciously have such obscene thoughts." When Aishian, who was standing by, saw the two holding hands, his small green eyes turned around a few times and he looked at Suisha as if he was looking at his future sister-in-law. For the few people who had just successfully joined the company, Brother Bai just welcomed them verbally, but for Suisha, Brother Bai stood up and took the initiative to shake hands with her. "I'm definitely attracted to this little girl. But it's true, who wouldn't he be fascinated by such a stunning beauty?" And Aishian quickly said, "Xiao Su, this is the chairman of our company, Mr. Yi Bei." "Ah. Hello, Mr. Yi." Suisha was flattered and quickly bent down and bowed. A large area of white holy light came towards me. "It's great to be young, it's so tight." Yi Bai was talking about the skin. "Come on, I like you very much. You have the potential to become a big internet celebrity." Yi Bai patted Suisha. "Really? Thank you, Mr. Yi, for your appreciation." Suisha's face flushed, and she didn't know whether it was because of excitement or shyness. Next, Yibai interviewed 5 or 6 more people, but maybe his luck had run out after meeting Suisha, and all the people who came after him were not good enough. At this point, Bay Culture Media's first round of interviews was completed, and 3 generals were accepted. Yibai ordered, "Nanzi, let them all come in, I will help them determine the route they will take from now on." Zhang Lingnan nodded, went out and called the 3 people in. Yibai looked at the girl who was not good at talking but was pretty and had a slim figure. Zhang Yusen, 23 years old, graduated from the Provincial Dance Academy. "Mr. Ni." Yibai addressed Ni Xian. Hit her language skills, but don't neglect her dancing skills. Let her learn the home dances on Station A and Station B, as well as the dances from Country X girl groups and popular dances in Europe and the United States. Her future position is to be a video blogger with a sexy figure and strong dancing skills. Try to post a high-quality dance video every 2 days, and start live broadcasts in the evening. After a pause, Yibai continued to advise, in the early stage, your communication skills are poor. You can dance more and talk less. Once your language skills are improved, I will give her a special training on how to gather fans and make Big Brothers willing to spend money. As for how to get money from the Big Brother through live streaming, it was actually a set of experience summarized by Ni Xian in his previous life. Yibai heard it a lot and understood a little bit through osmosis. Teach it to Ni Xian, and I believe he will be able to master it quickly and apply it to other situations. Then look at the girl named Xiao Momo, who can do the same as 3 adults in one meal. She was wearing a loose sun protective outfit during the interview just now. It was a bit hot at this time, so I took off my sun protection clothes. Yibai then realized that this girl was indeed not the fat tank type, but the type with perfect proportions and was very sexy. She is a bit like a plus version of Suisha, with a very European and American figure. If she were to live abroad, she would definitely be a top beauty. Coupled with her regular facial features and sweet face, she is sure to win a large number of fans. Many LSPS on the internet like this kind of fleshy feeling. Chapter 51. Let Yibai be a thief for once? Yibai looked at Xiao Momo and said, your position is a food exploration blogger, and your personality is a big eater. You can start by filming in Taojiang City. Our city has a lot of specialties, and you can shoot a video a day for half a year. After thinking for a while, Yibai added, you can do live broadcast and filming at the same time. Live broadcast when visiting the store, and then edit the live broadcast into a fast-paced video afterwards. Finally, Yibai looked at Suisha. Your future position is to be a fashion media blogger, specializing in shooting videos that show off your body and appearance. You can find a dance teacher to learn from. You don't have to be proficient, as long as you can twist a few times, but you must play to your biggest advantage, which is your sexy body. Also, try not to live broadcast, so that fans can't break the filter and keep them in a good fantasy about you. Suisha nodded her head with admiration in her eyes. Mr. Yi is very professional. Although he looks about the same age as me, he is very mature and steady. There is a special masculine charm in him, and his hormones are off the charts. Suisha was a little nervous when she came for the interview today and learned that it was for a new company. But when she saw Yibai talking so eloquently, all those worries were thrown out of her mind. With such a professional boss, maybe you can really become a big internet celebrity. Not only Suisha, the other 2 girls also had the same idea. For a moment, the 3 of them were filled with hope for the future. After explaining it in detail, Yibai asked Ni Xian to lead 3 people out to make arrangements. He came to the chairman's office himself. Although the entire company is not large, Yibai's office is very luxurious. A whole floor-to-ceiling window overlooks the entire central square. Yibai liked this kind of tune in his previous life. When I have nothing to do, I call my secretary in and let her lean on the French window to look at the scenery below. Boom boom. There was a knock on the office door. Ni Xian walked in with a laptop, looking excited. Brother Bai, Sister Wenjing has finished editing the video of Lanzhou beef noodles. I didn't find the song called Dreams in the Flowers that you mentioned, but I found another ancient bamboo flute accompaniment that matches the style of the video. As he spoke, he placed the computer on the desk and clicked to play the video. The melodious sound of a bamboo flute rang out. The video begins with a cozy farmyard. Green mountains and clear waters, the yard is full of vegetables, and the morning sun is rising, everything is exceptionally beautiful. Then, a girl wearing an ancient white robe appeared in the camera. She has fair skin and delicate features. 5 black subtitles in ancient Chinese characters appeared, Lanzhou beef noodles. There is also a picture of a bowl of beef noodles that is delicious and fragrant. Then, the ancient beauty began to cook. She first picked vegetables from the vegetable garden and then kneaded dough on the table. Suddenly, the fairy who had just floated away from the mortal world came down to the mortal world, full of the breath of life. Yibai finished watching the video and nodded with satisfaction. The quality of this video is much higher than the one Li Ziki shot in her previous life. The image and temperament of the heroine are even on a different level. If this video is posted online, it will definitely cause an uproar. Because this is a brand new track. Yi Bai ordered, publish the video, leave the account maintenance to professional operators, and don't stop the filming progress over at Wang Wenjing's place. Yi Bai became more and more looking forward to Bai's future. If you want cultural heritage, there's Wang Ziki. If you want a beauty, there's Sui Sha. Yi Bai was looking into the future when he suddenly received a call from a younger brother. Brother Bai, the gangster who was with Fat Cat, came to school again. We caught him, but he said he is with us now. It was Luo Yang. Haiwazi asked him to go to the school to inquire about the news again. Yi Bai hung up the phone and asked Song Dongfeng to drive to Taojiang University. When the Mercedes-Benz S600 drove to the gate, it stopped going in. Unknown vehicles had to get a pass to enter and exit. But Yi Bai's face is the pass. The car window was rolled down, and the old security guard at the door saw Yi Bai's face and quickly opened the door. Watching the Mercedes go in, the security guard was amazed. Oh my god, Yi Bai has become rich. He has a Mercedes worth millions, and the principal is not as impressive as him. The old security guard said, glancing at the dumbfounded young security guard, I heard this morning that the principals were all running errands for Yi Bai. I thought it was a rumor, but now it seems to be true. Last time you wanted to go against Yi Bai. If it weren't for me, you might be in the hospital treating your leg now. The young security guard murmured, what's said in the forum can't be true. Is Yi Bai really some kind of gangster son or the underground emperor of Taojiang City? Regardless of whether the rumors were true or not, the two understood that Yi Bai was no longer some school hoodlum, but a real big brother in society. Yi Bai came to the grove in the school's back garden. From a distance, I saw Luo Yang being pinned to the ground by several younger brothers. He didn't struggle, just lay there quietly. Brother Bai. Brother Bai. The younger brothers greeted each other. Yi Bai nodded, let him go. Guys, let go. Luo Yang got up from the ground and said to the younger brother next to him with a proud look on his face, I didn't lie to you, did I? I told you a long time ago that I am with Brother Bai now. We are all family. You still don't believe me. After saying that, he nodded and bowed to Yi Bai, Brother Bai. Yi Bai waved his hand, asked his brothers to retreat first, and then gave Song Dongfeng a wink. Song Dongfeng immediately stepped forward, searched Luo Yang's body for a cell phone, opened it and took a look, and after making sure that it was not recording, he turned it off. Yi Bai also used his X-ray eyes to scan up and down to see that Luo Yang had no other electronic devices on him, such as miniature cameras. Brother Bai, you saw the text message I sent yesterday. Luo Yang said flatteringly, Haiwazi asked me to investigate. Tell me, how should I report to him when I return? Yi Bai groaned for a moment and said, you can delay as long as you can. If you can't delay any longer, let me know in advance and I will naturally send someone to deal with him. Brother Bai, why don't you just give him to? Luo Yang said, making a throat-slitting gesture, by the way, kill Xiao Hongyu as well. Song Dongfeng snorted coldly, are you teaching Brother Bai how to do things? No, no. Luo Yang shrank his head, who am I to teach Brother Bai how to do things? Yi Bai naturally wouldn't tell him that Fat Cat had just been taken care of and the situation was tense recently, so it was not appropriate to take any further action. You go back first and report any situation at any time. Yi Bai said as he looked at Song Dongfeng, Dongzi, have you finished what I asked you to do yesterday? Song Dongfeng nodded, walked forward, and asked Luo Yang to write down his new anonymous phone card, use this number in future communications. Yes, Brother Dong. After watching Luo Yang leave, Yi Bai looked at the time. It was already afternoon. It was too late to communicate with Yukiko about her feelings. He planned to ask Song Dongfeng to take him home directly as he missed his aunt a little. Song Dongfeng suddenly said, Brother Bai, I heard that our English lecturer is pregnant and has asked for leave. A new lecturer has come. She is very pretty and exciting. How about going to see her? No. Yi Bai shook his head, not very interested. He is not a pig who can't walk when he sees a beautiful woman. Oh well. Song Dongfeng sighed regretfully. I heard that the new English lecturer is the girlfriend of Yang Wenbin's cousin, and I wondered if Brother Bai could poach her and cheat on Yang Wenbin. It seemed like he was the one who informed the principal and asked him to expel you. Yang Wenbin's cousin? Yang Huizhong? Yi Bai stopped and asked, what's the name of the new English lecturer? Chen Yujie. Song Dongfeng replied. It's indeed her. Yi Bai fell into memories. He was also very familiar with this woman. I am so familiar with the body that I can tell every mole on it clearly. Brother Bai, where are you going? English Class. Chapter 52, The English Teacher in the Past Life. When Yi Bai returned to school to give an open English class, it caused a sensation and his classmates saluted him one after another. Everyone knew that he had taken a long vacation, and it was arranged by the principal himself. It's only been a few days, why is he coming to school again? Although curious, most people did not dare to ask because the affairs of the school leader were not something they could interfere in. Yi Bai walked into the lecture hall and sat down in the last row. After a while, Song Dongfeng ran in, sweating profusely, holding a bouquet of flowers in his hand. "Brother Bai, the gentian bouquet you ordered is ready." Seeing this scene, the big tank next to Shen Mengyao in the second row sneered. "Mengyao, you've ignored Yi Bai recently, and he found that playing hard to get didn't work on you, so he couldn't sit still. He knew it was your birthday today, and he bought flowers for you and brought them back to school to celebrate your birthday." Shen Mengyao's lips curled up slightly when she heard that, feeling a little proud inside. Sure enough, what if Yi Bai earned 580,000? He is just his own dog. Some time ago, he deliberately distanced himself from me in public, saying that he had no feelings for me anymore. When he found that this trick didn't work for him, he got anxious and the dog became hungry again. That's ridiculous. The big tank continued, "Mengyao, let me tell you, you can't treat this kind of mean boy well. When he comes to give you flowers later, you must reject him harshly and make him lose face. Let him know that our little fairy is not easy to bully." Big Tank felt furious when he thought about the last time Yi Bai embarrassed him in public. "If you want to pursue Mengyao, it's okay if you don't flatter me, but you dare to have that attitude." Seeing Shen Mengyao nod slightly, Big Tank felt secretly happy and began to look forward to Yi Bai coming over to present flowers, but was instead severely ridiculed. Last row. Yi Bai smelled the scent of gentian flowers. These are Chen Yujie's favorite flowers. The last time Yi Bai saw Chen Yujie before escaping, he promised her that he would give her a bouquet of lisianthus when they met next time. Yi Bai had many women in his previous life, but after the collapse of Yi Bai Group, Chen Yujie was the only one who extended a helping hand. Not only did he take out his savings to give to Yi Bai as running money, he was even willing to flee with him. Ding-a-ling. The class bell interrupted Yi Bai's thoughts. He raised his head. A young woman wearing a white shirt, a short professional skirt and long flaxen brown curly hair walked into the classroom. She is very good at dressing up, she is fashionable and exquisite, a bit like the screen actress named Lu Tianxian, but she seems more beautiful than her and gives people a feeling of purity and desire. Who wouldn't be fascinated when a young and restless male student meets such an attractive English lecturer? Yi Bai looked at Chen Yujie's beautiful legs that were longer than his life, and recalled everything he had done with her. Chen Yujie has been learning ballet since she was young. She has participated in various ballet competitions and won many awards. If she hadn't had problems with her joints, she would not have been a lecturer, but would have shined on the stage. In her previous life, when Chen Yujie became an English lecturer, Yi Bai had already been fired. The two met for the first time many years later. By that time, Yi Bai had already risen to prominence and become a local social leader. But after years in society, he is no longer the handsome and dashing little Hanan of the past. He has a hideous scar on his face, one leg is lame, and his body is covered with scars and tattoos. Chen Yujie also has a bunch of bright gentian tattooed on her left cheek. Yi Bai didn't understand why such a beautiful face would be ruined by tattoos. Later I found out that the bunch of gentian was to cover up a scar on her face. Yi Bai and Chen Yujie's acquaintance was a rather cliched story of a hero saving a beauty he beat off a few yellow-haired guys who wanted to rape her. After a few interactions, the two fell in love and ended up in bed. Yi Bai originally thought that art students like Chen Yujie were more open-minded. But unexpectedly, it was Chen Yujie's first time. Yi Bai is also the only man who has entered her heart. Because of that heroic act of saving the beauty, her heart knot was untied. In the summer of 2013, Chen Yujie quit the dance circle due to joint problems. She was admitted to Taojian University and became an English lecturer. The day the school was closed was her birthday. After celebrating her birthday with her boyfriend Yang Huizhong, they ran into a group of drunken hooligans while passing through an alley. The gangster was tempted by her beauty and wanted to molest her. Yang Huizhong, who usually looks so majestic, became a coward at the critical moment. She was frightened by the sharp knife in the hands of the gangster, who left her alone and ran away. Chen Yujie fought back desperately, but in the chaos, her cheek was cut by a knife. Fortunately, a patrolling police officer passed by and Chen Yujie was able to maintain her innocence. But the rumor that spread was that she was raped by gangsters and became a dirty woman. Chen Yujie couldn't bear the pressure, so she quit her job and went to the provincial capital to develop on her own. Hello, students. College English is a compulsory course, so I hope you can listen carefully and pass the level 4 exam as soon as possible. As Chen Yujie spoke, her eyes swept to the last row of the classroom, and she met Yi Bai's gaze, and then she was stunned. She was not attracted by Yi Bai's handsomeness, but was a little confused. Who is this person? She has gotten to know all the students well recently and she doesn't remember there being such a handsome guy in electronic information engineering. Classmate? Are you studying our major? Chen Yujie asked. Teacher Chen, I asked for leave 2 days ago. Yi Bai said this, picked up the bouquet of gentian on the table, and walked forward. Seeing this, Big Tank said to Shen Mengyao excitedly, "Oh my god. Mengyao, look, Yi Bai is coming over with flowers. He's not going to confess to you in public during class, is he? But this is indeed something a school bully would do, flouting classroom discipline." Shen Mengyao was also confused for a moment. Although there was no expression on her face, she was still a little proud in her heart. She secretly wondered how she should refuse later. It is impossible to agree to it, but I have to keep Yi Bai hanging. He has 580,000 yuan in his card. If he spends it all on himself, how many brand name bags and cosmetics can he buy? When Yi Bai came over, Shen Mengyao was about to speak, but Yi Bai walked past her and went straight to the podium, presenting the bouquet of gentian flowers to the new English lecturer. Teacher Chen, you are very beautiful. This bouquet of flowers suits you very well. Yi Bai looked into her eyes. Chen Yujie was startled for a moment, then took the platycodon flower and smiled sweetly. Thank you, classmate, what's your name? Yi Bai. Are you Yi Bai? A strange look flashed in Chen Yujie's beautiful eyes. She had heard her boyfriend mention this name. She heard that he was the most famous gangster in Taojian University. Some time ago, he beat up her boyfriend's cousin Yang Wenbin in public because of a girl named Shen Mengyao from class 2. Yang Huizhong said that he had clearly informed Principal Wang and asked him to expel Yi Bai, but for some reason Principal Wang allowed Yi Bai to return to school despite the pressure. Chen Yujie glanced at Shen Mengyao, whose face was ashen, and smiled and shook her head. It seems that this bouquet of flowers was originally intended for Shen Mengyao, but I don't know what conflict the two had, so he deliberately gave it to himself to piss off Shen Mengyao. College boys are so childish. Yi Bai returned to his seat and looked at Chen Yujie with gentle eyes. Teacher Chen, here are the flowers I owe you. I will protect you in this life. I will never let you suffer those kinds of harm again. Lisianthus should be held in your hands, not tattooed on your face. Yi Bai also thought about Chen Yujie's injured leg. Could he cure it? The ant had the effect of rejuvenation after taking it, so can Chen Yujie heal her injuries after taking it? Or, since he has awakened so many superpowers, maybe he can awaken healing powers in the future. In that case, Chen Yujie's leg could be easily healed. Chapter 53 Clown Shen Mengyao. Shen Mengyao looked unhappy. She was glad that she didn't speak first, otherwise she would have become a clown. This is not how you play hard to get. Today is Shen Mengyao's birthday, the most important day of the year. But Yi Bai actually dared to play tricks on him like this. Yi Bai, congratulations, you've pulled it off. Shen Mengyao swore that she would never bother with Yi Bai again. Even if Yi Bai knelt on the ground and begged, she would never forgive him. He is just an insignificant bootlicker. Who gave him the courage to treat himself like this? The class passed quickly. The afternoon classes are over. Yi Bai and Song Dongfeng came to the parking lot to pick up the car, and saw Principal Wang coming towards them from a distance. Old Wang, it's time to get off work. Yi Bai greeted him with a smile, and when Song Dongfeng opened the door, he got into the luxurious Mercedes-Benz S600 and waved goodbye to Principal Wang. Principal Wang stood there with a sullen face, and only took his hands out from behind his back after the Mercedes-Benz had gone far away. I saw that he was holding a Passat key in his hand. Is there any justice in the world? Principal Wang threw the key to the ground angrily. The little bastard who threatened me all day long was driving a Mercedes worth millions, but as the head of a school, I only dared to drive a Passat. Lao Wang felt like he had really become Yi Bai's little brother who ran errands for him. It was dinner time and the road was crowded with students, so the Mercedes could only move forward slowly. Yi Bai opened the car window and smoked a cigarette. As they drove by, many students thought that some important leader was sitting in the car, wondering if the principal had changed cars. But upon closer inspection, they found that the person sitting in the back seat was the school bully Yi Bai, and the one driving was his little brother Song Dongfeng, who followed him around all day. Shen Mengyao and her deskmate Big Tank were also among these students. The two rubbed their eyes, both of them were a little bit unbelievable. Is that still Yi Bai? If they didn't know Yi Bai, they would have thought he was the son of some powerful noble. Yi Bai's temperament and demeanor are no longer the loser he used to be. Although Shen Mengyao is snobbish, she is only interested in various luxury goods for women. She doesn't have much idea about luxury cars and only knows that this is a Mercedes-Benz. Just as I was wondering if Yi Bai had used the 580,000 yuan to buy a car, I heard a student next to me exclaim, "This is a Mercedes-Benz S600, which costs several million yuan. I saw it at a car show." Did Yi Bai's house get demolished? How can he afford such a luxury car? Is Yi Bai's true identity the son of a billionaire? He has been pretending to be poor in school and working as a bootlicker for Shen Mengyao. Now he stops pretending and reveals his true identity? I've seen novels that say this. Don't talk nonsense. In fact, Yi Bai's real identity is the son of a gangster. He recently inherited his father's gang. If you don't believe me, take a look at this post pinned to the top of Taojiang City's forum. Someone who knows the inside story said that he is the son of a gangster and the current underground emperor of Taojiang City. When I saw this post, I was not sure whether the big guy in the photo was Yi Bai. Now it's confirmed, it's definitely him. Upon hearing this, Shen Mengyao and Big Tank silently took out their mobile phones, clicked into Taojiang City Tieba, and read the post. The story is very detailed and is accompanied by a lot of secretly taken photos. The two looked at each other, both with shock on their faces. Big Tank hesitated for a moment and said, "Mengyao, why don't you give Yi Bai another chance to pursue you?" Shen Mengyao nodded, forgave Yi Bai in her heart, and put him back into the fish pond, ranking him number 1. The son of a gangster, the underground emperor of Taojiang City, or something like that, this kind of man is quite a match for me. When Yi Bai returned home, Li Shiyan had not returned yet. Seeing his aunt cooking with her fat buttocks sticking out, Yi Bai walked straight into the kitchen, hugged his aunt from behind, and put his arms around her waist. "You little brat. Let go. Shiyan is coming back soon." Xinyu glanced at the door guiltily, fearing that his daughter would open the door and come back the next second to see him and Yi Bai hugging each other. I took a taxi back. Shiyan would be 10 minutes slower if she took the bus. Yi Bai smelled the scent of shampoo on his aunt's hair and felt a warm feeling, all the fatigue in his heart disappeared. "Auntie, can I kiss you?" Yi Bai didn't know what his aunt was insisting on. Their relationship had reached that point, but she actually refused to kiss him. No. Xinyu refused without even thinking. She felt that as long as she didn't break the last level of relationship with Xiao Bai and didn't kiss him like a lover, there would be room for maneuver. Then can I kiss Shiyan's rice bowl? What is Shiyan's job? Xinyu was stunned, but when Yi Bai she reacted immediately. Little scoundrel. Xinyu was angry and twisted his body unwillingly. She seemed to have forgotten that Yi Bai was hugging her from behind. Snap. The security door opened and Li Shiyan came back. When he looked up, he saw his mother cooking and Yi Bai peeling garlic behind her. Smelling the aroma of rice, Li Shiyan asked, "Mom, what dishes are you cooking for dinner?" Xinyu replied, "Fried eggs with leeks, stir-fried kidneys, and braised lamb." Li Shiyan was speechless. "Why are you cooking this kind of greasy and nourishing dish?" "I've been getting acne recently due to getting a sore throat." Xinyu didn't reply, but glanced at his little enemy quietly. Or is it because of this brat? Dinner is ready. A family of 3 is sitting down to eat. Li Shiyan looked at Xinyu's flawless, smooth and delicate face, and then touched a small pimple that had just appeared on her face, feeling a little jealous. "Mom, what skincare products do you use? Can I use them too?" Xinyu subconsciously glanced at Xiao Bai. "How can I let you use this?" She shook her head and said, "I don't use any skincare products." Li Shiyan was not giving up. "Then did you take some magic medicine to adjust your endocrine system? Let me try some too." Xinyu didn't know how to let Li Shiyan eat it. "We can't let Shiyan." Xinyu quickly shook his head and threw away the image that appeared in his mind. "I'm crazy. How could you have such a horrible thought?" Li Shiyan saw her mother's expression change and became more suspicious. Something is wrong. Something is very wrong. She decided to implement that idea tonight. Pretend to be asleep, then sneak over in the middle of the night to see what Mom is doing at night. What was that noise coming from her room at night? Chapter 54 Shuryen eavesdrops outside the door. After dinner, Li Shuryen washed up and went back to her room early. She decided to launch a surprise attack tonight, so she went back to her room, turned off the lights, and pretended to go to sleep. Yi Bai and Xin Yu looked at each other. Xin Yu's eyes were full of shame. "Auntie, I'll wait for you in my room." Yi Bai walked to the door and turned back to remind her, "Auntie, when you go to bed at night, remember to change into that white silk nightgown. It's good for your skin to wear it to sleep." Xin Yu pouted, "Stinky Xiao Bai. You wish for it, Auntie will never indulge you again." She saw something on the internet today that one needs to use the right methods to educate children and not give them everything they want. The night deepens. Yi Bai sat on the edge of the bed, holding his mobile phone to send messages to an Aishen, arranging some work for him and imparting some experience. Snap. The door opened. Yi Bai raised his head and saw his aunt coming in with a red face. She really didn't listen to Yi Bai and wore that silk nightgown. Instead, she wore a purple robe. "Auntie, what is that?" Yi Bai pointed at the wall behind Xin Yu. She quickly turned around and looked up. Yi Bai looked at his aunt's back and smiled. As expected, it is still his aunt who cares about me. Xin Yu turned around and gave Yi Bai a charming look. "Little bad boy, Before she could finish her words, Yi Bai hugged her in his arms. "Auntie, please go to your room." Suddenly, Yi Bai seemed to hear some noise outside. He opened his eyes of perspective and saw Li Shuryen opening the door and tiptoeing towards him. "Xiao Bai, what's wrong?" Xin Yu's eyes were watery and he tilted his head to ask. "Shoo." Yi Bai put his index finger to his mouth, signaling for silence. Xin Yu was so embarrassed at first, but Yi Bai's next sentence scared her to death. "Shuryen is outside." Xin Yu sat up straight, his heartbeat quickened, and he became nervous. He lowered his voice and asked, "Smelly Xiao Bai, are you trying to scare me on purpose?" Yi Bai didn't say anything and motioned her to look at the ground. When Xin Yu turned his head, he saw a vague shadow moving at the crack of the door. Her scalp suddenly went numb and her body froze. Yi Bai's heart moved. "Auntie, have you ever played a game with two numbers?" Xin Yu realized something and shook his head repeatedly. Outside the door, Li Shuryen was very confused. She felt a little strange. When she left the room, she vaguely heard someone talking in her mother's room, but why was there no sound now? But why is the light in the room still on? What is Mom doing? Just as I was wondering, I suddenly heard Xin Yu shouting in a very strange voice. Li Shuryen was stunned for a long time before she realized what the sound was, and then her face turned red with embarrassment. It turns out that my mother was secretly exercising on her own. Li Shuryen spat softly and ran back to her room. Although she was relatively mature in her thinking, she was still a young girl after all. How could she not feel shy when she found out that her mother was secretly exercising? "Yeah, Mom has been alone for so many years, she must be lonely, so I can understand." Li Shuryen began to reflect on herself. Was she too selfish to control her mother and not let her fall in love and get married? Even if half of the properties left by their father were divided up, it would be enough for the mother and daughter to live a life of ease and comfort. That night, it took Li Shuryen a long time to fall asleep. The next day, while having breakfast, Li Shuryen looked worried and didn't notice that Xin Yu and Yi Bai were secretly flirting with each other. Xin Yu looked like a little girl who had just fallen in love, shy but with a hint of joy. After thinking for a long time, Li Shuryen finally made up her mind and said, "Mom, I support you in finding a boyfriend. It's not impossible for you to marry a man. But you must bring him back to me before you start dating, so that I can check him strictly. Only after I confirm that he is trustworthy can you be together." Xin Yu's eyes lit up. He glanced at Xiao Bai subconsciously, and asked, "Then can I find someone younger than me?" Li Shuryen thought about it and replied, "No problem, but he can only be 5 or 6 years younger than you. You can't be like your bestie and look for a male college student who just entered college." Oh, Xin Yu lowered his head gloomily. Li Shuryen was helpless and explained earnestly, "Mom, you don't know, many young boys nowadays are not ambitious, and they fantasize about being kept by beautiful aunties all day long. They say that Shanghai aunties are beautiful and rich, and old A8 is also A8 and other messy things. I don't let you find someone too young because I'm afraid you will be cheated by that kind of bad man. It will be bad if you lose both your money and your life." "Then, what if the other party is not after money?" Xin Yu asked quickly. Li Shuryen's face turned serious. People's hearts are hidden in their stomachs. "How do you know if they are after money?" Xin Yu lowered his head in disappointment, muttering something to himself. Yi Bai just found this scene funny. This mother and daughter pair is so interesting. The roles were reversed. The 18-year-old daughter acts like a mature old mother. My mother, who is in her 30s, acts like a little girl with childish thoughts. But Yi-bai could also understand this situation. When the aunt lay in his arms, she had told him all the past events between the mother and daughter. Li Shiyan's parents divorced when she was a child. She lived with her mother in poverty, so she was mature and sensible at an early age. Later, after her mother died, she returned to her father's home and met her stepmother Chinyu. But unfortunately, before she could enjoy her father's love, her father died suddenly and unexpectedly. She started living with this stepmother who had no blood relationship with her, and the relationship between them was even deeper than that with her biological mother. Chinyu became a full-time housewife after graduation. She had no experience in society. After inheriting her late husband's estate, she lived a life of no worries about food and clothing. As a result, her character is still very simple, like a naive little girl. Chapter 55, Instructing the Blue God of War, The Wife is Amazing. After breakfast, Yi-bai went downstairs, got on the Mercedes-Benz S600, and headed to the central square. Soon, we arrived at our destination. Song Dongfeng went to park the car, and Yi-bai walked into the Longting business building and went to the 18th floor. Originally, the company only had a few hundred square meters, but Yi-bai felt that this space would definitely not be enough as the company grew, so he directly asked An Aishan to rent rooms 1801 to 1808. Anyway, he is not short of money. Although there is only about 2 million in the card now, he can make a lot of money by selling the building of Rainbow Bridge after the government document is released in a few days. Some of the newly rented office areas were turned into professional live broadcast rooms, while others were emptied out and the entire wall was covered with mirrors to create a dance studio. The live broadcast room has not been renovated yet, but the dance room is simply decorated. In half a day, 3 dance rooms were completed. Dance Studio Number 1 belongs exclusively to Zhang Yusen, a beautiful lady who graduated from the provincial dance school and has a poor tongue. Yi-bai came here to inspect and found that Zhang Yusen was dancing with a female photographer following her. As expected of a graduate of the Provincial Dance Academy, she has solid dancing skills and an exceptionally graceful figure. Coupled with this beautiful face, and Yi-bai being the driving force behind it. Not to mention becoming a multi-millionaire internet celebrity, it is absolutely no problem to gain millions of fans. Dance Studio Number 2 belongs to the big eater Xiao Momo. She is also making a video. She can't dance, so she wears clothes that show off her figure. Under the guidance of the dance teacher, she strikes various seductive poses to show off her figure. This exaggeratedly plump European and American body is really attractive, and even the battle-hardened Yi-bai feels a little excited. Yi-bai had clear requirements for her. The food exploration videos must include a combination of meat and vegetables, and both delicious food and vegetarian dishes. She has to show her figure at the beginning and end of every video. After all, her European and American figure has a wide audience, and some LSPs prefer it. Yi-bai remembered that there were indeed many UPS on Station B in the future who were close to gourmet food, but most of them were pure wheat roast chicken, which was close to gourmet food. Once you follow someone, the background will automatically send you a private message, asking you to add WeChat or QQ group. After adding, you will be asked to pay money in various ways, or directly sell videos. What's even more outrageous is that you will be directly offered a high price. Dance Studio Number 3 belongs to Su Yisha. When Yi-bai arrived here, he found that she had already found a blue battlesuit and put it on according to his request. She also filmed videos under the guidance of her dance teacher. Yi-bai was watching, but An Aishan came over with a lewd smile on his face. "Brother Bai, do you find anything wrong?" "What's wrong?" Yi-bai was stunned. "No way, Brother Bai, you didn't even notice that all my efforts were in vain." An Aishan looked sad. Seeing that Yi-bai was about to teach him a lesson, An Aishan didn't dare to show such a disgusting expression and hurriedly explained. "It's like this, Brother Bai. The 3 new anchors we recruited each have their own characteristics and are all top-notch beauties. Of course, I have to keep such top-notch beauties for my good brother to enjoy and never let anyone else get their hands on them. So, the photographers, dance teachers, assistants, etc. that I found for them are all girls. What do you think, am I careful?" An Aishan raised his eyebrows, his little eyes full of pride, looking like a little teddy bear asking for praise. Yi-bai was speechless and said with a straight face, "Don't talk nonsense, what do you mean by keep it for me? Am I the kind of boss who has unspoken rules for female subordinates?" "Oh, yes, Brother Bai, you are right." An Aishan nodded repeatedly. As the most loyal younger brother under Brother Bai, he knows his good brother too well. I just love hypocrisy. When he was accompanying Brother Bai on the inspection just now, he didn't look at the three beauties, but was carefully observing the big brother. His eyes lit up slightly when he looked at Zhang Yusen. I felt a little excited when I saw Xiao Momo. When I look at Suisha, I can't take my eyes off her. And Aishan counted down the serial numbers of their dance studio and ranked sister-in-law number 123. He estimated that Suisha would be the first one to win over Brother Bai. She is the future number one sister-in-law of Bay Media, so we must curry favor with her. Yi Bai looked at it for a while and then frowned. Suisha has no dance foundation, and when she follows her teacher, her dance is not right and her dance moves are not professional. Stop. Yi Bai walked in and interrupted their progress. Boss and I, take the teacher to have a rest and drink some water. And Aishan immediately understood that Brother Bai wanted to talk to Suisha alone, and maybe they would even have a battle in the dance studio and make her face the mirror. And Aishan immediately waved his hand, asked all the staff to go out, and then closed the door considerately. Suisha was a little nervous when she saw this. The atmosphere felt a little off. What is this for? The boss wouldn't want to take advantage of me, right? Even though he is handsome, charming, and rich, you can't force him. At least send them flowers and ask them out for dinner, a movie, or a date or something, right? I am not that kind of casual woman. Suisha was struggling with a dilemma, but saw Yi Bai giving her some serious instructions. I told you, you don't need to do this kind of fancy dance. You just need to learn simple dance moves, twist your body a few times, and show off your attractive figure. Is it okay? I think Uxin dances very well, boys must like that. Suisha lowered her head. She felt a little inferior after watching Zhang Yusen dancing, so she asked the dance teacher to teach her some nice big moves. Yi Bai shook his head. Remember how you twisted your body during the interview? Now show me how you twisted your body. As he spoke, he picked up the camera on the table and clicked the shooting button. Suisha thought about it, raised her hands lightly, twisted them casually twice, and suddenly, they began to swing left and right. Yes, twisted like this, it's very tempting, but it's still not enough. Yi Bai shook his head, still not satisfied. The feeling this video gave him was far worse than the feeling he had when watching the classic blue suit video in his previous life. Keep twisting. Suisha twisted her body again, but still didn't get the feeling Yi Bai wanted. After trying a dozen times, Suisha was so anxious that she was sweating and almost crying, but Yi Bai was still not done. No, he was still not satisfied. Come and watch the video yourself. Yi Bai said with a straight face. Suisha approached cautiously, and when she saw it, she almost cried. She herself was not satisfied with it and felt that the video quality was a bit poor and that it was far less attractive than the other two people of the same period. Seeing her getting busier and busier, Yi Bai suddenly had an idea and finally knew what was wrong. I have a way to get a satisfactory effect, but it may cost you a bit of money. Do you mind? Don't mind. Don't mind. Suisha shook her head repeatedly. Of course she didn't mind. As long as she is not subject to unspoken rules, she can do anything. Where can you find a company that pays so well and helps you fulfill your dream of becoming an internet celebrity? She is trembling with fear here, afraid that she might be fired at any time, so she tries her best to do her best. Seeing that she didn't mind, Yi Bai nodded. Pa! Suisha exclaimed. How can a boss just beat up his female subordinates just because he is handsome? Although Suisha was a little resistant, she was not that angry, probably because Yi Bai was too handsome. She just lowered her head in shame, with a layer of blush on her face. Very good, you are in shooting state, continue. Yi Bai gave the order. Suisha subconsciously twisted her body in front of the camera, a little reluctantly, and raised and put down her hands. Turn around. Look at the camera. Yi Bai kept giving orders. After the video was shot, Yi Bai watched it himself and nodded with satisfaction. Very good. Come and see it yourself. Suisa stretched her little head over to take a look and was immediately dumbfounded. I saw myself in the video twisting my body easily and leisurely, with an expression that held an indescribable charm, and my whole body exuding the charming feeling of a young woman and the flavor of a married woman. Suisha opened her rosy little mouth, somewhat incredulous. Was this charming woman in the video still herself? She was excited and had a feeling that if she posted this video online, it might go viral and make her a big internet celebrity. Yi Bai asked Suisha to call Aishan and others in to show everyone the video. Everyone who watched the video was stunned. The photographer looked at Yi Bai as if he was looking at a monster. Can borderline videos be shot like this? You could say she was just skirting the line, but she was dressed very conservatively, only highlighting her seductive figure. She doesn't touch the edge, but what's with this pure and lustful feeling? What's with this alluring wifey smell? As a woman, I feel itchy inside when watching this video. Wouldn't the men on the internet go crazy when they see this video? Mr. Yi, you are a photography genius. The photographer gave Yi Bai a thumbs up. Of course, Xiaosu is also very beautiful. If you change a girl, you will definitely not be able to achieve such an effect and taste. Suisha blushed. Boss Yi, if I can't get into the mood in the future, please continue to touch my butt like you did today. Yi Bai was stunned. It was the first time he heard such a request. But which man can refuse such a request from a little girl? Okay. He nodded in agreement. Everyone around had a strange look on their faces, their eyes darting between the two of them. What happened in the dance studio just now? Did Mr. Yi touch Suisha's butt? Where else did he touch? Did you take a video? Let me get well soon. A 3,000-word chapter. My dears, are you satisfied with the efforts of the cat? Give all your love to the cat. Bow. A large area of white holy light appears. In addition, I recommend a fine book written by Mao Mao's good sister Zhang Zui Qitang, Fantasy, inherited from the same line, main theme, Overwhelming Battles, which is also written by our Huang Fanxie. Chapter 56, Pure Desire and Stepmother's Skirt. Seeing that everyone was looking at her strangely, Suisha realized that she had said the wrong thing. Her little face turned red with shame and she hurriedly explained. That's not what I meant. Everyone nodded with an I understand expression on their faces, which made Suisha even more embarrassed. The filming continued, and Suisha went to the dressing room to change into a stepmother dress. The photographer held up the camera and filmed. Although the clothes Suisha changed into were more revealing and seductive than the blue battlesuit, no matter how she filmed, she could not achieve the same effect as Yi Bai's. The photographer was very strange and confused. But Suisha knew very well what was going on, and she couldn't get into that state on her own. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry to trouble you again. Suyisa bit her red lips with her pearly teeth and looked at Yi Bai shyly. Then, a scene appeared that almost broke the photographer's heart. Yi Bai shook his head, took the camera from the photographer, and walked over with a helpless look on his face. Then he reached out and slapped her. Suisha bit her lip and danced to the music with a reluctant look. There were complex emotions of grievance, shyness, excitement in her eyes. She twisted her head while looking at Yi Bai, her eyes were almost tearing. Yi Bai had a cold face and kept giving orders. Look at the camera. Twist it up, yes. That's it. Blink. Smile, but not that kind of smile. Be more restrained, the shy and innocent kind. It's this pure and lustful feeling. Yi Bai nodded with satisfaction. A little Shotzi, this enchantress. She is so good at seducing people. As expected, she was born to be an internet celebrity. After the video was shot, the female staff members gathered around to watch it. Everyone was shocked by the effect of the video. Suisha was even more excited, and looked at Yi Bai with eyes full of admiration. The photographer was dumbfounded. It turned out that this was how the video was shot. It turns out that edge videos can be shot like this. However, Xiaosu's condition seems to be a little off. He needs Mr. Yi's help to find his working state. Yi Bai called the person in charge of Suisha's operations and video delivery to the conference room for a meeting. Yi Bai reminded, remember, when you post videos, label each one with a tag, Pure Desire. Boss Yi. A girl with glasses and braces asked, what is Pure Desire style? Yi Bai thought for a moment and explained, Pure Desire style is a feeling that is sexy, charming, pure, and cute. Simply put, it is pure with sexiness. If you still don't understand, just watch Suisha's videos. Her style is called Pure Desire style. Suisha raised her hand. Mr. Yi, I have never heard of this word. Did you invent it? I guess so. Yi Bai did not comment. Shunyufeng is an internet term that became popular in 2019. Its representative figure is an internet celebrity named Zhangban Sunlin. But Yi Bai proposed this concept in 2013, so it is of course his original idea. Yi Bai pulled up the second video. There is also this video of Suisha dancing in a hip skirt. When it was released, in addition to the Pure Desire style, another label had to be added, and that was Stepmother Skirt. Stepmother Skirt? A video picture wondered. Yibai explained, that's right, think about it carefully, in various film and television works, those young and beautiful stepmothers all like to wear this kind of hip skirt. When everyone thought about it carefully, it was really true, especially the TV dramas in Korea, in which the stepmothers of the chaebols all had sexy figures and wore tight skirts, and were extremely hot. Mr. Yi, did you also invent the term stepmother skirt? Suisha looked at Yibai, who was extremely professional, with stars in her eyes. Yes. Yibai continued to nod shamelessly. How can the things done by a reborn person be called stealing? Whoever proposes it first owns it. An operator said excitedly, I have a feeling that Suisha's video will be a hit on the internet, and the concepts of Pure Desire style and stepmother skirt will also be popular all over the country. Everyone nodded without any objection. Indeed, both of Suisha's videos are so exciting. Both men and women love to watch it. Women feel itchy when they watch it, and men feel itchy when they watch Koiner. Coupled with the Pure Desire style and stepmother skirt, these two new and extremely fitting concepts will definitely sweep the entire internet and trigger many internet celebrities and porn stars to imitate them. Bay Media, which launched Suisha and proposed these two concepts, will probably be the talk of the town by then. After the meeting, Yibai received a call and left the company. Suisha returned to dance studio number 3 and practiced dancing and twisting her hips in front of the mirror, trying to get that feeling. But without Yibai's help, she couldn't enter that state no matter what. Xiao Su was a little distressed. I can't ask Mr. Yi to come over and help me every time I shoot a video, right? He is the chairman of the company and is very busy with his business. I am just a small employee under him. It's okay to ask people for help once or twice, but if you do it too many times, won't they get annoyed? Suisha was just worrying too much. No man could refuse her request. Yibai is of course no exception. Boom boom. There was a knock on the dance studio door. Suisha turned around and saw Mr. Ni coming in. This person is the general manager of the company, second only to the general manager. Suisha hurriedly called out respectfully, Boss Ni. No, Sister Sha, just call me Xiao Ni or Xiao Xuanzi. Ni Xian rubbed his hands with a smile. Ah. Suisha was dumbfounded. Although President Ni looked young, he was usually quite dignified. What happened today? Sister Sha, I'm going to vacate your workstation in the work hall. Mr. Ni, did I do something wrong? Suisha was anxious. She was on the verge of becoming an instant star, so how come she was suddenly fired by the company? No, Sister Sha, you're worrying too much. I've set up an office specifically for you. It's right next to Director Ye's office. Come on, I'll take you to have a look. And Ai Xian said this and led the way in front. Suisha followed him in a daze and was brought to a luxuriously decorated office. Although it is not as big as Mr. Yi's, it also has a large floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the central square, with a beautiful view. Sister Sha, please take your time looking at it. I won't disturb you. And Ai Xian said as he walked out and closed the door considerately. After noticing such a big change in Ai Xian, Suisha finally came to her senses. Boss Ni, do you think there is something going on between me and Boss Yi? Suisha didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but she still felt happy in her heart. She thought it would be nice to be Mr. Yi's woman. Mr. Yi is handsome and has a lot of money. When she is gentle, she makes people feel like a spring breeze. When she is domineering, she also has a unique charm. And when he was filming. Thinking of this, Suisha's face turned red again. Yibai didn't realize that when he was helping Suisha shoot the video, he subconsciously used the secret of the Ishihara family. Yibai swore that he definitely didn't mean it. Poison 4. Chapter 57 The gift I owe to Yukiko in my previous life. After Yibai finished answering the phone, he asked Song Dongfeng to go to the underground garage to answer the phone, and he went downstairs alone. When I walked out of the hall, I saw a short and thin young man wearing glasses standing at the door holding a gift box. Brother Bai, I bought the things you ordered. Yibai was a little surprised. So fast? Haven't you been to the Magic City? The younger brother touched his head embarrassedly and said, the Magic City can be visited anytime. I can go there when I have the chance. Of course, what Brother Bai ordered is more important. Yibai took the gift box from him and said, let's go back to the company. Your brother Xian is very busy right now. You can help him when you come back. Yes, Brother Bai. The younger brother hurriedly trotted into the building. Yi Bai looked at his back and nodded secretly. This younger brother was called Yuani Hung. After Yi Bai was expelled in his previous life, he lost contact with him. Later I heard from Ni Xian that he was admitted to the graduate school of the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China in the provincial capital. After graduation, he joined ByteDance and successfully became a senior executive. Since Yi Bai wants to build an internet giant, he will naturally not miss such talents around him. Recently, he specially asked Ni Xian to take him to work and observed him intentionally. He found that he is indeed reliable and worthy of cultivation. Maybe he can be of great help to me in developing my own funny sound in the future. Song Dongfeng drove up from the underground garage in a Mercedes-Benz S600. Yi Bai got in the car with the gift box and told him to drive to Taojiang Mansion. The gift box contains pastries from a century-old shop in Shanghai, which is Yukiko Ishihara's favorite. After cheating on Xiao Hongyu in her previous life, the two went on a trip to Shanghai together. The first thing Shuizi did after getting off the plane was to take a taxi to that store. It's a pity that the old store has been demolished and the new store is still under renovation. Yi Bai could not forget Shuizi's look of regret and loss at that time. Later, until she became a cold corpse, she never got to eat the cakes from that shop again. Soon, we arrived at Taojiang Mansion. Arriving at the 27th floor of Building 5, Yi Bai asked Song Dongfeng to wait at his home. He held flowers in one hand and a gift box in the other and rang the doorbell. Snap! The door opened. Shuizi leaned out and saw Yi Bai. She still maintained an indifferent expression, but her eyes lit up slightly for a moment. Yi Bai knew that she was showing her happiness. Yi Bai smiled and said, "Miss Shuizi, won't you invite me in to sit down?" Yukiko hesitated for a moment, but still opened the door and invited him in. Arriving in the living room, Yi Bai handed over the flowers. "Miss Shuizi, these are the flowers I sent you." Shuizi took it and said thank you softly. When she looked down, she found that it was her favorite baby's breath. Yi Bai handed her the gift box of pastries, and this is my favorite pastry. I asked a friend to bring it back from Shanghai. I want to share it with Miss Shuizi. Yi Bai opened his mouth and started talking. Actually, he had no taste for sweets and he didn't find anything special about this pastry. Shuizi took the gift box, opened it, and her beautiful eyes widened. It turned out to be a classic dish from a century-old restaurant in Shanghai, and it's also my favorite. She now increasingly suspected that she and Mr. Yi had an unfinished love affair in their previous lives, and that they were a perfect match in this life. Mr. Yi always hits all her spots accurately. Everything she did stirred up waves in her heart. "Mr. Yi, thank you very much." Shuizi thanked him sincerely. "I like this gift very much and can't wait to taste it." "Sorry for being rude." As she spoke, she opened the gift box, took out a piece of cake from it and handed it to Yi Bai, then took one for herself, turned slightly, covered it with one hand, and ate it in small bites. She was not wearing a kimono today. Instead, she wore a close-fitting, cool camisole on her upper body. Her skin was as white as snow, and the dragon tattoo on her shoulder was fully revealed. She was wearing a white floral skirt, a very short one. A cool face, a sexy figure, the charm of an island woman, and a ferocious blue dragon tattoo. These elements are interwoven together to form the unique snowballs in the world. Yukiko Ishihara is someone who makes people want to conquer her. Feeling Yi Bai's burning gaze, a strange emotion surged in Shuizi's heart, a little ambiguous and a little sweet. But when Shuizi thought of the ruthless Xiao Hongyu, she felt like a basin of cold water was poured over her from head to toe, and the enthusiasm in her heart cooled a little. It's impossible for me and Mr. Yi to be together. Once he betrayed Xiao Hongyu and was with Mr. Yi, if he was discovered by him, Mr. Yi would definitely be brutally killed. "Mr. Yi, last time you said that you would not bother me again after you treated me to dinner. Let's not have any more contact, it will be better for both of us." After struggling for a while, Yukiko finally said these words. But I don't know why, I felt a little uncomfortable and sad after I said it. She thought of the cherry blossoms in her hometown. Yi Bai was about to speak when Shuizi's cell phone rang. Yukiko glanced at the number, her eyes narrowed slightly, she hesitated for a few seconds, and finally answered the call. "Hello." Xiao Hongyu's voice came from the phone. "Shuizi, go prepare some side dishes to go with the wine, and open the bottle of red wine I treasure in the third compartment of the wine cabinet to sober up. I'm bringing my distinguished guest home and will be there soon." "Yes." Shuizi agreed and hung up the phone. "Mr. Yi, please go home soon. Xiao Hongyu will be back soon." "I'm not leaving." Yi Bai shook his head slowly. Shuizi was a little anxious, worried that Yi Bai would get hurt, and quickly explained the pros and cons. Although Xiao Hongyu and I have no substantive relationship, on the surface the woman is also his woman, his forbidden fruit, and his face. If he finds out that we are alone together again, he will definitely send someone to investigate your identity. If he finds out that it was you who won the 8 million in the casino, he will suspect that we colluded to defraud the casino of its money. At that time, he may not dare to attack me for fear of the revenge of the Ishihara family, but he will definitely hurt you cruelly. Yi Bai understood Shuizi's concerns. Xiao Hongyu is narrow-minded and vicious. Although this old man will not do anything to Shuizi, he will not allow any man to touch her. Yi Bai smiled and said, Miss Shuizi, are you worried about me? Yes. Yukiko nodded. The last guy who tried to seduce me has already turned into a pile of bones under Jinhu Lake. It's okay, Miss Shuizi. Xiao Hongyu can't do anything to me. I will protect you. Yi Bai stood up and stretched out his hand to her. Come with me, leave Xiao Hongyu, trust me. But in Shuizi's eyes, Yi Bai was just a handsome young man from a wealthy family. How could she be willing to drag him into the fire pit? She almost pleaded, Mr. Yi, just think of it as me asking you to leave quickly, okay? Yi Bai sighed. In Shuizi's mind, Xiao Hongyu is a terrifying demon king, and he is a weak knight who cannot defeat Xiao Hongyu at all. Is it time for Xiao Hongyu and Fat Cat to meet? But it has only been a few days, and Xiao Hongyu's accidental death would definitely cause a sensation. The police would turn their attention to him. Even if there is no evidence to prove that he did it, he would definitely be targeted. If that happens, you will be restricted in everything you do. I was too impatient. It took me half a year to take down Yukiko in my previous life, but after my rebirth, I was confident that I could take her down in just a few days. Yi Bai was about to leave, but when he looked at the door, he was stunned. Ms. Yukiko, it's too late. Another long chapter, babies, then give all your love to the cats. Love you. It seems that everyone wants to see the photos of Mao Mao. Click to follow my author homepage. If the number of fans reaches 3,000 tomorrow, Mao Mao will show you the photos. You dare to look down on me? I'll show you what it means to be struck by holy light. Chapter 58, Yukiko falls into the tender trap. Snap. The electronic door lock twisted and unlocked. Xiao Hongyu opened the door and walked in, followed by two men. When I looked up, I saw Yukiko cleaning the dining table, which was filled with a few side dishes and a decanter of red wine. Xiao Hongyu ordered, Shuizi, go back to your room first, we have something to discuss. Yes. Yukiko nodded, went back to her room, closed the door, turned around and saw that the room was empty. She called softly, Mr. Yi. No one responded. The window was open, the wind blew in, and the white curtains fluttered in the air. Mr. Yi climbed out of the window? But this is the 27th floor? Yukiko hurried to the window and looked out. Seeing that the narrow wall edge could lead to 2702, she breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Mr. Yi should have returned home from the wall edge. But for some reason, when Shuizi thought of Yi Bai leaving, her heart was filled with loss again. In fact, she also likes and enjoys being with Mr. Yi. Every time I see Mr. Yi, my silent heart begins to beat faster. Thinking of what she had just said to Mr. Yi, saying that they didn't want to meet again, Shuizi felt a little sad. Mr. Yi must be very disappointed too. But Yukiko really had no choice. If only I hadn't become Xiao Honyu's woman. Just as she was thinking about it, suddenly a pair of hands reached out from behind and hugged her tightly in their arms. Yukiko subconsciously wanted to scream, but a familiar voice came to her ears, it's me. Mr. Yi, you didn't leave? Although Yukiko still had a cold and expressionless face, there was a glimmer of joy in her eyes. Yi Bai hugged Shuizi tightly and whispered in her ear. Ms. Yukiko, I like you, let's be together. Shuizi was held in Yi Bai's arms. She felt the masculine sense surrounding her tightly. Her heart was beating uncontrollably and she was almost intoxicated by it. But she still retained the last bit of rationality. Mr. Yi, I am Xiao Hongyu's woman. We can't be together. This is for your own good. It's okay, Ms. Yukiko, we just need to keep it a secret from him. Yi Bai sniffed the faint fragrance on Shuizi's body and said silently in his heart, or, let Xiao Hongyu go down to accompany Fatty Cat. Yi Bai still held Shuizi tightly. He gently turned her little head back and kissed her red lips. To be honest, Yi Bai might know Shuizi better than she does herself. In less than a moment, Shuizi fell limply into his arms, her snow-white face flushed and her eyes watery. Shuizi came to a foreign country alone and became the woman of a local gangster. No man dared to contact her. Even if there were a few who contacted her with bad intentions, they would be killed by Xiao Hongyu. So she has been enduring unspeakable loneliness, which has been suppressed for too long. At this moment, in Yi Bai's arms, it was like a mountain torrent, his emotions burst out violently, and he responded with great enthusiasm. After a long time, the two separated, and Shuizi's eyes were already blurry. Miss Yukiko, I know you have feelings for me too, promise me, be with me. Yi Bai whispered in Shuizi's ear, like a devil whispering. Shuizi subconsciously wanted to say yes, but suddenly she heard Xiao Hongyu laughing outside the door, and she immediately became much more sober. If Xiao Hongyu finds out that I have betrayed him, he will be furious, and Mr. Yi will turn into a pile of dry bones under Jinhu Lake. Mr. Yi, no, we can't do this. Yukiko struggled to break free. This is not right. Yi Bai clearly remembered that in his previous life, after he kissed Shuizi, he was instantly attracted to her and couldn't stop. After thinking about it carefully, he understood. When she was with Yukiko in her previous life, she was even more lonely and depressed than she is now. Moreover, at that time Shuizi knew that Yi Bai was a big boss whose power was not weaker than Xiao Hongyu, and she was also very clear that Yi Bai's purpose in approaching her was not simple, but to deal with Xiao Hongyu. Shuizi also wanted to escape from Xiao Hongyu's control, and since she really had feelings for Yi Bai, she just went with the flow. In this life, in Shuizi's eyes, Yi Bai is just a little Karami. She is afraid that after having a substantial relationship with Yi Bai, things will get out of control and she will kill him in the future. Yi Bai sighed helplessly. Although I really want to eat Yukiko, it is impossible given the current situation. Unless you use force on Yukiko. But facing a woman who would rather die than betray herself, Yi Bai didn't even have time to pity her, so how could he bear to hurt her in the slightest? Seeing Yi Bai in pain, Shuizi felt a little bit sorry for him. Mr. Yi, although Shuizi cannot give herself to you, I can. Yi Bai was startled. Okay, then I'll trouble Miss Shuizi. Suddenly, Yi Bai seemed to hear the name of Qin Sini's father. He suddenly became much more sober and looked at the wall. Super hearing and clairvoyance are activated at the same time. Xiao Hongyu was seen holding a glass of red wine and chatting happily with the two men he brought back. One man was short and fat, with a smiling face like a Maitreya Buddha. The other was very thin, with a tense face and a serious expression. The desperate criminals hired for money are unreliable after all. Who would have known that Zhou Keqiang was so famous and a wanted criminal roaming around 4 provinces, but in the end he couldn't even handle a little girl. Xiao Hongyu drank half a glass of red wine and continued, please tell the higher-ups to give me another chance. This time I will send my most reliable brother to kidnap his daughter and force him to hand over that thing. It's too late. The thin man said in a deep voice, Chen Zhengbin has already handed that thing over to another group of people above. What? Xiao Hongyu was shocked and sat up straight. Then, will this matter have a big impact on the noble above? It doesn't matter for now. The most crucial evidence has been hidden by the noble. The short and fat man said with a smile, so Boss Xiao, you don't have to worry too much. The noble has not been disappointed in you yet. Xiao Hongyu breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. However, the noble lady was very dissatisfied with Chen Jingbin's actions and was very angry. She said that he was shameless. The short and fat man said, and the smile on his face faded. The noble lady ordered that after a while, when the rumors have died down, someone should be arranged to kill her daughter. I understand. Xiao Hongyu nodded, then I will send my men to disguise themselves as Zhou Keqiang's accomplices to take revenge and kill his daughter. After thinking for a while, Xiao Hongyu continued, I found out that Chen Jingbin's daughter has signed up for a piano competition. How about killing her on her way to the provincial capital next month? Okay. The short and fat man and the thin man both nodded in agreement. Yi Bai touched Shuizi's hair and fell into deep thought. It turned out that Zhou Keqiang was a desperado hired by Xiao Hongyu. When Yi Bai rescued Chen Sini, he followed Zhou Keqiang and heard him trick Chen Sini into opening the door and then directly asked if Mr. Chen Zhengbin was at home. Yi Bai had some doubts at the time, so he reminded Chen Zhengbin. The water here is really deep. In his previous life, 1 year after Chen Sini was brutally murdered by Zhou Keqiang, Chen Zhengbin was investigated for disciplinary and work style issues. Then, he committed suicide out of fear of punishment for no apparent reason. Yi Bai didn't know who the noble person they were talking about was and didn't want to know. He didn't want to get involved in a struggle of that level. However, Xiao Hongyu actually wanted to kill Chen Sini. Then Yi Bai had to take care of it. After all, Chen Sini as his future girlfriend. Yi Bai never forgot the promise he made with Chen Sini. Chapter 59, New and Old Grudges. Xiao Hongyu suddenly thought of something and asked, "By the way, have you found out who saved Qin Jingbin's daughter?" After the plan to kidnap Chen Sini failed, Xiao Hongyu asked him to inquire through the secret lines within the police station, but the matter was kept highly confidential. Xiao Hongyu's people were not of high enough rank to find out the specific circumstances, so he asked the two people who were working for the noble to investigate. The short and fat man nodded and took out a document and put it on the table. When Xiao Hongyu picked it up and took a look, his pupils contracted instantly. Yi Bai. It turned out that he was the one who saved Qin Jingbin's daughter. All the clues in my mind connected together and everything made sense. It turns out that this student named Yi Bai is Qin Jingbin's white glove. Qin Jingbin knew that Rainbow Bridge was to be divided into a high-tech development zone, so he asked Yi Bai to buy a house in advance. "Do you know this man?" asked the short and fat man. Xiao Hongyu nodded and told Yi Bai about his dispute. The short and fat man immediately smiled playfully. "Qin Jingbin was unwilling to accept our conditions and insisted on handing over the thing. I thought he was really a gentleman, but it turns out he was just pretending to be noble." Yi Bai. Xiao Hongyu gave a cruel smile. Now that we know who was behind Yi Bai, there is no need for Haiwazi to continue investigating. After a while, we can just send him off. Not only did he ruin his plan to kidnap Qin Jingbin's daughter, he also seized 3 buildings worth more than 60 million yuan. It's a good time to settle all new and old grudges together. Xiao Hongyu said, "After dealing with Chen Sini, I want to kill him too, is that okay?" "Whatever." Yi Bai touched Shuizi's little head with a deep look in his eyes. Xiao Hongyu planned to kill Chen Sini first and then kill himself, so before that, he could have a peaceful life. "Old Xiao, before that, let me send you down to see the kitten." After getting rid of Xiao Hongyu, Shuizi can feel free to be with him. The two can also discuss the various uses of the Ishihara family's secret techniques together. I don't know how long it took. Yi Bai stood at the window, lit a cigarette and smoked it. In the bathroom, there was the sound of brushing teeth and rinsing mouth. There was no movement in the living room, and Xiao Hongyu personally went downstairs to see the two guests off. After a while, Shuizi came out of the bathroom. She was a little shy and didn't dare to look Yi Bai in the eye. Yi Bai gently held her in his arms. Shuizi struggled symbolically for a few times, then leaned obediently on Yi Bai's chest, closed her eyes, and enjoyed the happiness and sweetness of the moment. "Ms. Yukiko, you like me too, right?" Yukiko didn't say anything, which was considered as her agreement. "I understand your concerns. I know that you don't want to be with me because you are afraid that I will be hurt by Xiao Hongyu." Yi Bai put out his cigarette, lifted Shuizi's chin, and asked her to look into his eyes, his expression serious and earnest. "But Miss Yukiko, please believe me, I will solve this matter quickly and let you be with me without any worries." Shuizi's eyelashes trembled, and she subconsciously hugged Yi Bai tightly. "Mr. Yi, don't do anything stupid. You don't know how powerful Xiao Hongyu is, and you don't know how cruel he is." "Of course I know." Yi Bai looked at the woman who sacrificed her life for him in her previous life and decided to reveal some of the truth. If he can't trust a woman who was willing to sacrifice her life for him, who can he trust? "Miss Shuizi, in fact, the conflict between Xiao Hongyu and I is far more than what you know. Do you think that fat cat's death was really an accident?" Shuizi widened her eyes and looked at Yi Bai in surprise with her little head tilted back. Yi Bai smiled and said no more. Shuizi looked at Yi Bai's handsome face and felt unprecedented hope in her heart. It turns out that Mr. Yi is not as simple as he seems. Maybe I can really get away from Xiao Hongyu. Maybe I can really be with Mr. Yi and become his woman. "Mr. Yi, was it Amaterasu who heard my voice and sent you to save me?" Yukiko asked foolishly. Yi Bai didn't say anything, just hugged her tightly and kissed her. At the same time, Longting Building, 18th floor, Bay Media. In dance studio number 3, Suisha learned some simple moves that could highlight her seductive figure from her dance teacher, and then continued to shoot the third video. But without Yi Bai's help, Suisha was unable to get into the mood, and both she and the photographer were very dissatisfied when the photos turned out. After struggling for a long time, Suisha blushed and said to the photographer, "Teacher, could you please follow Mr. Ye's example and do this before taking the photo?" The photographer was a young girl who had just graduated and was stunned when she heard this. "No, Xiaosu, is there something wrong with you?" But in order to achieve good results, she nodded and agreed. Of course, although she is a woman and her sexual orientation is normal, I am still a little envious when I see Suisha's sexy figure. Now that the other party took the initiative to ask for it, it was just what she wanted. Suisha blushed and signaled the photographer to start, imagining herself as Yi-bai in his mind. It turns out there is some effect, but it's very weak, far worse than the effect when Yi-bai did it himself, and it doesn't even reach the level of the first two videos. The two struggled for a long time, but finally gave up. But wait until director Yi returns to the company. Only he can activate, put you into working mode. Suisha understood the photographer's hidden meaning and nodded with a red face. Not to mention the photographer, she now even wondered if she was a little weird. Suisha was looking forward to Yi-bai returning to the company as soon as possible. Unfortunately, there was no sign of Yi-bai until the end of the get-off work day. After returning home from get-off work, Suisha ate something and took a shower, then lay on her bed. She felt a little tired, but when she thought about the two high-quality videos and the possibility that she would become an internet celebrity, she felt happy. Thanks, Mr. Yi. He is his own bull, and I am his steed. I don't know what she was thinking about, but her face suddenly turned red, and her charming eyes sparkled, as if tears were about to overflow from her eyes. Unconsciously, the image of Yi-bai's majestic and domineering appearance when he was taking pictures for him emerged in his mind. Mr. Yi, you are still quite charming. Chapter 60. Li Shiyan noticed her aunt's abnormality. Mercedes-Benz S600 speeding on the road. Yi-bai sat in the back row, lost in thought. He suddenly had another idea. In his previous life, he spent his whole life in society and was on the run until his death. He did everything except what was law-abiding. So when he meets an enemy, Yi-bai's thinking becomes stuck in a rut, and he always thinks of using violence to eliminate the opponent. For example, Fat Cat was sent directly to see the master. Since Xiao Hongyu is Chen Jingbin's enemy, can we use the power of this top leader to get rid of Xiao Hongyu? Relying on the abilities of time stopping and invisibility, it is definitely possible to collect evidence that Xiao Hongyu was shot. For example, tracking him stealthily, getting hold of his various secret files, or installing pinhole cameras in his home and office. However, Xiao Hongyu also has a considerable background and is protected by a noble person in the provincial capital. In his previous life, the underground casino in Juxiu Villa was safe and sound until he was sent down by Yi-bai personally. One can imagine what kind of powerful means the person behind him has. Moreover, that person also contributed to the collapse of Yi-bai Group. Even if I hand over the evidence of Xiao Hongyu's crime directly to Chen Jingbin, he may not be able to kill Xiao Hongyu with one blow. Let's try it first and make preparations for both situations. If Chen Jingbin is unable to bring this evil force to justice, then I will have to take action myself to rid the people of this evil. Xiao Hongyu's underground casino has caused countless families to be broken up, so getting rid of him can be considered a great good deed. After dealing with him, Yukiko can rest assured and work with Yi-bai to study and develop the secret techniques of the Ishihara family. Yi-bai thought for a moment and ordered, Dongzi, go to Taichung Town tomorrow and buy some monitoring equipment. Taichung Town is a technology town in the suburbs of Taojiang City. It has a relatively developed electronics industry and a large electronics mall where many gadgets not available on the market can be bought. Got it. Song Dongfeng agreed without asking what Yi-bai wanted to do. Soon, we arrived downstairs at my aunt's house. Yi-bai gave him some more instructions, telling him to go directly to do his work tomorrow and not to pick him up, and then let him leave. When she got home, Li Shiyan was sitting on the sofa playing with her cell phone. Her aunt was busy in the kitchen. The kitchen door was not closed, and she could be seen squatting on the ground peeling garlic. A big love. Auntie, let me help you peel the garlic. Yi-bai said as he walked in and closed the kitchen door. Bang! Although Qinyu knew that Yi-bai had no good intentions, he was still shocked and turned around to glare at him. You little brat! Keep your voice down. What if Shiyan hears you? Yi-bai smiled mischievously when he heard this. Auntie, what are you afraid of? What's wrong with this action? Shiyan has heard of other things. Qinyu blushed. You little rascal, you still dare to say that. It's all your fault. Seeing his aunt's coquettish look, Yi-bai couldn't help wanting to kiss her, but she sniffed twice. What's that smell? As he spoke, Qinyu approached Yi-bai, sniffed his neck, and his expression changed a little. Why do you smell like a woman's perfume? Qinyu stared, looking like a little wife who suspected her husband of cheating on her. Really? That's impossible? Yi-bai sniffed the collar calmly, and there was indeed a fragrance. It was Shuezi's. Seeing that his aunt was angry, Yi Bai suddenly had an idea and asked, "Could it be that the smell you left on my neck?" He clapped his hands and said, "Definitely, a certain auntie." Xin Yu covered Yi Bai's mouth with her hand, and her dignified and pretty face turned red. She stamped her feet in disapproval. "You little rascal! You only know how to bully me." The aunt was so embarrassed that she never dared to mention the fragrance on Yi Bai's neck again. Yi Bai breathed a sigh of relief and successfully got away with it. After dinner, when Li Shiyan fell asleep, Yi Bai secretly came to his aunt's room. "Xiao Bai, you'd better go to your room. My room and Shiyan's room are too close. What if she hears something and runs out to eavesdrop? What if she finds out?" Xin Yu was a little worried. "Okay." Yi Bai nodded, picked up his aunt and opened the door with his foot. On the other side, Li Shiyan was a little insomniac. She reflected all day today and felt that she was indeed too selfish. "My mother is so old, how can I continue to control her life? So if she wants to date, let her do it. It's also okay for her to marry a man. The worst that can happen is that she'll just have a stepfather." After a long time, Li Shiyan still tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep, so she wanted to go to her mother's room so that the mother and daughter could have a heart-to-heart talk. When she arrived at the door, she knocked gently, but no one answered and there was no light in the room. "Mom went to bed so early today? She hasn't been going to bed very late these days. Isn't there any movement in the room in the middle of the night?" Li Shiyan was suspicious, but she didn't dare to open the door and go in to take a look. "What if my mom is exercising again? How embarrassing it would be if she saw us." She turned around and prepared to go back to her room, but a breeze blew in from the terrace and she heard a creaking sound behind her. Li Shiyan turned around and found that the door was blown open by the wind, but there was still no movement inside. When I walked in and turned on the light, I saw that the sheets were neatly folded, with no signs of anyone having slept in them. "Where's Mom?" Li Shiyan searched the whole house but found no trace of her mother. "But there is still a pair of shoes at the door. Where can my mother go? She couldn't go out barefoot, could she?" And her cell phone was in the bedroom. After hesitating for a while, she came to a place she had not set foot in for a long time, the door of Yi Bai's room. Yi Bai was not asleep. The lights were on and there was some movement in the room. Boom boom. Li Shiyan knocked on the door, and instantly, all the noise inside disappeared and everything became quiet. "Yi Bai, do you know where my mother went?" Yi Bai's impatient voice came from inside. "How should I know?" "Ask me, your mother?" Li Shiyan immediately clenched her fists. This ungrateful person. Suddenly, a very strange sound came from inside.